about how he had liked games ever since he was young. He had always been in the hospital, so naturally he was always playing games. Games became a major part of his life. He played the game with intense concentration, his eyes glued to the screen. He was completely lost in the digital world. The game flashed "Game Over" on the screen, and he got annoyed. He shouted, asking how the AI could be so stupid and why it would heal the enemy instead. He realized that it's a given that you'll grow tired of something if you do it for too long. Even games can lose their appeal. He was done. He said screw this and threw the game onto the table in frustration. He thought that one day playing games just wasn't as fun as it used to be. He remembered playing all types of games, including AOS, RPG, and FPS. It didn't matter what kind of game he played, he thought. The thing is, every game that came out each year was completely garbage, he thought to himself. He thought that the story and world building were all similar and stereotypical. He felt like they were just copying each other. He thought there was no depth to the system. He wondered if there was even one original game out there. That's when he discovered the game called Dungeon and Stone. The game was developed by Oriel Davis and written by Jong Yoon-gang, and it forced players to do 100% of the work. Dungeon and Stone. Dungeon and Stone. He read the name again. He realized that its genre was RPG indie game. The game had 2D pixel graphics that were supposedly hard to come by these days. The young man thought, what the hell? There's only English. The game was called Dungeon and Stone. Since it was free, he figured he'd try it out. He saw the character selection screen, which had a lot of classes to choose from. There was human, dwarf, fairy, barbarian, furry, and a question mark. He looked at the character selection screen and saw the barbarian class. He figured he wasn't going to play much, so he'd just choose whatever. It had been a while since he played a vertical scroll game. The screen showed his character's stats, level 1, with skills like roar. The game suggested he find a right companion, and the young man realized that's what he was supposed to do. He thought the illustration was nice, but soon enough, he was getting really into the game. He looked focused and determined. He glanced at the clock and was shocked. What the hell? When did it get so late? He hadn't realized how much time had passed. He became obsessed with Dungeon and Stone. The game was so much fun. He was completely hooked. Dungeon and Stone had some interesting features. Some might call them unique. Others might call them absolutely garbage. The game required a NPC teammate. And in this game, when you die, you are really dead. No coming back. The only options were to start a new game or delete it. You had to start all over again. At first, it was fun. The young man yelled, saying he died because of the priests when he was almost there. He was furious. A woman in the room asked him to please be quiet. He apologized, saying he was sorry. He looked a little embarrassed. The young man muttered to himself that there was a trap, calculating that he needed to go up 3, left 4, and down 1. He looked focused, trying to figure out the solution. And later, he was just too stubborn trying to beat the game. He wasn't going to give up. Turns out it was such a failed game that there were no tutorials, neither in Korean nor English. Then, however long it takes, he would beat it on his own. He was determined to finish it. The young man looked serious, ready to face any challenge. He wasn't going to back down now. He thought back to when he first started playing the game in the hospital. He had no idea how much it would consume his life. From getting drafted as a public service worker to going back to university, graduating, going to interviews, getting assigned to a company, and going to and from work, he always had the game on his mind. He was obsessed with selecting his character, Furion or Polly, Barbarian Furion or Polly. He always continued to play Dungeon and Stone. It was the one constant in his life. He would always die and see the "you died" message. That's insane. He would just press the button to start a new game and keep playing. He died again and again and again. He checked the level and stats of his character. Level 7, ability 50, vitality 4, HP 140, comprehensive battle index 53. Then he died again at level 25. He just kept playing. 9 years passed in the blink of an eye. He had been playing this game for almost a decade. Finally, after all that time, the moment had arrived. He was so close to the end. It was the final boss room. He was about to finish the game. The gate of the abyss, Usaos, loomed before him. He could almost taste victory. He asked if anyone had seen that, if there were any other players who had gotten this far. He was the best. He shouted that he had sacrificed his 20s for this game. 9 years. He was so ready to finally beat it. Up on the screen, a message popped up. It asked if he wanted to enter the boss room. Of course, the answer was yes. The game warned that he might never come back if he went in there. It asked if he really wanted to enter. He wondered if it was because it was the final boss that it felt so ominous. The young man was not intimidated at all. He thought there was no way he wouldn't go in after getting this far. The screen flashed as it started loading. He didn't expect to win on his first try. He was going to gather as much info as possible to plan a strategy. The young man wondered how many patterns the boss would have and what its attributes were. It probably had an ultimate move too. He wondered what would happen if he just killed the boss in one go after all this prep. But then he was like, huh? Was it already done? That was why. The screen flashed a message. He had reached the abyss. He had been slow to catch on. The tutorial was complete. The guy looked up, totally shocked. Tutorial? He was like, wait, what? This was Korean. The young man thought Dungeon and Stone only supported English. The guy was getting angry, remembering something. He thought about how hard he had to work to understand all the English for nearly a decade. Suddenly, a message appeared on the screen. User check complete. The guy was like, what? A strong ray of light poured out, and the young man felt a pain that burned through his body. The guy was like, what the heck? Starting transmission. The light intensified. He lost consciousness. Suddenly, a voice boomed, congratulating the young warriors. The voice continued, announcing that today, they would all leave this sacred place. But Bjorn wondered who was being so loud. The voice boomed again, saying that when they opened their eyes again, they would become proper warriors. The warriors looked up, ready for anything. Bjorn was completely confused by what was going on. Turns out, he was faced with an unbelievable situation. Bjorn looked around and realized that they were using torches instead of LED lights. He was still trying to figure out what was going on. He noticed that there were muscular barbarians everywhere he looked. It was quite a sight. A weird man was giving a speech, telling them to pick a weapon that fit them. The speaker seemed very excited about it. Bjorn wondered what the man was talking about. He realized he was understanding a language he had never heard before, and he was confused about why he was even there in the first place. Bjorn told himself to calm down. He was clearly overwhelmed by the situation. Bjorn was trying to figure out what he was supposed to do, since this felt like the start of a really hard game. He was sweating a bit, trying to stay calm. Suddenly, a thought popped into his head. He needed to understand the situation and get as much information as he could. Bjorn started checking his body, but he was confused. He didn't understand what was happening. He noticed that he had rough hands, strong muscles, and tattoos all over his body. The young warrior realized his body was moving freely. Bjorn stood there, trying to get a grip on the situation. He looked around, trying to understand where he was. Bjorn was shocked. He looked at his hands and wondered what was going on, asking himself if this was really his body. Bjorn realized this was really him, and he looked up with determination. He shouted for those who were called to come forward, his voice echoing through the area. Bjorn was confused by the situation, but he kept his cool. He recognized one of the men as Karak, Venon's third son, and wondered what the hell was going on. The tension was thick in the air as Karak stood face to face with another warrior. The two men were ready to fight, the fiery background adding to the intensity of the moment. The warrior's hand tightened around his weapon, preparing for a fight. He wasn't going to back down, no matter what. The guy with the beard grinned, showing off the double-headed axe. He seemed pretty happy with his choice. The man in the back looked on with a smirk. The man shouted that Vanon's third son, Karak, was now a warrior. His voice boomed through the area, and immediately, he called for Feneline's second daughter, Einar, to step forward. The man looked off to the side, his brow furrowed. He thought that this situation seemed familiar. Something about it was making him uneasy. Turns out, young warriors were picking their weapons. The whole scene was like a deja vu moment for the man. The man with the spear was told it was a fitting weapon for a bright man like him. He seemed pleased with the compliment. On the other hand, the woman with the sword grinned confidently. The narrator continued, saying that being acknowledged as a warrior was a great honor for the young warriors. He spoke with such force, it seemed to echo through the room. Suddenly, a voice boomed out, offering Rafdonia's blessings to everyone. It seemed like a blessing was being bestowed upon them. The city was a beautiful sight, sparkling in the sunlight. At the same time, a sense of urgency filled the air. Bjorn's eyes widened as he realized something important. He was certain that he recognized what was happening. Turns out, he was looking at the Dungeon and Stone game screen. The screen prompted him to select his character, a familiar sight from his past life. At the top, the screen showed the game's character selection, with options like human, dwarf, fairy, and barbarian. The game even showed the barbarian he had picked before. At the same time, Bjorn's face was filled with shock as he started to understand what was happening. The pixelated background of the game was still visible. He realized that he was now in the barbarian character he had been playing. Below, white lines appeared, adding to the confusion. A speech bubble appeared, with him wondering how the hell this had happened. Bjorn's face was a mix of confusion and disbelief as he tried to process the situation. He said, "No way," clearly not believing what was happening. He stammered, realizing that this was actually Dungeon in Stone. The other barbarian next to Bjorn looked just as surprised, with wide eyes and an open mouth. Bjorn looked around, totally lost, and asked himself what the hell he was doing there. He was clearly scared and confused about his current situation. Someone noticed that Bjorn was acting differently from the other barbarians. At the same time, Einar looked down, lost in her own thoughts. Bjorn realized he wasn't the only one who had been pulled into the game. He wondered who had just spoken out loud. The tension in the air was thick as the old barbarian watched everything unfold. His expression was serious, like he knew something was about to happen. The old barbarian asked when he had arrived, wondering if Bjorn was the other person who had entered the game. He stared intently, waiting for an answer. The man yelled, filled with rage. His face was red, and sweat dripped down his forehead as he screamed. He continued, blaming everything on some stupid dude. The man pointed with fury. His eyes narrowed. Then, the text bubble appeared, indicating someone was about to speak. Someone apologized nervously, looking scared. He was sweating, and his eyes were wide with fear. The first man accused someone, saying it was them. His face was full of anger, and he glared intensely. Bjorn looked around, his eyes wide with disbelief. He asked if this place was really Dungeon and Stone. The warrior was clearly not expecting this. Then, a voice responded to him, asking what he was talking about. The question hung in the air, unanswered. At the same time, a barbarian swung his axe down with incredible speed. Bjorn looked up, seeing the attack coming right at him. Bjorn stared, his eyes wide with shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Bjorn's eyes widened even further, his face contorted in disbelief. He exclaimed, "What the hell?" The young man was completely taken aback by the scene. Bjorn was bleeding, but he kept his cool. He told himself to calm down, and immediately after, the young man realized he would be dead if he showed any emotion. The man declared that Kadua's son, ORM, had been possessed by an evil spirit. His voice was filled with anger. The guy put his hand on another man's shoulder. He ordered everyone to erase what the evil spirit had said from their memories. Bjorn was standing there, looking at the scene. He realized that they were going to continue with the coming-of-age ceremony. The young warrior understood what was going on. Bjorn was thinking about what it meant to be an evil spirit in this world. He realized that people like him, those who came into the game, were labeled as such. The young man's expression was one of dawning understanding and concern. He knew he had to be careful. He understood that if anyone found out he was an evil spirit, he would die. The warrior's eyes widened with fear at the thought. He shuddered, thinking about what almost happened. It could have been his head rolling on the ground right then and there. The thought terrified the young man. Bjorn steeled himself, knowing what he had to do. He needed to get through this without being found out. The young warrior focused on the task ahead. Suddenly, the speaker announced the next participant. He declared that Senik's fourth son, Sarum, should step forth. The crowd waited with anticipation. The speaker called out for the next contestant to step up. The crowd of barbarians watched with anticipation, their eyes fixed on the arena. The testers continued to shout for the next participant. They were clearly impatient to move on with the trials. Bjorn realized he didn't even know his character's name. The lack of information was starting to stress him out. Bjorn thought to himself that this damned game should at least tell him his name. He wondered if there was a stat window or something he could check. The warrior knew he couldn't just guess when his life depended on it. Bjorn knew the possibility was low, but this was the only way he had right now. He steeled himself, preparing to take a risk. The tester screamed for the next person to step up, giving them 2 seconds to respond. He figured that if no one answered, it could be another evil spirit, and he'd leave it to luck. At the same time, a pair of hands gripped each other in a firm handshake. The tester announced the next name, Bjorn, son of Jandel. He shouted it with enough force to shake the ground. A heavily tattooed, muscular arm tensed up. The warrior was getting ready to step forward. Einar and a group of other barbarians watched. They were waiting to see who would step up. 2 seconds had passed since the name was called. The tester was waiting to see if anyone would step forward. Meanwhile, the crowd of barbarians stood silently silently, waiting to see who would answer the call. Bjorn took a step forward, the sand crunching beneath his sandal. The tension was building as he moved to answer the call. Bjorn declared that was his name. He looked confident and ready to take on whatever challenge was next. But then he thought to himself that it was probably his name. He was still trying to figure out who he was in this new world. Bjorn stood face to face with a much older, bigger barbarian. The old man was huge, easily towering over him. The old barbarian stared down, his eyes narrowed with intensity. He looked like he had seen a lot of battles. Bjorn's face was covered in blood, but he didn't flinch. He kept his gaze steady, ready for whatever was coming. A voice echoed through the arena, calling him a young warrior. The old barbarian grinned, pointing towards something with a flourish. He shouted that it was time to pick a weapon. The voice boomed, declaring that Bjorn was Jandel's son. Bjorn looked up, a grin spreading across his face. He declared proudly that was his name. Bjorn looked down at his hands, his expression serious. He realized that he had to make the second most important choice. He thought about how barbarians didn't have magic, but they did have strong bodies. He was planning on raising his character as a close combat fighter. Bjorn narrowed his eyes, looking at the weapons in front of him. The young warrior announced that the weapon he would choose was this. The old man stroked his beard, looking thoughtful. He seemed to be thinking hard about something. Bjorn looked at the shield in his hands, a determined expression on his face. He knew this was the best choice he could make. Suddenly, a voice boomed out, declaring that Jandel's son, Bjorn, had become a warrior. The announcement echoed through the area, and immediately, a message appeared, stating that the synchronization was complete. It seemed like the game was registering his choice. The screen lit up with another message, confirming his overall item level was 24. The system also recorded his character information and daily log, sending the data to the administrator. Bjorn's character info popped up, showing his level was still 1. He saw that his physical stat was 25, and his mental stat was 35, with an ability of 1. His overall combat index was 67. The word Barbarian flashed on the screen. It was a reminder of the path he had chosen. He remembered when he first played as a barbarian. He thought it would be cool to use a greatsword. But the thing is, he ended up dying way too much. He just couldn't survive with that build. He was getting frustrated. He wondered how he needed to build this character so it could survive longer. He was tired of dying all the time. Dual axe, large hammer, flail. He was thinking about all the different weapons. Bjorn remembered trying different weapons and testing them all. But the thing is, it was all within the berserker meta. And one day, he had this thought. He was looking at the weapons, trying to figure out a new strategy. He wondered if a barbarian had to be played as a dealer. Barbarians are a race with high vitality and strength, after all. While it might not be as good of a tanker as a dwarf, it still possesses the base for a tanker. He realized a shield might be the answer. Bjorn admitted he didn't really like doing this, since this combat method needed a lot of training. Still, he figured it'd be a pity to waste all his research efforts so far, so he decided to give it a shot. And immediately, a massive explosion erupted. The force of the blast shook the entire area. Bjorn stood tall, his shield covered in blood. The enemy was down for the count, clearly defeated. A disembodied voice stammered, clearly shocked by the turn of events. The word clear echoed in the air. At the same time, a game screen popped up, showing his stats. It showed player level 35, body 82, mentality 82, agility 45, item level 10, and comprehensive 225. The screen showed he did damage to the cockatrice, and the cockatrice did 7 damage, but it bounced off. And the screen showed that he got 1 experience for his skill, Smash. The screen said it was effective, and he knocked down a cockatrice. And the final text read, "What an OP character." Bjorn looked determined. He thought to himself that this current decision was the most rational one that he could make right now. He was trying to calm himself down and prepare for what was about to happen. He psyched himself up, declaring that he wouldn't regret it. He had to be strong and face whatever came next. There was no turning back now. Bjorn shouted for them to open up the gates. The heavy chains started to move, signaling the beginning of the ceremony. The atmosphere was tense as everyone waited for the entrance to open. The massive gates slowly creaked open, revealing a dark and ominous path. The air grew heavy with anticipation as the moment of truth approached. Everyone watched, holding their breath. The narrator explained that barbarians who had gone through the coming-of-age ceremony would enter the labyrinth. The young barbarians looked nervous, but they knew this was their destiny. They had to prove themselves. The man declared that they would go to the city with a labyrinth. His face was full of anger, like he was ready to fight. The warriors began to depart through the massive gates of Rafdonia. The chains rattled as they moved, creating a sense of foreboding. The man shouted that their fate lay in that place. He looked intense, wanting to make sure they understood the importance of their mission. The crowd of barbarians charged forward, their faces filled with determination. They were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Bjorn thought to himself that he would run along with them for now. The young man's expression was serious, knowing that he had no other choice but to join the others. The barbarians kept running forward, but some started to wonder if they even knew where they were going. They looked around nervously, realizing they might be lost. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed out, telling everyone to stop. The sudden command echoed through the area. The man shouted that he thought they had lost their way. He looked really worried. The man continued, saying that Karak, Venom's third son, had led them in the wrong direction. He didn't think that Karak deserved to be their leader and needed to take responsibility. All right, Karak told everyone to stop. He admitted that he wasn't qualified to be the leader and would step down. Einar stepped up and shouted that she would be the one to lead everyone. She looked confident and ready to take charge. Einar was wise and should be able to lead everyone to the right path, she thought. The barbarian woman smiled, feeling confident in her abilities. Meanwhile, one of the guys admitted that he thought he was lost. He looked at Einar with a worried expression. Einar looked shocked and asked if it was happening to him too. She clearly didn't expect another person to be lost. The men shouted, wondering how this could be. They needed to get to the labyrinth within the time limit. People started arguing that Einar didn't deserve to lead. They thought that Jin, Tatron's second son, should be the one in charge. Others disagreed, and the whole situation was quickly turning into a mess. The arguing was getting out of hand, and one of the guys thought they were all brainless. He realized that if this kept going on, they might never reach the labyrinth. However, he didn't want to attract attention just yet. Einar suddenly called out, saying, "Hey." She was trying to get someone's attention. Bjorn was standing in front of her. Einar asked Jondel's son if he was also there to blame her. She looked worried and defensive. Bjorn denied it. He told her that he was there to tell her how to get to the labyrinth. The young man seemed serious and determined to help. Bjorn put his finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. He didn't want anyone to hear them talking. Einar looked surprised and asked how. She really wanted to know how to get to the labyrinth. Bjorn told her that she just needed to follow those guys. He pointed towards a group of people walking away. One of the people in the group said that there were barbarians swarming over there. He called them foolish savages and said they wouldn't get anywhere so late at night, all armed. Einar said that she understood and would give it a try. She looked determined to follow Bjorn's advice. Einar announced that she had found the way to the labyrinth. The crowd cheered and said that she was wise, but Bjorn wondered if they were really not brainless. Einar shouted to follow her. Her voice echoed through the night sky. The labyrinth was right in front of them. It pulsed with a strange energy. The crowd cheered as they saw the labyrinth, calling it the sacred dimension of battle. Down below, Bjorn cursed under his breath, realizing that it was really the labyrinth. Bjorn wondered if it was really the right decision to enter the labyrinth. He looked worried. Bjorn stood alone for a moment, thinking that nobody would even notice if he just walked away. He knew he could slip away without anyone even realizing it. He thought back to his life before, when he had been sick all the time. He remembered being stuck in a hospital bed. Bjorn wondered how someone like him, who had never even thrown a punch, could possibly survive in the labyrinth. He looked up, his eyes narrowed, questioning if he was strong enough. Bjorn cursed the taxes of Rafodnia, wondering if there was any other way to pay them besides risking his life in the labyrinth. The system seemed designed to screw everyone over. It was one of the worst systems in the game, Dungeon and Stone. All citizens had to pay taxes from the age of 20, or they would be executed. The whole thing was messed up. There were a few ways to get money in this world, but the most common way was to go into the labyrinth and fight monsters. It was a dangerous job, but it paid the bills. Another option was to work at places like the village bars. It was safer than fighting monsters, but the pay wasn't as good. The thing is, Bjorn declared that he was a barbarian. The people in charge were not impressed and said they didn't hire savages. They were worried he would destroy their things, and they had no work for foolish barbarians. He realized that in this game, a barbarian couldn't do any normal work. Because of that, the barbarian class was the only one that received a weapon as soon as they started the game. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have to fight monsters. Time was running out fast. There were only 10 minutes left before the labyrinth entrance shut down. Bjorn realized that he had a big problem. He didn't know what to do. The biggest issue was that the labyrinth only opened once a month. If he missed this chance, he would be stuck. If he didn't go in this time, he would need to survive in this place for a month somehow. Bjorn wondered what would happen if he couldn't get any jobs because he was a barbarian, as the game designed. Even if he somehow survived for a month in the village, his condition would be the worst possible state. Bjorn knew that if he was going to go in, then this was the right time to do so, but he couldn't get his feet moving. Bjorn was starting to panic. He realized that this wasn't just a game anymore. His life was actually on the line. Suddenly, someone called out to him, identifying him as Jandel's son, Bjorn. The announcement made him even more nervous. Bjorn looked up and saw a girl with blonde hair. She introduced herself as Einar, Veneline's third daughter. Einar explained that she was actually the second daughter, not the third. She added that all the other warriors had already entered the labyrinth, and they were the only ones left, so they needed to hurry. Time was running out. There were only minutes left before the labyrinth closed completely. The portal was definitely getting smaller by the second. Bjorn told Einar to go in first, saying that he would follow right after. He looked at her, waiting for her to move. Einar nodded, saying all right. Einar stepped into the portal, ready to face whatever was on the other side. She looked back at Bjorn, thanking him for his help just now. She seemed grateful for his assistance. Bjorn replied that there was no need to thank him. He stared straight ahead, his expression unreadable. The young man seemed focused on the task ahead. Einar then asked a question, wanting to know what she needed to do to become wise like him. She admitted that she had never seen a barbarian as clever as him before. The girl added that she wanted to become like him. Bjorn looked to the side, a strange expression on his face. He told her that she needed to be reborn again. The warrior's tone was serious, but also a little sarcastic. Bjorn gave a vague answer to Einar. He told her that she must always think before she acted. The young man seemed to be trying to sound wise, but also not give away too much. Einar thanked him for the advice. She told him that she would make sure to repay him for his help if she made it back from the labyrinth. The girl had a bright smile on her face. Bjorn questioned if she would make it back. He seemed surprised by her lack of confidence. The warrior then explained that in the game, barbarians were people that didn't know fear. Bjorn then asked Einar if she was also afraid of dying. He stared at her intently, waiting for her answer. The young man seemed to be trying to gauge her true feelings. Einar didn't respond immediately. Her mouth was slightly open, as if she was about to say something, but stopped herself. The girl seemed to be struggling with what to say next. Einar said that it was natural. She seemed to be agreeing with Bjorn's point about fear. The girl looked up at him, waiting for his reaction. Bjorn then spoke about his own fears. He admitted that he was afraid of dying, but he had been born as a warrior. The young man seemed to be trying to come to terms with his situation. Bjorn continued, explaining that he would die if he didn't fight. He then asked Einar if it wasn't the same for her. The warrior was trying to understand if they were in the same boat. Bjorn realized that it was. He thought that they were the same as him, and they simply had no choice but to fight. The young man seemed to be finding some comfort in that realization. Bjorn explained that if they didn't kill monsters, they wouldn't be able to survive in the city. He knew that the only way to live was to keep fighting. The warrior looked determined. Bjorn declared that they should survive and meet again. He added that barbarians learned to overcome their fear and push forward, and that they were truly amazing. The young man looked determined to live. Bjorn then declared that he, too, was a barbarian. He raised his shield higher, showing his resolve. The warrior seemed ready to face whatever came next. Suddenly, a warning appeared, saying that there was only 1 minute left until the labyrinth closed. The foot seemed to be hurrying, trying to get out in time. Bjorn admitted that he was scared, but he was trying to push through it. He looked determined, despite the fear in his eyes. The young man knew what he had to do. The warning appeared again, shouting that the labyrinth was closing soon. The energy crackled around them. It was a race against time. Bjorn declared that not only did he have a strong barbarian physique, but it was dangerous. He asked everyone to stand back. The young man added that he also had the knowledge that he gained from raising thousands of characters. Bjorn grinned, saying that he was definitely going to survive in this place. He looked confident, ready to take on whatever challenges lay ahead. The warrior seemed sure of his abilities. Suddenly, a message popped up, announcing that they had entered the level 1 crystal cave. The place seemed quiet and still. It was a new beginning. Bjorn stared intently at something in the distance. The tension in the air was thick. He was clearly focused on whatever he saw. Bjorn looked genuinely surprised by something he saw. He wondered what it could be. The young man seemed caught off guard. Bjorn looked around, completely disoriented. He shouted, wondering where the hell he was. The warrior was clearly confused and trying to figure out his surroundings. Bjorn thought that he was an expert when it came to dungeons and stones. He seemed confident in his skills. That's how he came up with this conclusion. He looked serious, like he had a plan. He figured that if he combined the strong body of a barbarian with his game knowledge, at the same time, he was remembering his past. He thought he could survive. That's what the young man thought back then. Bjorn realized he couldn't see anything at all. He looked absolutely furious. Einar was ready for anything. She looked confident, like she knew what was coming. The other barbarians with her were also prepared to fight. Based on the game designs, this was something he was familiar with. Because there are crystals stuck on the walls of level 1 of the labyrinth, there's no real need for torches. At the same time, Bjorn was thinking about the game map. Wait, don't tell me that this area is the darkness region. He seemed shocked by this. The place that's on the furthest outskirts of Labyrinth Level 1, the super rare area that doesn't have light. This was bad news. But the darkness region isn't usually the start point though. He seemed confused by this. No, this is the real world, so nothing's guaranteed, he realized. Since the start point is random, it's possible for someone to start in the darkness region, unlike how it was in the game. For now, he thought, he needed to check his status window, equipment window, character information, status, inventory, skill, daily log. Bjorn cursed under his breath. Nothing's working as expected, he thought, looking furious. Bjorn figured there was no point in staying put. He decided to try moving in a direction first, hoping it would lead somewhere. He started crawling forward, carefully feeling his way through the dark cave. The young man was hoping to find a way out of this place. Bjorn wondered if he was moving too slowly and considered crawling faster, but he knew he needed to be cautious, just in case there were any hidden dangers. Bjorn suddenly gasped, his eyes widening in terror. He realized something was terribly wrong. Turns out, he'd stepped right into a goblin trap. The warrior was completely caught off guard. The trap clamped down hard on his foot, drawing blood. The pain was intense, but he knew he couldn't afford to make a sound. The system then flashed a message, confirming the obvious. He'd stepped into a goblin trap. This was just great. Bjorn gritted his teeth, trying to endure the pain. He told himself he needed to calm down and not panic. He knew he couldn't let out any sound, no matter how much it hurt. Silence was his only defense right now. He knew goblins were the kind of monsters that used traps on level 1. Bjorn figured the scumbag who laid this trap was probably waiting somewhere nearby. Bjorn's face was a mask of pain and concentration. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he tried to stay quiet. He kept his eyes narrowed, trying to stay focused. Bjorn wondered if the goblin was even nearby. He told himself that might be the case. If he was lucky, the goblin might have gone away for a moment. Bjorn gripped his shield tightly. He knew such relieved thoughts were the most dangerous ones. He thought to himself that if there's a trap, there must be a goblin nearby. The young man realized that if a goblin heard his scream, Bjorn coughed, realizing that a goblin had spotted him after he got caught in the trap. At the same time, the goblin stood there with glowing red eyes, ready to attack. The goblin's face was grotesque, its sharp claws ready to tear him apart. It would wait for him to lose his strength while waiting in the darkness. Bjorn knew that he mustn't make a sound. He realized that this was how Dungeon and Stone worked. In that case, the young man decided to do what was necessary first. There was paralyzing poison in the trap, which annoyed him. Bjorn thought that if they had given him leather boots instead of useless sandals like these. As a result, he found himself annoyed at the situation. Bjorn told himself, what the hell? What's the point of saying all this now? He knew he needed to stop whining and get moving already. Bjorn knew that if he needed to fight, he had to do it quickly. He looked absolutely furious, ready to take on whatever was hiding nearby. He told the hidden enemy to come on out. The poison from the trap was already making his feet bleed. It seemed the poison was spreading. Bjorn realized that his right foot had gone numb. Bjorn knew the enemy was already hiding out there. He thought that he didn't even feel fear because of the paralyzing poison, which he guessed was a good thing. Bjorn was getting annoyed by the silence. He shouted, demanding that the scumbag come out already. Bjorn wondered if he was just imagining things. He thought maybe there wasn't a goblin there at all. He looked around suspiciously, trying to see if anything was hiding. Bjorn kept thinking to himself, even if he was acting like a fool, he knew he had to be careful. Bjorn told the enemy to just stay where it was. He said that he was gonna leave. The barbarian looked serious, like he meant it. Bjorn thought that he would become an idiot who survives. He was determined to live, no matter what. Bjorn suddenly insulted the hidden goblin. He told the enemy that its mother was a goblin. The young man's foot was still bleeding from the trap. Bjorn kept insulting the goblin's family. He said its father was a goblin too. The barbarian realized this was dangerous, since his bleeding wasn't stopping. He added that its sibling was also a goblin, and he was starting to feel like his brain had been dipped in alcohol. That's why he was also calling the goblin a goblin. The goblin was huge, towering over Bjorn from behind. It was clear that he was in serious trouble, facing such a massive enemy while weakened. Suddenly, Bjorn's eyes widened. He heard footsteps nearby, alerting him to the immediate danger. Then, a voice boomed, declaring that it moved. The threat was getting closer. Bjorn asked what was wrong. He wondered if the goblin couldn't take him insulting its family. The young man realized the footsteps came from behind, and the goblin probably came closer because he was getting further away from it. Bjorn realized that even though he knew something something was there, it was still hard to see. He told himself he needed to run faster. He looked around nervously, trying to figure out where the threat was coming from. Bjorn started running. His feet splashed in the water, and he could feel the blood still flowing from his wounds. He knew he couldn't keep this up for long. He kept running. The sound of his bare feet hitting the stone floor echoed through the cave. The barbarian was trying to put as much distance as possible between himself and whatever was chasing him. Bjorn collapsed on the ground, exhausted. He looked over and saw the goblin standing a short distance away. The young man knew he was in trouble, but he was too tired to move. Bjorn realized that whatever was following him was keeping its distance. He noticed that when he stopped, it stopped too. The fighter was starting to think he was dealing with something smarter than he expected. The goblin looked down on Bjorn, clearly enjoying his suffering. It was rejoicing, watching its prey bleed out. The little scumbag was probably waiting for him to die slowly, terrified by its laughter. Bjorn realized the goblin was smarter than he thought. He figured the little creep wasn't even bothering to hide anymore. The young man decided it was time to change his strategy. Bjorn suddenly stood up, surprising the goblin. He let out a yell as he charged forward. The barbarian wasn't going to let the goblin have its way, but Bjorn immediately collapsed, his legs giving out. The attack had clearly taken a lot out of him. The fighter was still badly injured. Bjorn thought to himself that his prey had collapsed just as it wished. He was setting a trap for the little monster. The young man was going to make it pay. The goblin stood over Bjorn's hand, looking down at him. The little monster seemed to be enjoying the situation. It was probably wondering if Bjorn was still alive. The goblin suddenly shouted for Bjorn to come closer. It was clearly trying to lure him into another trap. The little scumbag thought it was so clever. Suddenly, a rock hit Bjorn on the head. He realized what the goblin was doing. The young man was starting to understand how smart these things really were. Bjorn thought to himself, was the goblin really throwing rocks at him to see if he was dead? He was starting to think this was more than just a dumb monster. Bjorn realized that the goblin was smarter than he expected. He thought to himself that they were definitely more intelligent than barbarians. The warrior was starting to get worried. Suddenly, a warning flashed, declaring that something was coming. The message was clear, but what exactly was on its way? Then, the sound of something crawling nearby echoed through the cave. A goblin was standing over Bjorn, holding a small axe. The little monster was ready to strike. The goblin reached down and touched Bjorn's face. It was checking to see if he was really dead. The barbarian's eyes suddenly flashed red. Bjorn suddenly stood up. He looked down at the goblin, his eyes burning with anger. The young man greeted the monster with a dark expression. Bjorn shouted that the goblin was a scumbag. He was furious that the monster had tried to trick him. The warrior was ready to make the goblin pay. Bjorn was ready to strike. He moved with incredible speed, his fist aimed right at the goblin's head. The barbarian was about to deliver a devastating blow. The goblin realized his reach was too short. He was panicking because he couldn't escape the incoming attack. At the same time, Bjorn was confused. Bjorn asked what was happening. Red energy was flowing around his hand. The young man didn't understand what was going on with his body. Bjorn realized his body was moving by itself. He was completely shocked and had no idea why. The warrior was losing control. Bjorn's fist continued to move forward. He was still paralyzed, unable to stop the attack. The young man felt like a passenger in his own body. Bjorn's fist crashed into the ground with incredible force. The impact sent tremors through the cave, and dust flew everywhere. Bjorn realized he could vividly sense the goblin's movements. He felt stronger than ever before. The young man was ready to take the fight to the goblin. Bjorn thought that this body was way different from the sick one he had in the hospital. He declared that the goblin was the prey now. The warrior was feeling confident. Bjorn shouted that this was the body of a barbarian. He let out a wild yell, feeling the power coursing through him. The young man was ready for action. Bjorn stood panting over the fallen goblin. He was catching his breath after the savage attack. The barbarian had won. Bjorn was panting hard, trying to catch his breath. He was covered in sweat and grime, clearly exhausted from the fight. The barbarian was breathing heavily. Bjorn slammed his fist into the ground with a loud thud. The force of the impact shook the earth around him. The young man was letting out his frustration. He punched the ground again, even harder this time. Dust and small rocks flew up from the impact. The warrior was furious. Bjorn looked down at his hands, clenching them into fists. He was trying to control his anger. The young man was clearly struggling with something. Bjorn punched something with incredible force, sending debris flying everywhere. The impact echoed through the cave. The barbarian was unleashing his rage. The screen popped up, telling him he had defeated a goblin. Turns out he got EXP +1 for that. Bjorn was kneeling on the ground, panting. He was still paralyzed from the trap, but at least the goblin was dead. Bjorn's eyes widened. He noticed the goblin's body was starting to disappear. He was shocked by this. A bright flash filled his vision. It was just like in the game, he realized. And then a crystal appeared on the ground. He wondered what it was. Bjorn was thinking about money. The currency that's being used in Dungeon and Stone was. Bjorn stared at the crystal. It was a grade 9 magic crystal. Its value was. The crystal was worth a piece of bread. He couldn't believe it. Bjorn's face was filled with disappointment. A tear rolled down his cheek as he realized the value of his reward. Bjorn was furious. He thought to himself that this was what he got for going through all that garbage. Bjorn was still stuck in the trap. He thought to himself, right. The screen went black. The text simply said, "This place." At the top, the panel showed several monsters. Below, the text explained that it was a world where labyrinths and monsters existed, and that dead monsters would leave items behind before disappearing. Meanwhile, the image shifted to a city. The text explained that outside the labyrinths, there were familiar game sceneries and other races living together. The screen changed to red. Bjorn realized that this was definitely the world within the game that he knew. Bjorn was still stuck in the trap, and he was in pain. He thought to himself, but he was determined. Bjorn told himself that he would never confuse his reality by thinking it was just a game. Bjorn finally managed to get free. He started walking deeper into the cave, but the blood on the ground made him nervous. The system kept telling him that he was still bleeding. It was like the game wanted to make sure he didn't forget his situation. The message appeared again. He was still bleeding. The blood trail he was leaving behind was getting bigger. Bjorn was lying on the ground, panting heavily. He was clearly exhausted from crawling, but he kept pushing himself forward. Bjorn was breathing hard. He cursed, realizing that he was still bleeding, but at least nothing was broken. He kept crawling. Bjorn admitted that giving up his pride as a human had its perks. Since he wasn't using his injured leg, it didn't hurt as much, and he was actually moving faster than he thought. Bjorn was thinking about how great it would be to not step on any more traps. He really wanted to be done with those things. But then, crap. Bjorn realized he was caught in another trap. He cursed, saying there was another one. Bjorn was trying to stay positive. He told himself that other parts of his body were hurting now, but he could endure it to survive. At the same time, the system kept reminding him that he was still bleeding. The bleeding just wouldn't stop. He could see the blood flowing from his leg, and just to make sure he didn't forget, the system repeated that he was still bleeding, over and over. Bjorn was breathing heavily, clearly in a bad spot. He realized that this was dangerous, and he needed to find someone who could help him, fast. Bjorn was still crawling through the darkness, trying to find a way out. He was breathing hard and sweating, but he told himself that if he kept going in one direction, he would get out of there. Bjorn wondered what had happened to that other guy from before. He was curious if he had died, or if he had woken up back in his original body. Bjorn kept thinking about his situation. He figured he was bleeding so much he understood why humans had religions. At the same time, the system kept reminding him that he was still bleeding. The system kept repeating the same message over and over. It warned him that there was less than 5% of his vitality left. In a moment of despair, it provided a distraction. The system warned that if he didn't get treatment soon, he might die. He was in serious trouble. Bjorn was thinking about his situation. It was just like him to be in a mess like this. Bjorn kept crawling forward. He was leaving a trail of blood as he went. Bjorn figured he was doing well because it was getting brighter. He added that the entire first floor couldn't be covered in darkness. Bjorn knew he needed to get to a lighter area. He could see the light at the end of the tunnel. Bjorn was sure there were 1 or 2 people who could help him, but he immediately realized what a joke that was. Bjorn was standing over another person. He looked down with a smirk, like he knew something the other didn't. The barbarian was clearly enjoying this. Bjorn was still seeing things. He asked himself why anyone would help a dying barbarian like him. The young man wondered if he needed to be a beautiful woman or an intelligent man to get help. Bjorn thought he was going insane. He said that he guessed he was pretty smart, since he was talking to himself. The fighter wondered what he was going to do if he didn't keep going forward, saying he needed to do something. He figured he was seeing illusions now. He had to push forward. Bjorn was starting to lose it. He figured he would probably run into a monster before he encountered a human. The young man hoped he would at least have better vision than now. Bjorn was sure he was going crazy from losing too much blood. He told himself that he needed to survive no matter what. Then he questioned himself, wondering how he could possibly do that in his current state. And immediately, he heard a voice in his head calling him a loser and saying he was about to die. It told him to just give up and be comfortable. Bjorn refused to give up no matter what. He wouldn't let this beat him. The barbarian was determined to survive. Suddenly, a light appeared. A warning popped up, saying that less than 4% of his vitality remained. Bjorn was breathing heavily, his eyes wide with fear. He pleaded for anyone to help him. Suddenly, a group of adventurers appeared above him. They were all staring down, seemingly surprised by what they saw. One of the adventurers, Drouse, pointed down. He told the others that there was a dying barbarian over there. Another one asked if it was a barbarian. A warning popped up, saying that less than 4% of his vitality remained and that he was still bleeding. Then another warning appeared, saying that less than 2% of his vitality remained. But he got an achievement. His mental stat would keep rising by 1. Bjorn looked up at the adventurers with a pained expression. He thought to himself that the guy looked like a novice. The barbarian then pleaded for them to help him, calling them jerks. One of the adventurers wondered if it was suspicious. The situation seemed strange to the group. One of the adventurers looked down, confused. He wondered out loud how a novice could have gotten there faster than they did. The adventurer seemed annoyed by this. Back on the ground, Bjorn was struggling to speak. He tried to say something, but all that came out was a pained groan. It was getting harder to stay conscious. Bjorn's face was covered in blood and sweat. He gritted his teeth, trying to endure the pain. Every breath was a struggle. Meanwhile, the adventurer was still staring down at him. Bjorn, desperate, cursed and demanded that they stop staring and help him. He was running out of time. The adventurer looked down with a sly smile. He seemed to be enjoying Bjorn's suffering. Something wasn't right about this guy. One of the adventurers asked Priestess Ursina if she could heal the injured man. Bjorn, who was lying on the ground, was shocked. He thought to himself, "What? A priestess? There's a priestess in your party?" The priestess looked down, and Bjorn realized that if they had a priestess, they must be pretty strong. He thought he was saved, but then he immediately refused the help. The man looked down at Bjorn with a sly smile. He asked if that was right, clearly amused by the situation. The man said that if Bjorn didn't want the priestess's help, it couldn't be helped. He then asked Potsren to give him one of his potions, saying it was only for emergencies. He promised to pay him back once they were outside. The potion was pulled out of the bag. The liquid inside was red. Potsren said that since it wasn't divine powers, it was going to hurt a bit. Bjorn, lying on the ground, told him to hurry up. He looked like he was bracing himself for the pain. The red potion poured onto Bjorn's wound, soaking into his skin. It looked like it was burning as it made contact. A system message popped up, saying his vitality was quickly increasing due to the ongoing recovery, but the barbarian's face was contorted in pain. Bjorn was clearly not enjoying the healing process. What the hell is this? He thought to himself, feeling the effects of the potion. Bjorn screamed in agony. The pain was intense, and he felt like he was being burned alive. He couldn't believe how much it hurt. Bjorn felt like his entire body was melting from the inside. He realized that this was why they didn't allow the potion to be used mid-battle. It was way too intense. The pain was so intense that Bjorn screamed out loud. He couldn't believe how much it hurt, feeling like he was being burned alive. The potion bottle lay on the ground, surrounded by a pool of blood. It was clear that the healing process had been brutal, even if it was effective. With a grunt, Bjorn pushed himself up from the ground. He was still breathing heavily, but he managed to get back on his feet. Bjorn stood there, catching his breath. The barbarian still felt the after effects of the potion, but he was ready to move on. Bjorn's face was covered in sweat. He thought to himself that he really thought he was gonna die. The barbarian was clearly shaken by how close he had come to death. Someone spoke from the shadows, demanding to know how a novice like him had gotten there before them. The voice sounded suspicious, like they didn't believe he was telling the truth. A figure in full armor stood over Bjorn, casting a long shadow. The armored warrior looked down on him with a cold, assessing gaze. Bjorn looked up at the armored figure, who made it clear that they were willing to pay for information about a secret passage. The barbarian realized that was their real objective all along. Bjorn explained that it was probably for the best, since goodwill without a reason was suspicious. He added that he didn't know how he got there. He just stepped into the labyrinth and ended up in that place. The armored figure considered what Bjorn had said. He explained that due to the dimensional instability, people could fall into the outskirts of darkness sometimes. He added that the probability was so low that it only happened once every 100 years. Bjorn listened carefully. He repeated, questioning if it only happened once every 100 years. The barbarian was surprised by how rare the event was. The mage and priestess stood side by side. They had a mage and priestess in their party, which meant they were at least mid to high level. The pair looked like they had seen their fair share of battles. animals. Bjorn thought to himself about what the armored figure had said. He couldn't believe that he just happened to experience something so rare on his first trip. The young man was starting to think he was incredibly lucky, or unlucky. The barbarian continued to think. He wondered how he had experienced something that the mage and priestess hadn't even seen before. This was all too strange for him. Draus thanked Bjorn for the interesting story he had told them. He looked at the barbarian with a slight smile. Draus told Bjorn that he could leave and not worry about paying for the potion. He gave off a sinister smile. Bjorn thought to himself that time spent in the labyrinth was as precious as gold. He looked at the ground, thinking. The party left Bjorn to recover on his own. Because of that, he thought it was a miracle they had spent so much time on him to begin with. Bjorn was thinking he should be happy that he survived. He was lucky to be alive. Bjorn stood there, covered in blood. Turns out, he hated being pitied. It felt disgusting to him. Meanwhile, the group of adventurers continued their trek through the cave. They seemed to be making good progress, heading deeper into the labyrinth. One of the men was saying that the barbarian was really lucky. He went on to say that if the guy had stepped on a goblin trap on the first floor, he would have died eventually. He was lucky he met them. The man's companion chimed in, saying it was lucky that he met Draus, not him. He added that he didn't even want to use his potion because he was too cheap. He then asked the priestess if she didn't think so too. The priestess, Ursina, remained silent, her expression unreadable. She just stared ahead, seemingly lost in thought. Patran scoffed, asking if the others thought everyone was like them. He argued that if it weren't for the temple's rules, Ursina would have already healed the barbarian. He then questioned if that was really the case, saying he'd met so many two-faced people. Patran told Draus that he should learn a thing or two from him. He pointed out when Draus had asked if there was a secret passage out of consideration. Patran emphasized that barbarians don't like receiving help from others. Draus chuckled, saying that Patran was too kind. He seemed to be enjoying the conversation and the praise. One of the men wondered when the barbarian's blood trail was going to end. He asked if it hadn't been a while already, sounding impatient. The speaker said that judging from the barbarian's mentality so far, he didn't think he was all that lucky, like the first man said. The man added that he was sure the trail ended somewhere around there. One of the people in the group stated that if they were going to take the shortcut, they needed to turn there. He added that it was nice having a guide. The speaker seemed grateful to have someone who knew the way. One of the women exclaimed that Draus was incredible for memorizing the entire map of the first floor. She pointed out that most guides only knew the rough direction. The other woman asked if that was so, looking impressed. Draus listened to their praise with a thoughtful expression. He seemed to be considering their words carefully. His eyes narrowed slightly. One of the men observed that he thought they were the first ones there. He was glad that they had hurried. The speaker seemed relieved that they had arrived before anyone else. Someone reached out and touched the stone structure. The hand lingered there for a moment, as if feeling the stone's energy. The portal to the second floor was right in front of them, shining with a powerful light. One of the men reached out, ready to take the next step. The man declared that the portal would take them to the second floor. He told everyone to go, smiling confidently. One of the women started walking towards the portal, ready to go to the second floor. She seemed eager to continue the adventure, but someone suddenly yelled for them to wait. The group stopped, turning to see what the problem was. One of the people pointed out a sandal on the ground, covered in blood. She recognized it as the one the barbarian had been wearing earlier. The man with the white hair looked up, realizing something important. He said that he thought the other person was right, with a serious look on his face. The camera panned down to the dark cave, showing a faint light source. The cave looked dangerous and mysterious. Back with the group, they all looked worried. They seemed to be discussing the missing barbarian and what might have happened to him. Draus asked how long it would take to get back to where they found the barbarian. He wanted to know the distance, especially if they didn't take the shortcut. The man smiled creepily, finding something funny. He thought it was amazing that the barbarian had crawled so far in the dark, calling the guy a monstrous scumbag. Ursina stared at Draus, saying that the barbarian had to be out of his mind. She asked Patran if he agreed with her, looking at him expectantly. Draus thought to himself, wondering if he would have crawled for hours without any certainty. He couldn't imagine doing that. Patran looked up, realizing something important. He mentioned that, thinking back on it now, the barbarian was holding out his right hand toward them. The group remembered that he showed them the magic crystal. At the same time, the barbarian was still clutching the crystal tightly in his hand. Patran realized that even after crawling that entire time, the barbarian didn't forget his trade item. He was impressed by the man's dedication. The man's expression twisted into a sly grin as he realized something. He admitted that he was wrong before, because the barbarian wouldn't have had anything else to trade. Then, another voice broke the silence. He asked Draus what the barbarian's name was. Another voice boomed out, rejecting the idea that the barbarian was just lucky. He declared that lunatics like that don't die easily unless something crazy happens. The man's face contorted with intensity as he continued. He insisted that no matter how tough things get or how much pain they have to deal with, the barbarian stood amidst a swirl of blood and raw energy. The scene was a testament to his brutal tenacity. They will never treat death as an escape route. This was not a game to be taken lightly. The screen showed a message saying he had defeated the goblin. After almost dying, another message popped up. It said he had defeated the goblin again. Bjorn smashed his fist into the goblin's face, yelling, "Smash, you son of a jerk!" At the bottom of the screen, he thought that he kept running into goblins. Bjorn swung his shield with all his might, crushing another goblin. The young warrior was clearly getting annoyed by the constant waves of enemies. Another message appeared, saying he had defeated the goblin. Bjorn thought to himself that they kept coming. He admitted he was nervous at first, but now that he could see again, these goblins were no threat. Bjorn noticed the traps were just randomly placed on the ground. He thought that the people who set them up were idiots because they didn't even try to hide them with dirt. He thought that their ambush was too predictable and their hiding places were too obvious. The young warrior swung his axe at an incoming goblin. Bjorn smashed the goblin with his shield, yelling, "Where are you going, you scumbag?" The force of the impact sent the monster flying backwards. Bjorn stared forward with a serious look on his face. The only problem was, Bjorn grimaced, thinking that he was so hungry. He could feel his stomach growling. Bjorn was thinking that the deputy chief probably had some food for him. He was really hoping he could get his hands on it. He looked down at the empty food bag in his hand. Bjorn realized something was wrong and cursed. Bjorn started to wonder if crawling on the ground was the wrong choice. He was starting to regret his decision. He started eating, but then he realized something bad. Out of the 7 days worth of rations, 5 were already gone. Bjorn figured he would just need to eat as little as possible. He looked determined to make the rations last. Bjorn was eating some crusty, dry bread. He was surprised at how delicious it was, saying that when he used his spit to melt it, it tasted sweet. Bjorn was chewing on the bread, but he was starting to get thirsty. He frowned, already thinking about his next problem. He wondered where he was going to get water. It was just one thing after another, and he was starting to feel the pressure. At the top, Bjorn was standing in the dungeon. At the same time, he remembered that in Dungeon and Stone, there was a hunger system that forced players to eat and drink. He recalled that it only activated in the labyrinth, and he never needed to carry water around since he just needed to eat. But then he realized that this wasn't a game anymore, and he was in real trouble. Bjorn was covered in blood and looked frustrated. He thought that the game was already hard enough, but now that it was real, the difficulty was insane. He glanced around. Still covered in blood. It was just another world that happened to be similar to a game that he knew. Since the deputy chief didn't give him water, Bjorn was sure there was a supply of water somewhere in the labyrinth. He was determined to find it. Bjorn heard something. He knew it. It was the sound of water, finally. Bjorn walked forward and saw a person. He was surprised. The man looked around suspiciously. He seemed to be listening for something, his expression tight with concern. Bjorn recalled that, aside from the Blondes group, this was his first real encounter with other adventurers. He was starting to get a feel for how things worked in this world, but there was no conversation, he realized. Bjorn stood on the stairs, surrounded by glowing crystals. Another man walked away without a word. He kept his head down, focused on moving forward. It was as if there was an unspoken rule not to interact with other adventurers unless it was absolutely necessary, Bjorn thought. He wondered what was behind that. Bjorn counted the red gems one by one, his fingers stained with blood. He muttered the numbers under his breath, focusing on the task at hand. The barbarian sat cross-legged, looking down at the pile of gems with a satisfied expression. He thought that he had collected a lot. He started thinking back on how he was dying, which was an impressive situation. But there was another problem. Bjorn was so tired. He had hunted so many goblins, so it was a given that he was really sleepy now. There were 2 ways in which you can sleep in the labyrinth, he thought. First, you leave your life in the hands of God and sleep. Or second, Bjorn looked at the group and proposed that they become allies. He suggested that they find allies to protect each other in this dangerous place. One of the group members stammered, apologizing to Bjorn. He seemed nervous and scared. Another member of the group interrupted, saying that they already had all the necessary members for their party. He looked at Bjorn with a mix of fear and annoyance. The group stated that their party was full, and they weren't keen on barbarians. One of them even complained about the stench of blood coming from him. Bjorn was left standing alone, the rejection hanging in the air. He didn't say anything, but the silence spoke volumes. Bjorn was thinking about how he couldn't believe he was rejected by everyone. He was clearly upset by their decision. Bjorn was looking absolutely furious. Blood splattered on his face. He cursed those scumbags under his breath. He thought to himself that it wasn't like he was asking to join their party officially. The barbarian just wanted to be temporary allies to spend the night. Suddenly, someone called out to Bjorn. He turned around, curious about who was talking to him. The person asked if he was perhaps. The man approached Bjorn with a smile, asking if he was looking for an overnight companion. He seemed friendly enough, but there was something off about his eyes. Bjorn looked absolutely furious. Blood still splattered on his face. He asked what the man had just said, wondering who the hell this guy was. The man kept smiling, saying he guessed Bjorn wasn't looking for an overnight companion after all. He had thought he could get some sleep, since the barbarian seemed reliable, but apparently not. Bjorn realized that was what the man meant. He thought to himself that the guy should have just said so. Bjorn looked directly at the man, stating that he was indeed looking for an overnight companion. He was trying to figure out what the guy's angle was. Turns out, in the game, a night companion is a real thing. It's an actual job. Hans seemed relieved to hear that. He invited Bjorn to stay with him, explaining that he had been thinking it was something else. The guy admitted that hearing it in person made it sound kind of perverted. Bjorn agreed to stay. He introduced himself as Bjorn, the son of Jandel, trying to sound as barbarian-like as possible. Hans said he would just call him Bjorn. He added that it was best to have 3 night companions, but he didn't want to waste time looking for another one. Hans wondered why the 2 of them didn't just spend the night together. He immediately realized how that sounded, and he looked absolutely mortified. Hans thought there was something strange about Bjorn's way of speaking. He couldn't quite put his finger on what it was, but something felt off. Bjorn suggested that they play rock, paper, scissors to decide who would get to sleep first. The barbarian seemed pretty confident about his chances. That's how they decided to spend their first night together in the labyrinth. Hans immediately realized how weird that sounded. Hans was happy because he won. He asked if that meant he could sleep first. Bjorn reluctantly agreed. The big guy knew he was going to lose because he had no luck. Hans told Bjorn to take the item, explaining that it was a watch. He said that the barbarian could use it to wake him up when the shorthand reached a certain spot. He held up the watch, which looked pretty old school, with Roman numerals. Hans figured that Bjorn probably didn't even know how to read time anyway. Hans asked if Bjorn understood what he was saying. He offered to explain it again, but was clearly getting annoyed. He was thinking, what the hell? Hans figured that was probably how most people saw barbarians, in dungeon and stone. They just assumed they were all dumb. Bjorn looked at the watch and thought it looked pretty expensive. It felt like trash to him, but he was sure there would come a time when he could use it to his advantage. Hans was sleeping soundly, completely comfortable. Bjorn watched him, wondering if that was what an experienced adventurer was like. Bjorn wondered if Hans would even lend him his sleeping bag if he asked. He was really getting tired of just sitting there. Bjorn complained that it was so boring, since there weren't any goblins or adventurers around, though he admitted that it was convenient. Bjorn glanced at the watch Hans had given him, thinking that time needed to hurry up. He was so ready to get some sleep. The hands on the watch were slowly inching closer to the mark. He was really looking forward to getting some shut-eye. Bjorn woke Hans up, telling him to get up. He was making sure that Hans was awake and ready to take over watch duty. Hans answered that nothing had happened while Bjorn was sleeping. The man seemed all right, though Bjorn was still a little suspicious. Bjorn told Hans that he should get some sleep too, and that he'd wake him up in 2 hours. The barbarian seemed to be in a good mood. Bjorn thought to himself that there was no way he could rest. He was too on edge to be able to fall asleep. The young warrior knew he couldn't let his guard down. He had a bad feeling about the dungeon. Hans noticed that Bjorn hadn't broken the bottle. He was already suspicious of the guy, thinking to himself, how can I trust someone I just met? At the same time, loud snores filled the air. Bjorn was already asleep. The big guy was out cold, covered in blood. He looked completely exhausted. Bjorn continued to snore. He was sleeping like a savage who'd had a long day. Hans watched him. His eyes narrowed. He hoped Bjorn wouldn't notice that he was still awake. Hans watched Bjorn sleeping and thought to himself that barbarians were a funny species. He figured that his act was working like a charm. It was easy to see what they were thinking, since they assumed that barbarians were simpletons. Hans continued to watch the sleeping Bjorn. He thought, Alright, the dumb barbarian is sleeping like a log. Hans was still wide awake and thought that since he was so open, he was sure Bjorn would act if he had ulterior motives. The guy was ready to catch him in the act. Suddenly, a voice boomed, demanding that someone show themselves. Bjorn suddenly stood up, looming over Hans. The big guy declared that he didn't sleep a wink. Bjorn was wide awake, thinking that for 2 hours, the other guy didn't do anything. He was starting to get annoyed. Hans was sleeping soundly. He thought to himself that he should have slept, questioning what the hell he was doing. But there was no way Bjorn would let his guard down so easily around a complete stranger. The barbarian couldn't sleep until he decided if Hans was trustworthy. Bjorn was starting to feel like he was going to die from fatigue. The poor guy looked exhausted. He couldn't fall asleep. The warrior's eyes were wide open, staring into the darkness. Bjorn suddenly shouted. He looked absolutely furious, his face contorted in anger. Hans was standing next to Bjorn, touching him with a smile. The barbarian looked exhausted, covered in blood and dirt. Bjorn started to speak, pausing mid-sentence. He seemed to be struggling to find the right words. Bjorn insisted that he wasn't sleeping. He told the other guy to wipe the drool off his own face first. Hans apologized, saying it was all right, and thankfully nothing happened while he was sleeping, so he wouldn't say much. But Bjorn was still looking at him with suspicion. Bjorn thanked him. He offered to stand guard if Hans wanted to sleep more. Bjorn's face was still brutal, and he looked pretty intense. He was clearly on edge, even after the fight. Hans insisted that he was all right. He told Bjorn that he looked tired and should sleep, since it was his turn to stand guard. Bjorn looked at him. He just said thanks. Hans suddenly asked if he was maybe looking for an overnight companion. He added that he seemed nice, and his name was Hans. Hans thought back to how Bjorn had spoken to him first when he was in a tough spot. He also didn't blame him for falling asleep. He was really starting to like this guy. Hans considered that Bjorn had said it was all right, and thankfully nothing happened while he was sleeping, so he wouldn't say much. Plus, he refused to be compensated for his mistake. Hans was really impressed. Bjorn was lying down, exhausted. He was thinking about the game he knew, Dungeon and Stone. Bjorn realized that in the game, there was no one this nice. He was clicking through his memories, trying to figure it out. The words appeared on the screen. That is this nice. Bjorn started to wonder if Hans was playing some kind of trick. Hans looked up at Bjorn, who was already awake. He asked if he was up. Hans wanted to know why he didn't sleep longer. Bjorn was already holding his hammer, a small smile on his face. The big guy looked like he was ready to get back to work. Bjorn was still lying down, covered in blood. He looked pretty beat up, but he was still smiling. Bjorn didn't waste any time. He swung his weapon with incredible force, the blow carrying enough power to crush stone. The impact sent shockwaves through the air. The enemy took the full force of the attack. He cried out in pain as the blow landed, staggering backward from the sheer power. The enemy was stunned. He stammered, pointing out that Bjorn had dodged the attack. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Bjorn glared at the enemy, his eyes filled with rage. The warrior was covered in blood, but he seemed unfazed, ready for another attack. The enemy started to speak, trying to get Bjorn to listen. He wondered if the guy was trying to make up some kind of excuse. The guy on the ground was trying to crawl away, clearly regretting his life choices. He shouted, wondering how stupid he could have been. Bjorn didn't give him a chance to escape. He swung his weapon down with full force, the sound of the impact echoing through the dungeon. The man coughed up blood, his face contorted in pain. He was shocked by the power of the blow, asking if Bjorn thought he was a barbarian. Bjorn stood over his fallen opponent, towering over him. The guy was still trying to explain himself, but it was clear he was running out of time. Bjorn thought to himself that the guy didn't die with one hit, unlike the goblins. He realized he needed to strike him one more time to finish the job. Bjorn brought his shield down on the guy while yelling that he was going to smash him. The force of the blow looked absolutely devastating. The impact sent the guy flying through the air. He was completely helpless, unable to do anything to stop himself. The guy landed hard on the ground and tried to catch his breath. He was clearly in a lot of pain. Bjorn stood over the guy, his shadow looming over him. The enemy started begging for forgiveness. The guy pleaded with Bjorn to let him live, his voice trembling with fear. He was desperate to escape the situation. The injured man looked up, his face covered in blood. He was asked why he had done it, looking nervous and scared. The guy stuttered, trying to explain that he only wanted Bjorn's magic crystals. He claimed he was just going to knock him out and take them. The injured man was asked if he was really going to kill a barbarian for a few magic crystals. He admitted that he was also after Bjorn's shield, since barbarian equipment sells for a good price. The man was then asked if that was really all. He started begging to be let go, looking up with hopeful eyes. Bjorn didn't buy it for a second, realizing that the guy was still hiding something. He struck the guy hard, leaving the guy gasping for air. Bjorn stood over the injured man, his foot pressed against his chest. He told him that this was the last time to be honest, looking down with cold eyes. The injured man was reminded that killing another adventurer in Dungeon and Stone was a serious crime. Bjorn pressed him to reveal the real reason he attacked, focusing on his heart. The guy looked up, clearly confused by the question. He asked what Bjorn meant, his eyes wide with fear. The injured man started talking, admitting that barbarian hearts were being sold for a high price. He was trying to justify his actions, but his voice trembled. Turns out, they were being used as ingredients for a new spell. The heart glowed with an eerie light, surrounded by a strange, magic circle. Bjorn realized something about the situation. He finally understood the other guy's point of view. To that man, Bjorn was just another monster to kill. He was nothing more than a goblin in his eyes. He was tough to catch, like a slippery fish. The goblins were all around him, but he was too strong for them. But he was precious enough to give a big reward if someone managed to take him down. As a result, Bjorn wondered why the guy had waited until now to attack. Bjorn pressed the man against the wall, asking why he didn't attack when he was asleep. He added that he needed to sleep too, looking down at the man with a serious expression. The man on the ground tried to justify himself. He said he was just a pest, but an effective one. He asked if Bjorn would forgive him since he had told him everything. Bjorn looked down at the man, his expression unreadable. The barbarian was covered in blood, but seemed completely unfazed. A sinister smile crept across Bjorn's face. He looked like he was enjoying the situation way too much. The man on the ground looked up, waiting for an answer. Bjorn asked if he really thought he would forgive him. He added that he would probably run into more people like him, and they would all say the same thing. Bjorn continued, asking if the man really thought he was going to. The rest of his sentence was cut off. Bjorn stared down at the man with cold eyes, covered in blood. He asked if he was supposed to forgive people like him every single time. The man on the ground looked up, terrified. He quickly denied it, saying he wasn't like those other people at all. The man begged for his life, trying to bargain with Bjorn. He offered to give him everything he had. He pleaded, saying he didn't have much right now, but he would give him everything once he got back to the city. He begged Bjorn to give him just one more chance. He promised that Bjorn wouldn't regret it. But little did he know, it had only been one day since the barbarian entered this game world. The man's hand lay limp on the ground, surrounded by a pool of blood. The scene was gruesome, showing the finality of what just happened. Bjorn stood tall, covered in blood. He muttered to himself that he had killed a man. The system notified him that he had accomplished an achievement, his first murder. As a reward, his mental stats would increase by 1. 2 days had passed since Bjorn entered the game. The system informed him that he had equipped a shoulder pad, increasing his overall item levels by 13. Bjorn was now carrying a backpack, which increased his inventory limit. He also equipped a hammer and leather boots, which increased his overall item levels by 30 and 5 respectively. Bjorn thought about how he had graduated from living like a savage. He had started drinking water from his bottle when he was thirsty. He also used his compass when he needed to know which direction to go. The barbarian looked at his pocket watch when he wanted to know the time, and he could even treat injuries with bandages and potions. Bjorn thought about how ironic it was, and then he said that it was only when he killed a man that he was able to start living like a man. He walked away into the darkness. Bjorn checked his stats again. He saw that his mental stat had increased by 1, and his item level had jumped to 72. His overall combat index was now 81. Bjorn swung his hammer with incredible force. The goblin didn't stand a chance, disappearing in a cloud of dust after the powerful hit. Bjorn thought about how the goblin disappeared with just one hit of his hammer. He wondered if he should have chosen weapons from the start. He didn't know he'd be so good at fighting back then. Bjorn stood in the cave, his back to the viewer. 2 goblins stood before him, ready to attack. The tension in the air was thick. Bjorn realized that since it was the second day, the goblins had started appearing in pairs. He gripped his weapon tighter, ready for the fight. Bjorn thought his battle stats had gone up thanks to his new weapon. 2 goblins approached him, looking angry and ready to fight. Bjorn kept punching the goblins. The force of each blow was enough to make them disappear in a flash of light. Bjorn continued his relentless assault. He thought to himself that his progress was going smoothly so far. Bjorn knelt down, looking around at the crystals scattered on the ground. The scene was covered in blood. Bjorn was starting to feel the strain. He thought that he was going to die from fatigue, since he had been battling goblins non-stop since meeting Hans. He knew he wouldn't last much longer and needed to sleep soon. Bjorn mused that he might not have an overnight companion, but he figured he might be better off alone anyway. Bjorn stood there, looking down at the ground. He was thinking that getting stabbed by the goblins' daggers would be safer than what he was about to face. Bjorn's face was filled with anger. He cursed under his breath, clearly frustrated by the situation. Suddenly, a couple of goblins appeared, holding their daggers. Bjorn complained that the scumbags decided to show up as soon as he started to doze off. Bjorn yelled at the goblins, his face red with fury. He was pissed that they showed up after only 10 minutes. Everything went silent. A big question mark appeared, showing the confusion. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion. The force of it shook the entire area, leaving nothing but dust and debris. Bjorn's back muscles tensed as he spoke. He was saying that he had killed everyone he could see. Bjorn was lying down, looking exhausted. He begged them to stop showing up, wishing he could just get a little bit of sleep. Turns out, the game system announced that Bjorn had been attacked by a goblin while he was sleeping. The little scumbag was right there, ready to stab him. Bjorn's eyes snapped open, filled with rage. He couldn't believe he hadn't sensed the goblin at all, and he was about to explode with fury. Suddenly, there was another explosion, and the attacker screamed like crazy. The force of the blast sent debris flying everywhere. The goblin looked absolutely terrified. He was running away as fast as he could, clearly regretting his decision to attack Bjorn. Bjorn's face was filled with rage. He was panting heavily, but he was ready for the next challenger. Bjorn stood over the goblin, looking down with cold eyes. He was ready to end this fight quickly. Bjorn told the goblin to get lost. He didn't even have the energy to chase after the little scumbag. Bjorn coughed, realizing how close he had come to dying. He thought that if he was any shorter, or if the goblin was able to jump higher, he would have been stabbed in the throat. He realized he almost didn't sense the goblin. Bjorn knew he needed to rest properly. First, he had to treat the wound. Bjorn winced in pain as he poured the potion on the wound. He wondered how it was that healing with the potion hurt more than being stabbed. It had been 14 hours since Bjorn left Hans. He figured it was about time people started looking for overnight companions, but he realized he couldn't trust anyone now that he knew how valuable barbarian hearts were. Bjorn thought that if it was a fellow barbarian, he could trust them. He seemed relieved at the thought. Bjorn thought that he needed to find another barbarian. He had to find someone he could trust. Bjorn was approached by two humans who asked if he was looking for an overnight companion. They were clearly trying to get him to join them. More humans approached, asking if he wanted to join them since he looked tired. They seemed to be trying to take advantage of him. The humans insisted that he would be the third one. They added that since he was a barbarian, they could trust him, unlike yesterday. Bjorn replied that he was looking for another barbarian. The young man realized that covered in blood and missing a shoe, he wouldn't have looked like a good choice for an overnight companion. The human heard Bjorn say that he was looking for another barbarian. He said that was going to be tough and asked suspiciously why Bjorn was looking for one. The human explained that there were probably less than 100 barbarians on the first floor. He added that they would have ascended within 2 to 3 months as soon as they had their coming-of-age ceremony. Bjorn thought to himself that it must be laughable for him to be struggling on the first floor with such a large build. He felt a little embarrassed. The human wished Bjorn well, saying, "May Lapdonia protect you on your journey." Bjorn thanked him politely. The young warrior then wondered if he had to give up on finding another barbarian. Bjorn thought to himself that it didn't matter if it was a barbarian or not. He realized he just needed to find an overnight companion, period. Bjorn thought to himself that he needed someone who wasn't human. His eyes narrowed as he considered his options. He continued walking, thinking it had to be another species. The young warrior figured that there were less humans than other species, but more than barbarians. He went on, thinking that it didn't matter as long as they were another species. Bjorn reasoned that since most other species had special traits, unlike humans, they wouldn't harm other adventurers being blinded by chump change like humans. Bjorn's eye twitched slightly, showing his determination. He was set on finding someone reliable. After making that decision, he roamed the cave for about an hour. Bjorn looked up and saw someone sitting on a ledge above. He was surprised to see her there. The elf looked absolutely terrified. She was shivering, clearly scared of something. The elf's eyes widened as she noticed Bjorn. She looked like she was about to run. Turns out, he had found an injured elf. This could be useful. Bjorn looked at the elf and asked if she was alone. He wanted to know if there were any other threats nearby. The elf was super on guard. It made sense, since anyone would be intimidated by a big barbarian when they were injured and all alone. The elf was hurt on her stomach, and it didn't look like she was stabbed by a goblin dagger. Bjorn looked down at her and asked if a human had hurt her. He was trying to figure out what had happened. Bjorn started walking toward her. The sound of his footsteps echoed through the cave, making the elf even more nervous. The elf begged for help, calling him Mister. She looked up at Bjorn with pleading eyes, hoping he would show her some mercy. Bjorn looked confused by her reaction. He hadn't expected her to beg like this. At the same time, the elf kept begging him to let her go, calling him a barbarian. Bjorn thought to himself that he was surprised. What the hell? What kind of elf has no backbone? He had assumed that she would be cold, like the elves in the game. He realized that he would have approached her differently if he had known her personality. The warrior decided to get rid of the misunderstanding by giving her a smile. Bjorn reassured her, telling her not to worry. He was hoping to calm her down and gain her trust. Bjorn was smiling, trying to look friendly. At the same time, the elf was staring up at him, probably trying to figure out what he was planning. Bjorn told her that he had no intention of killing her, but the word liar appeared on the screen, so he was definitely lying. Erwin begged him to let her live, just this once. She was clearly terrified of what he might do to her. Bjorn wondered what the hell all barbarians do. He was starting to get annoyed. Bjorn was thinking about why she was so intimidated by just one sentence. He thought, what the hell is with their image? Bjorn suggested that she should treat her wound first, and they could talk later. Erwin looked at the bandages in surprise, wondering what they were. Bjorn knew that those were lyco leaves. He had been worried that they were poisonous, but now he knew that she could use them safely. Erwin asked him why he was giving her those. She looked confused, wondering what his angle was. Bjorn said that there must be a reason to help someone. He thought to himself that there definitely was a reason. Bjorn told her that he would stand guard so she could treat her wound. The barbarian wanted to become overnight companions with the elf. Bjorn thought to himself that it might sound bad, but it wasn't exactly the worst situation for her either. He was trying to figure out the best way to approach her. Erwin was injured and fatigued. She had been through a lot, and it was starting to show. Bjorn knew that Erwin was in a much worse situation than he was. The barbarian knew that she had a beautiful appearance. She finished treating her wound. Erwin had cleaned and bandaged it as best she could. Bjorn thought to himself that she seemed to be less guarded now. He figured that they should probably make their introductions now. The young man was ready to start talking. Bjorn decided to formally introduce himself, trying to ease the tension. He stated that his name was Bjorn, the son of Jandal. Erwin seemed a little surprised by his sudden formality. The elf quietly responded with her own name, barely above a whisper. Bjorn wondered why she was so afraid of him. The barbarian asked if it was because he was a barbarian, and she was an elf. He tilted his head, confused by the situation. The scene flashed to a battle between elves and barbarians. The two groups were locked in a brutal conflict, each side fighting with savage intensity. The flashback continued, showing the deep-seated hostility between the two races. It was clear that there was a lot of bad blood between them, and it wasn't going to be easy to overcome that. Bjorn seemed to be getting a little annoyed. He stated that it was relevant to the conversation they were having. The barbarian continued, saying that this was the first time he was hearing about the hostile relationship between elves and barbarians. He thought they had good relations in the game before. Erwin stammered nervously, denying everything. The elf insisted that the war ended 10 years ago, and that she harbored no ill will towards barbarians. Erwin insisted that she didn't want to fight Bjorn. She wondered how much time had passed from the game that he was aware of. Either way, the woman said that she had no time to find anyone else right now. Erwin seemed relieved that Bjorn didn't harbor ill will either. She asked if that was so, her face lighting up with hope. Bjorn looked down at Erwin. He asked if she wanted to be his overnight companion. The barbarian seemed serious, but the question was still kind of weird. Erwin seemed surprised by the question. She said that she was really tired and suggested that they just cooperate for today. The elf looked like she was trying to avoid something. Erwin looked shocked, her eyes widening. She seemed to be thinking hard about something. The woman was definitely nervous. Erwin hesitated for a moment. She then asked if he could swear on his warrior's honor that he wouldn't hurt her. The girl looked up at him with pleading eyes. Bjorn looked thoughtful for a second. He said that he would swear on the name of his tribe. The barbarian admitted that he didn't really care about warrior's honor, but he could use it from time to time. Bjorn looked at Erwin. He told her that he wanted to go over something first. The barbarian seemed serious, like he was about to explain something important. Bjorn looked annoyed. He said that he wasn't Mr., but Bjorn, the son of Jandal. The young man seemed to be correcting her on his name. He continued speaking. Bjorn insisted that he was only 20 years old. The warrior seemed to be emphasizing his youth. Bjorn looked determined. He swore upon his warrior's honor. The barbarian seemed to be making a serious promise. Erwin looked equally determined. She swore upon the name of her tribe. The elf seemed to be returning the promise in kind. Bjorn vowed not to harm the other party during the night, promising and swearing it. He could finally get some sleep after all this. Erwin seemed relieved to hear that. Erwin told him that she would sleep first, figuring that he would prefer that too. Bjorn looked at her, thinking that wasn't exactly what he wanted, but if she wanted to, he would let her. The elf seemed to be trying to take advantage of his offer. Bjorn gave her a pocket watch, warning her that it was expensive and she should handle it with care. Erwin looked surprised, but promised that she would be careful. The barbarian seemed to be trying to make her feel more comfortable. Bjorn thought to himself how difficult it was to get some sleep, but since he never knew, he would pretend to sleep for about 10 minutes. The warrior was still on guard, even after making the promise. But Erwin suddenly called out to him, interrupting his thoughts. The young woman seemed to need something urgently. immediately. Bjorn's eye snapped open, alert and ready for anything. Erwin suddenly woke up, asking what time it was and saying it had been hours. She immediately handed Bjorn back his watch, looking a little flustered. Bjorn wondered when he had fallen asleep, since he couldn't even pretend to snore. He thought that it must be the synergy of the blanket and backpack that made him so sleepy. Bjorn figured he should let her borrow those things too. He told Erwin that she could cover herself with the blanket. If she wanted, she could also use it as a pillow. Erwin seemed happy and told him that she would use them well, thanking him for the offer. She looked relieved to have something to keep her warm. Erwin fell asleep as soon as her head hit the ground. She looked peaceful and relaxed, finally getting some rest. Bjorn figured that Erwin must have been tired as well, since her day was probably as tiring as his. He was starting to feel bad for the elf. Bjorn sat down, thinking it felt like it had been 5 days, but it had only been 3. He figured that since he had all these useless thoughts in his head, he was probably feeling better. At least he wasn't bored. Bjorn wondered what had happened to him in real life, asking himself if he had been reported as missing. He figured it probably hadn't been reported yet, since who would even come visit him anyway? He looked sad as he thought about his old life. Bjorn told himself to stop thinking about it. He was starting to get depressed. Bjorn figured that even if he were to go back, there was nothing there for him. He knew that if he kept thinking about it that way, his willpower was going to break. After a few more turns of standing guard, it was time to get going. He stood up, ready to move. At the top, the pocket watch showed the time ticking down. Meanwhile, Bjorn was still lying down, thinking that there were only 10 minutes left. Bjorn was silent as he stared off into space. He started to wonder about something. Bjorn was considering something as he watched the elf sleep. He wondered if he should ask her again. Bjorn thought that since she was an elf, she would be helpful in battle. He figured she could pull her weight. Bjorn thought that if they became allies, he would need to split the rewards with her, which would decrease his share. But the goblins had been appearing in swarms since 3 days ago, so he was conflicted. Bjorn was thinking about whether it made more sense to get some safe sleep or to go find more magic crystals. He was trying to decide what was more logical. At that moment, Bjorn was being watched by 2 people. They were walking through the cave towards him, but he didn't notice them yet. One of the men asked if that was the elf. The other man thought it was her, saying that the bow and arrow looked the same. The man asked the barbarian what his relationship was with the elf. He seemed very curious. Bjorn told him that they were overnight companions. As he could probably tell, the man found it fascinating that a barbarian and an elf could be companions. He then asked how much time was left. Bjorn looked down at the men with pure anger. He told them that he had no obligation to respond to them. At the bottom, one of the men looked nervous, while the other smirked. The man smirked, a bead of sweat dripping down his face. He simply replied that he understood. The 2 men turned around and ran away. They were clearly trying to get out of there as fast as possible. Bjorn stared after them, a worried expression on his face. He had a bad feeling about this, thinking that they were definitely looking for Erwin. Bjorn looked down at Erwin. He seemed concerned about what was going to happen next. Erwin was still sleeping soundly. She mumbled that she wanted just 5 more minutes. Bjorn looked absolutely furious. He said that she was about to get screwed, but she still wanted to sleep. Bjorn tried to wake Erwin up. He told her to get up immediately, his voice firm. Erwin just mumbled in response. She was clearly still half asleep. Bjorn realized that she was pretending to be asleep. He noticed that the blanket, which had been loose before, was now covering her face completely. Erwin suddenly screamed. The young woman was clearly startled by something. Bjorn asked her why she was pretending to be asleep. She stammered, saying that if she got up. Erwin looked up at Bjorn with tears in her eyes. She thought he was going to desert her. The elf was clearly afraid of being left alone. Bjorn realized that was what she was worried about. He thought to himself that they weren't official allies, just temporary overnight companions. The warrior considered it a relationship maintained by standing guard while the other person slept for one night. Bjorn thought that as soon as she opened her eyes, their oath would end. He wondered what had happened with those 2 guys. The young man was curious about what they knew. Erwin immediately denied that anything had happened. She looked surprised by the question. The elf seemed flustered. Bjorn asked how they knew her. He figured they were probably from the same clan as the human who had tried to hurt her. The barbarian was suspicious. Erwin noticed that the symbol on the garments of the men they encountered were the same. She realized that they were called the Crystal Union. The elf seemed concerned by this information. Bjorn realized that it wasn't just a couple of guys, but an entire group after her. He thought the situation was getting much worse. The barbarian considered parting ways with the elf and getting going, but then he looked at her. He was anxious because the elf was only 20 years old. The warrior felt a pang of guilt. Bjorn sighed. He decided that they should talk while they were moving. The young man seemed seemed to have made a decision. Erwin asked if he was going to help her. She added that she would hear his story first before she decided. The elf looked hopeful. Erwin agreed that she would listen while they moved, since they were behind schedule. The elf looked happy to finally be doing something. Erwin started to tell her story. She had met them on her first day inside the labyrinth as overnight companions. The young woman explained that she had sensed something strange, so she opened her eyes while she was asleep, trying to figure out what was going on. Bjorn was standing over her. He asked if she was awake, sounding a little concerned. The barbarian told her that she could sleep a bit more. He seemed to be trying to be nice for once. Erwin explained that she only found out later that he was the manager of a clan that did business on the first floor. They were running as she spoke, trying to get away. The elf managed to escape somehow, but the people from his group kept attacking her. That's when she got hurt, she said, looking down a little. Bjorn, who had been listening intently, asked how they had attacked her. He looked a little confused. Erwin thought that they used message stones to keep chasing her. The young woman explained that message stones didn't exist in the game she played, and she needed more details about them. She explained that message stones were mystic devices that allowed people to talk to each other when they were linked. Their range was about 300 meters, she added. It was like they had walkie-talkies, the voice in the bubble thought. They had nowhere to run, lots of people, and mystic devices that let them talk to each other. Bjorn's face was set in determination. He realized that if he left Erwin, she would be caught for sure. Bjorn asked why the members of the Crystal Union were still chasing her, since it didn't seem like she had done anything wrong. He looked at her questioningly. Erwin looked a little scared. She wondered if they were trying to shut her up, but she didn't think that was the only reason. Erwin explained that when she was escaping the first time, she flung her knife around, and it happened to. Bjorn charged forward, thinking he had hit the guy somewhere bad. He was ready to keep fighting if he had to. Bjorn looked confused and asked what she meant by somewhere bad. He was curious about what she was implying. Erwin stammered, trying to explain what she meant. She was a little embarrassed to say it directly. Erwin giggled as she revealed that she had heard it was completely lost. She continued, saying that the guy couldn't even attach it back with potions. Bjorn looked at her with disbelief. He exclaimed that that was more than enough of a reason to chase her, calling her an idiot. He was shocked that she was laughing about it. Erwin giggled nervously and said that it could be called karma. Bjorn looked at her with a slightly concerned expression, wondering what she was implying. Erwin spoke up, telling the barbarian that someone was following them and that he shouldn't look behind him. She seemed pretty serious about it. Erwin continued, saying that the person was about 150 meters behind them. She looked focused, trying to pinpoint the exact location. Bjorn and Erwin started running faster. He thought that the distance was far enough that he wouldn't sense anything, but it didn't seem like she was lying. Bjorn asked if she was good with increasing their speed. Erwin quickly replied yes, but added a "for now" at the end, sounding a little unsure. Erwin kept running, even though her wound had reopened. She didn't complain, showing her determination. Bjorn thought to himself that she had insides. The elf was pushing herself, even in this terrible condition. Erwin reported that the distance between them and the person chasing them was still about 150 meters. She sounded a little worried. Bjorn noticed that even though they were running faster, the distance wasn't increasing. He looked frustrated, realizing they weren't getting away. He figured that the person chasing them was probably telling their friends where they were. The barbarian knew that was going to be a big problem. The decision was made. They had to get rid of the people chasing them. Bjorn figured that if he were the target, he would have already made the same decision. He looked serious, gripping his hammer tightly. Bjorn knew that if they killed the scumbag, there was no going back. He had to think about the risks. Erwin wanted to know what the benefits were. She stammered, asking Bjorn for more information so she could make a good decision. Bjorn turned to Erwin, asking her what she was good at. He needed to know her strengths. Erwin told Bjorn that she was good at laundry and cleaning, but not at cooking. Bjorn looked at her, confused, and asked her what she was talking about. Erwin realized that Bjorn was asking about her skills in battle. She laughed nervously, correcting herself that she meant during battle. The elf proudly declared that she was good at archery. She seemed happy to finally have something useful to contribute. Erwin then added that she could also use spirit magic, specifically the flame element. She showed off her power, conjuring a small flame. Bjorn thought to himself that she was the perfect example of an elf archer. He also realized that the flame element was the rarest one. He looked impressed. The question hung in the air. Had she ever taken a life before? Erwin looked up, her expression unreadable. A shadow fell over her face as she thought about the question. Below, Her hand tightened around her bow, but she answered simply, denying any past kills. But she hesitated. Something was clearly bothering her. She declared that she could do it, whatever it was. Bjorn looked up at the elf, considering her words. He finally spoke her name, grabbing her attention. Bjorn was making her an offer. He asked if she wanted to be his comrade. Bjorn continued, laying out the terms of their deal. He'd get 9 shares of the profit, and she'd get 1, and that was final. And immediately, Erwin agreed to his terms. Her face flushed. Bjorn seemed satisfied with her answer. He asked how far away their pursuers were. The reply came back, 100 meters. The voice on the other end sounded stressed. He said they were running as fast as they could, but the Crystal Union was still gaining on them. The voice paused, thinking out loud. He suggested that they stop running. Bjorn told Erwin that they were going to veer off. He ordered her to summon the spirit right now. He looked focused and determined. Erwin agreed to do it. She started to summon the spirit, her face showing concentration. A small fire spirit appeared next to her. Erwin thought to herself that she couldn't believe she was back here on her own. She felt their pursuers getting closer. The small spirit floated between her and Bjorn. Erwin then canceled the summon. She looked a bit nervous, but she followed Bjorn's instructions. The fire spirit disappeared. Bjorn and Erwin continued moving through the cave. The air was tense, and they knew their pursuers were close. They had to be careful. Someone realized that the pursuers had come in, even though they couldn't see. They stopped right by them, which was bad news. Bjorn remained under the blanket, pretending to be asleep. As he stayed still, he figured that the pursuers must have some proper tracking methods to find them. Erwin spoke his name, probably to get his attention. She looked at him with a worried expression. Erwin's face was shown in a close-up. The elf looked determined, like she was about to do something. Erwin drew her bow, ready to fire. She whispered that she was going to shoot. Erwin aimed her bow with deadly focus. She was ready to fire at a moment's notice. Her eyes narrowed in concentration, and immediately, the arrow flew, striking one of the pursuers right in the head. Blood splattered as the arrow found its mark. Blood dripped down from above, splattering onto Bjorn and Erwin. The two of them stood there, looking up at the body above. Erwin looked up, her face a mixture of shock and relief. She hadn't expected to actually hit the guy, but she did what she had to do. Bjorn told her that she did well. He added that if she had hesitated, they would have both been in danger. A man knelt over a body, his expression grim. He looked closely at the person lying on the ground, who was clearly dead. The kneeling man held up a small device, trying to make contact. He called out the name Serdin, hoping for a response. The man shouted into the device, desperate to get through. He reported that Serdin was out of contact and had been chasing the elf and the barbarian. He was clearly worried. An intense voice ordered everyone to gather at the Goblin District. The urgency in the voice was impossible to ignore. Bjorn sat down, looking a bit disappointed. He said that if it was Serdin, he was hoping there would be some decent loot, but there wasn't much to see. The loot consisted of a hefty pouch of magic crystals, 2 daggers, and 1 potion bottle from his waist belt. It wasn't much, but it was something. Bjorn then mentioned the clothes Serdin was wearing. He added that he had changed into them, but it felt a bit weird. Erwin replied that the leather top and bottom would be much better than the rags he was wearing before. She seemed pleased with the change. Erwin thought that since her clothes changed, her aura did too. She looked thoughtful, considering the implications. Erwin mentioned it was a good thing. She then asked Bjorn how to use the message stone. The elf figured there had to be a button somewhere on the side, and just like that, someone pressed a button on the side of the message stone. It seemed like it was now activated. The message stone crackled to life, and a man's voice boomed out. He repeated that Serdin, who had been chasing the elf, was defeated. The guy added that the elf was hiding in the Goblin District with a barbarian who used a hammer and shield. Erwin's eyes went wide as she heard the message. She stammered, clearly terrified by what she was hearing. Bjorn reassured Erwin, telling her not to worry. He told her to summon the spirit, as they were going to travel along the outskirts to stay safe. Erwin told Bjorn that they were going to the 2nd floor. She sounded a little nervous as she asked, "What?" Bjorn continued walking forward. He didn't seem to care about Erwin's reaction as he kept moving. Erwin asked Bjorn if they were really going to the 2nd floor by themselves. She seemed a little unsure about the whole plan. Bjorn looked at Erwin. He simply said that was right, confirming their destination. Erwin mentioned that the 1st and 2nd floors were completely different. She asked if Bjorn knew that. The big guy responded that he was aware of the difference. Bjorn told Erwin that they would be alright if they stayed near the entrance. He thought that they were a pretty good match, actually. Erwin looked up, surprised by what she heard. She stammered, asking if they were were a good match, blushing as she did. Bjorn explained that a melee tanker and a long-range dealer had always been a good match. He added that if he was going to form a party with Erwin, the first floor wasn't going to give them enough profit. Erwin looked worried. She said that this was their first time, so how could they go to the second floor already? It felt as if they were going into an orc lair to avoid goblins. Someone shouted that if they found the elf scumbag, they would give them first dibs on enjoying her, on top of the 10,000 gold. Erwin gasped, clearly disgusted by the offer. Erwin looked at Bjorn and told him not to worry. She wasn't going to leave him. She seemed determined to stick with him, no matter what. But the man interrupted them, saying that it was a pretty good deal. He wondered if the elf was too resistant. Could he cut off one of her arms and legs? He added to make sure to leave the important bits, laughing like a maniac. Erwin looked terrified, but she said that she would go to the second floor. She seemed to be forcing herself to agree. Bjorn thought to himself that was good timing. He realized that he didn't need to convince her anymore. Bjorn thought that he always liked helping those in need. He added that it was only when it was beneficial to him, of course. Bjorn was walking with Erwin, thinking to himself. He thought that if he could screw over such disgusting trash, it would be great. At the same time, Erwin looked down, unsure about what to do. Bjorn continued thinking to himself that he would have the self-satisfaction of doing good. Bjorn was holding his bag tightly, still thinking. He thought that it would be the best of both worlds, and there was no reason not to help. Erwin looked at Bjorn and asked him if he even knew how to get to the second floor. She added that she didn't know the exact path, but if they kept heading north, they would get there eventually. Bjorn explained that the dungeon was designed in such a way that if you kept following the darkness, you would reach a portal. He said that the darkness represented a path that led you to the upper floors. Erwin called out to the barbarian, telling him to wait. She seemed to have noticed something he hadn't, and immediately, the elf pointed out that there was a goblin trap right in front of them. It was hard to see in the dim light, but there it was. Bjorn thought to himself that the traps were appearing pretty late. He had only walked a few steps before stepping on one. He wondered if it was because goblins didn't appear frequently in the light. He was trying to figure out the pattern. Bjorn exclaimed that he was really unlucky. He told Erwin that he would handle it, and she could take a break. The big guy seemed annoyed. Erwin told the big guy that he better not use the spirit. She added that she needed to save her strength for later. The elf replied, of course, with a smile and a slight blush. She seemed a little too eager to agree. Bjorn thought to himself that it didn't look like she meant of course at all. He wondered how he knew she was planning something, and suddenly, two ghouls appeared, growling menacingly. Erwin gasped, clearly caught off guard by their sudden arrival. The elf didn't hesitate. She immediately fired an arrow, aiming for one of the ghouls. The arrow flew straight and true. Erwin fired another arrow with incredible speed. She was determined to take down the ghouls as quickly as possible, and immediately, a savage kick sent the ghoul flying. The force of the impact echoed through the dark tunnel. The ghoul's face contorted in pain and shock. It was clear the kick hit hard, but another enemy was already on the move. A goblin, sword in hand, growled as it charged forward. At the same time, Erwin aimed her bow again, ready to fire another shot. The elf was focused on the new threat. Meanwhile, the goblin was closing in, its eyes fixed on the elf. The elf stood tall, bow in hand, after the fight. Blood splattered all around her, a testament to her deadly accuracy. Erwin looked at Bjorn with a bright smile. She asked him how she did. Bjorn told her that she did well. He added that she really must be an elf with that kind of archery. The barbarian thought she was more skilled than he initially believed, and her movements were also agile. Bjorn held out his hand, showing the magic crystals they had obtained. The crystals glowed softly in the dim light of the dungeon. Erwin held the crystals, her eyes sparkling. She asked if she got one, and he got 9, right? Erwin smiled brightly, talking about something her younger sibling had been asking her for. She seemed really happy at the thought of getting it for them. Bjorn looked confused as he heard her words. He thought to himself if she was trying to insult him or something. He looked at her suspiciously. The system announced that the bounty on the elf had been raised to 20,000 gold. Erwin looked absolutely shocked by the news. She was clearly worried about the implications. Bjorn reassured her not to worry. He said that no one would search for them in the dark. He added that those guys didn't seem to have the best teamwork either. He seemed confident that they could handle anything. Someone announced that they were relocating to hunt the razor-mane wolves. The message continued, asking if anyone wanted to take a break with them, but it seemed like a lot of people weren't even interested. Bjorn thought things were going too well and that something bad was about to happen because of his bad luck. He was interrupted by something. Erwin yelled for Bjorn, warning him that there were ghouls nearby. She looked terrified. Bjorn looked shocked and asked why there were ghouls here. He knew that on the first floor, different monsters appeared based on the direction you went, and ghouls were supposed to be in the south. The barbarian wondered if they had roamed too far and gotten to the border. He seemed concerned. Erwin looked at Bjorn with a worried expression and asked if she had to fight them by herself. She seemed really scared. Bjorn explained that the experience system in this game was really weird. He added that you only get rewarded the first time you beat a monster of the same kind. Bjorn continued, saying that they needed to beat as many different kinds of monsters as they could to level up. He thought this was actually a good thing. Bjorn told Erwin that he would take the lead. He wanted her to take care of the ones in the back. Bjorn thought that if this was like the game, the ghouls wouldn't attack until they got close enough. He prepared himself for the fight. The ghoul was drooling and looked like it was ready to attack. It was staring right at them. Bjorn was facing a bunch of ghouls, but he was surprisingly calm. He thought to himself that things were going exactly as he expected. Bjorn swung his weapon with incredible force, hitting one of the ghouls. The ghoul went flying backwards, clearly caught off guard. Bjorn stared intently. His eyes narrowed. He was focused on the fight, ready for anything that came his way. He swung his weapon again, putting all his strength into the blow. Bjorn knew that ghouls were stronger and faster than goblins. Bjorn thought that even though the ghouls were stronger, they were still rank 9 monsters. He knew their patterns were simple, making them easier to deal with. Bjorn stared intensely at the ghoul, his expression serious. He wasn't intimidated at all, ready to take on whatever came next. At the same time, Erwin was aiming her bow with a confident smile. She thought that with a trusty comrade, this was going to be easy. A message popped up, showing that they had defeated a ghoul and gained 1 experience point. They kept walking north. Turns out, it took them 3 days to get where they were going. Erwin suddenly stopped. She asked Bjorn what was going on. Erwin pointed at the blood on the ground. She didn't think it was from the goblins, and wondered whose blood it could be. She added that she thought the blood led in the direction they wanted to go. The camera zoomed in on the blood. Bjorn considered what it could be. He started to look worried. Bjorn looked up, his eyes wide. He thought it couldn't be, right? He seemed really nervous about something. The blood trail continued across the floor. A bear trap was visible, suggesting someone had been caught in it. Bjorn stared at the blood trail. He seemed to be contemplating something important, his face unreadable. Bjorn remembered the first place he stepped into in the labyrinth. He focused, trying to recall every detail. He remembered that the portal was right behind it. Bjorn and Erwin stood before the glowing gateway, ready to move on. The scene shifted to a man lying on the ground, defeated. He was clearly in bad shape. Bjorn looked absolutely furious. He shouted, "Are you kidding me right now?" Erwin, seeing Bjorn's anger, immediately apologized. She said she was sorry for whatever was happening. Bjorn was furious, realizing the portal was so close to where he started. He shouted that this was insane, wondering how he could have such bad luck. Erwin looked up at him, worried. She asked if she had done something wrong, clearly nervous about his reaction. Bjorn quickly reassured her that it wasn't her fault. He told her not to worry about it, trying to calm her down. Erwin looked shocked. She saw the words blood, bread, sandal near her, realizing the expression he was making. Erwin gasped, realizing Bjorn had gone through so much. She wondered if she had finally figured out why he was acting that way from this situation. Erwin clasped her hands together, thinking that Bjorn must have lost a precious comrade there. She was sure they went to heaven, but she immediately dismissed that thought, admitting she didn't believe it. The elf realized she was definitely misunderstanding the situation. Bjorn asked if she was ready to go up. At the same time, Erwin admitted that she was a bit scared, but she didn't think she would die if she stayed with him, mister. She looked at him with a smile. Erwin was ready to go. Meanwhile, Bjorn thought that she had a strange habit of lengthening her sentences. He was clearly annoyed by that. He wondered what he should say. Bjorn told her to go. Erwin agreed. The young man also told her not to plan on dying that easily either. He wasn't going to let that happen. Turns out, they had arrived on the 2nd floor, the Goblin Forest. It was time to see what was waiting for them there. As they stepped through the portal, Bjorn and Erwin were suddenly falling through the air. The world spun around them, and they had no idea where they were going to land. It was nothing like they expected. Erwin looked down at Bjorn with concern, shouting to ask if he was okay. She was worried that something had gone wrong with the teleportation. The elf could only hope he wasn't hurt too badly. Bjorn was lying on the ground, clearly in pain. He said he had been wondering what it would feel like to go through the portal. The young man admitted that it felt like trash. Bjorn explained that it felt like he was chewed up by a frog in a well and then spat out. He was surprised, since he had never teleported through a portal like he was falling before. The warrior wondered why the other girls girls didn't tell him about this. Erwin was smiling. She thought that she had landed perfectly fine, though. The fairy admitted that she was envious of that agility that barbarians didn't have. Bjorn wanted to check out the area first. He asked if this was the northern area of the goblin forest on the second floor. The warrior looked around, trying to figure out where they had landed. Erwin mentioned that there was a portal behind them that would take them back to the first floor at any time. She added that she didn't sense any living being within 50 meters. The fairy was using her skills to survey the area. Turns out, it wasn't going to get any brighter, even if time passed, since they were inside the labyrinth. The darkness was a constant reminder of the danger they were in. Erwin asked if this was really the second floor. She admitted that she had never heard about the second floor being a forest. The young woman was clearly confused by the environment. There were 4 portals on the first floor, and each one led to a different region. This one led to the North Goblin Forest. The place looked dangerous. To the east was the beast's lair. The wolves howled at the moon, ready to tear anyone apart. To the west was the land of the dead. The zombies reached out, craving flesh. To the south were the dark Rocky Mountains. Erwin suddenly remembered something. She explained that wherever they went, it would all lead to the third floor. Bjorn asked what they should do now. He wondered if she knew the way back to the city from the labyrinth. The warrior was hoping she had some kind of plan. Erwin mentioned that they would automatically go back once the labyrinth closed. The fairy looked concerned, like she wasn't sure about that. She was probably worried about being trapped. Mr. explained that the first floor closes after 168 hours, and the second floor after 240. He looked at the portal, getting ready for the next adventure. Once the time runs out, the labyrinth will spit them back into the city. The Crystal Union wouldn't come up here anyway, since they can't even work well together. Sounds like they're not much of a threat. Bjorn decided they would stay on the second floor till the 168 hours were up, and then go back down to the first floor. He seemed to have a plan already. He said they couldn't just stay by the portal all day, so they would explore the place a bit. He was probably itching for some action. Bjorn told Erwin to take the lead. The fairy seemed a little nervous, but she agreed to it anyway. She probably knew more about this place than he did. Erwin looked around at the forest, saying it felt nostalgic to be there. She was really enjoying the vibe of the place. The fairy added that even though she knew there were only monsters around, it still felt a bit like the fairy shrine. She seemed to be in a good mood, despite the danger. Bjorn warned that there were traps around, telling Erwin to try to follow his footsteps. He was being cautious, looking out for any potential dangers. The barbarian pointed out that there was a trap there too. He seemed pretty confident in his ability to spot them. Erwin looked around, saying she didn't see anything. The fairy seemed a little confused. Maybe the traps were hard to spot. Erwin told Bjorn to look over there, under the leaves, and to pay attention. She seemed pretty sure of herself, and immediately, a trap was triggered, kicking up leaves and dust. The sudden movement was a little startling. Erwin asked if it was her detection ability that found the trap. The fairy seemed pretty proud of herself. Bjorn thought to himself that she was suddenly looking pretty reliable. He didn't expect that. Bjorn simply grunted in agreement. The barbarian was still processing the fact that she found a trap. Bjorn told Erwin that she was good at throwing rocks, but there was no need to praise her. He seemed to be trying to downplay her accomplishment. Erwin was surprised and asked if that was it. She seemed a little disappointed by his lack of praise. Bjorn replied that it was always her duty to find the traps. Bjorn told her not to get so excited over something as small as that. He said that she was already a proper explorer. Erwin looked at him with wide eyes, a little surprised by his words. The young woman seemed to be taking his words to heart. Bjorn simply said, "All right." He seemed to be trying to end the conversation there. Bjorn thought that Erwin was easy to control, now that she was a proper explorer. The young man was definitely thinking about how to use her, but something seemed to him. He noticed that there were traps, but he didn't sense any goblins in the area. Bjorn realized that unlike the first floor, having traps didn't mean there would also be goblins. The traps on the second floor were more like a terrain feature than anything else. Bjorn told Erwin to stop with the small talk and focus. He ordered her to go ahead of him. The fairy archer agreed, saying, "Okay." Turns out this place was called the Goblin Forest in the game. Besides the traps, another trait of the Goblin Forest was that the goblins went around in groups of about a dozen. Bjorn knew that sometimes there were mutant goblins who were warriors or archers. He also knew that the farther they went towards the exterior of the forest, the more mutants and high-ranking monsters there would be. The young man was worried about the dangers ahead, but that shouldn't matter, since Bjorn planned on staying close to the portal. He figured that was the safest option for now. The barbarian had a plan. Bjorn thought to himself that they would get rid of all the traps in the surrounding area and begin widening their area of search. He was already thinking about the best way to do it. Bjorn said that if they got into a dangerous situation, they'd run immediately to the first floor. He wanted Erwin to be clear on the escape plan. The warrior was very serious. They widened out their area by removing traps using rocks. Erwin seemed to be doing most of the work. The fairy archer was focused on the task. Bjorn knew it would be a problem if they accidentally stepped on one of the traps while running away. He was thinking ahead to all the possible dangers. Erwin asked if she did well. The fairy archer was excited to get some praise. She told Bjorn that he was good and a proper explorer. Erwin suddenly stopped what she was doing. She looked around carefully, sensing something was off. Erwin looked up with a worried expression. She told Mister that it was a group of goblins. Bjorn asked how many goblins there were. The young woman said she wasn't sure, but there were definitely more than 10. She thought they were about 50 meters away. Erwin noticed that the goblins hadn't seen them yet. She looked a bit relieved, but still worried about what might happen next. She asked what they should do. Bjorn replied immediately that they would fight the goblins. Bjorn asked how close they could get without being seen. He was trying to figure out the best way to approach the goblins without alerting them. Erwin said that she could get about 30 meters away from them on her own. The barbarian warrior understood and said they would do it according to plan. He seemed confident in their strategy. Bjorn thought it was amazing how she didn't make any noise walking through the grass. He figured that was just how fairies were. Erwin spotted a group of goblins walking down a path. She narrowed her eyes, trying to count them and figure out their strength. Bjorn watched as Erwin walked away. He looked serious, knowing that they were about to fight a bunch of goblins. Erwin aimed her bow at the goblins. She was ready to shoot, her hands steady despite the danger. She let the arrow fly. The arrow shot through the air towards the goblins, hoping to catch them by surprise. Bjorn stepped forward, ready to fight. He was eager to smash some goblins. Erwin kept her bow aimed at the goblins in the distance. She wondered if her arrow had hit one of them. She couldn't hear anything because they were too far away. Bjorn shouted at Erwin to get behind him quickly. The young woman responded that she understood. She knew that meant things were about to get serious. Bjorn charged into the group of goblins, swinging his weapon with all his might. The goblins looked scared as the huge man approached, ready to smash them. Bjorn thought to himself that the second floor was definitely different from the first. He looked determined, knowing that they had to be careful. He realized there were 3 times the amount of goblins they would usually find on the first floor. It was rather intimidating, even if they were just goblins. Plus, there was a goblin warrior. It should be scary. Surprisingly enough, Bjorn didn't feel scared at all. He was calm, even though there were a bunch of goblins right in front of him. He was ready to fight. Rather, Bjorn explained that the warrior's heart he possessed was twitching. He looked down at his chest, feeling the power building up inside him. He could barely contain himself. Bjorn's heart started to glow red, pulsing with energy. It felt like it was about to explode out of his chest. He was getting excited to fight. Bjorn screamed as he charged forward, ready to smash the goblins. He swung his weapon with all his might. He wanted to crush them. The goblins went flying as Bjorn's weapon hit them. They were no match for his strength. The force of the blow sent them crashing into the trees. Bjorn slammed his shield forward with incredible force. The impact sent a shockwave through the air. He was going all out against these goblins. Goblins flew through the air after getting hit, but more goblins were coming at him from every direction. They were attacking from both sides, trying to overwhelm him. Bjorn roared as he swung his weapon again, hitting more goblins. His eyes glowed with a fierce intensity. The warrior was not backing down. Bjorn smashed another goblin with his shield. The sound of the impact echoed through the forest. He was determined to take them all down. Bjorn's eyes narrowed, focusing on the next target. He was breathing heavily, but his determination didn't waver. The young man was ready for whatever came next. The blow landed with savage force. The impact sent blood and debris flying everywhere. It was a near thing. The attack was so close, it was terrifying. And immediately after, the warrior's eyes widened in shock. He grunted with effort. It was a struggle to keep fighting. A goblin was about to feel the full force of his axe. The strike was coming down fast. Bjorn stood tall, breathing heavily. He realized that was way too close for comfort. The young man muttered that his head would have gone flying if he had reacted a second slower. Bjorn was surrounded by goblins and didn't even have time to catch his breath. He thought that even if they were normal goblins, more than 5 was pretty scary. He figured he would just have to put up with being injured. It was unavoidable, but that was only if he was alone. He knew he wasn't. Bjorn swung his weapon, and the goblins went flying. He was ready to take on all of them. Erwin looked relieved. She had been worried about the fight. Bjorn noticed that Erwin had gotten back into position. He thought he would finish things off. He was ready to take on whatever came next. Bjorn looked absolutely furious. He called those goblins a bunch of bastards. He was tired of dealing with them. Bjorn challenged them, shouting for them to come at him. The warrior was ready to take on the whole group. He wasn't scared at all. The system announced that Bjorn had defeated the goblin warrior, giving him EXP +1. He also earned 11 magic crystals after taking down the first group of goblins. Bjorn thought that considering it took him an entire day to earn 44 on the first floor, this was a satisfying reward. He wished he could take the warrior's weapon or armor, but they disappeared with the goblin. Erwin handed Bjorn some magic crystals, saying that even if it's the same 9th rank, a swordsman's magic crystal has more worth, so she'll give him more. She asked if 2 was okay, and Bjorn thanked her. Bjorn said that they should keep moving. Erwin replied okay, and said she was looking forward to seeing how much she could get by the end of the 4 days. Once they started going farther out than a 3-kilometer radius, they encountered more goblins, ready for another fight. Turns out, we began running into goblin groups every 5 minutes. This time, there was an archer in the mix, which was a new challenge. Suddenly, Erwin warned that the archer was disappearing. Bjorn could sense the danger, knowing something tricky was about to happen. Erwin shouted that it was stealth magic, urging Bjorn to concentrate. Bjorn nodded, knowing they had to be extra careful. The fight became much harder because of the goblin archers. They were fast and hard to spot. Even with the added challenge, Bjorn was sure they wouldn't lose. He was tearing through the goblins with his bare hands. Bjorn was tearing through the goblin ranks, smashing them left and right. But below, a goblin archer aimed an arrow directly at him, his gaze steady. Bjorn knew he had to focus. He thought that with this body, he only needed to concentrate, and he could do anything. Bjorn's eyes narrowed, his vision sharpening. He had to stay focused if he wanted to survive this. Bjorn knew that in order to dodge the arrows flying toward him, he had to be ready. The goblin archer was locked on, ready to fire. Bjorn gripped his weapon tightly, ready to strike at any moment. He wouldn't let a single arrow hit him. The goblin archer's eyes went wide, realizing he was about to be crushed. He was absolutely terrified. Bjorn didn't hold back, bringing his massive weapon down on the goblin. The impact shattered the goblin's bones. The system chimed in, announcing, "You have defeated the goblin archer. Archer XP +1. Bjorn had taken down the archer. A voice suggested, "Let's take a break." They needed to rest after all that fighting. Erwin finally sat down, wiping sweat from her brow. She complained, "Finally, how many hours have we been going around?" She added, "About 15 hours. Bjorn offered that Erwin could sleep first if she wanted. Erwin looked surprised and asked about the sleeping bag and blanket, wondering if he was going to get them out. Bjorn's massive weapon and shield leaned against a tree, silent for the moment. The metal was stained with the dark blood of the goblins they had fought. Bjorn sat nearby, watching Erwin as she slept. He thought to himself that she must have been really exhausted. He had never heard her sleep so soundly before. Erwin was completely out, wrapped in a blanket. Bjorn figured that maybe she felt safer now, being with him. They had been going around hunting for 15 hours straight. It was a brutal grind. Bjorn thought that they had earned more rewards than they could have ever imagined if they were on the first floor. But he knew they'd started to come across other explorers since they were going farther out. These explorers were all in groups of 3 or more, and sometimes they even had other world species with them. It was getting more dangerous. Bjorn was watching Erwin, as he was thinking that of course they just passed by each other every time. But it drained his energy to even see them, since explorers were way scarier than the goblins. Bjorn glanced over at Erwin, who was still asleep. He was thinking that especially now, he had a reason to be worried. Bjorn thought to himself that it was a problem that she was so pretty. He was worried that other explorers might try something. Bjorn was surprised when Erwin suddenly asked if she was that pretty. He just told her to go to sleep. Bjorn wondered if she hadn't been snoring just a second ago. Erwin just smiled and said, "Okay." Bjorn wasn't sure what to make of it. Bjorn thought to himself, what's with her? All the other fairies he knew weren't like this. It was the 4th day of fighting. Bjorn yelled that this side was first as he continued to smash through the goblins. The next day, Bjorn was resting against a tree. It was the 5th day since they started exploring the labyrinth. The 6th day passed, and then it became the 7th. They had been fighting in this crazy labyrinth for almost a week now. Bjorn announced that it was finally time to leave the labyrinth. He pointed out that there were only 2 hours and 47 minutes left before the first floor would close. Erwin said that she was so tired and was going to sleep as soon as they were back. She looked exhausted. Bjorn agreed with Erwin. He said they should turn back for now, adding that it would be better to get back earlier than late. Erwin warned Bjorn to be careful, saying that there were new traps. She figured that the goblin groups must have respawned. Erwin announced that there was a goblin group about 70 meters away at their 1 o'clock. She specified that there were 8 regular ones, 2 archers, and 2 warriors. She then asked if they were going to fight them. Bjorn looked at Erwin, and confirmed that they would fight. The goblins were getting closer, growling as they approached. One of the goblins suddenly screamed in pain as something hit it hard. Bjorn was surrounded by the goblins, but he looked absolutely furious. Bjorn's eyes narrowed, focusing on the goblins below. He was ready to crush them. Bjorn, surrounded by the green monsters, figured Erwin could handle the archers, so he decided to take on the warriors himself. Bjorn swung his weapon with all his might, hitting one of the goblins hard. The force of the blow sent the goblin flying. Bjorn stood tall, shield in one hand and mace in the other. He thought that after all these fights, he was basically a master at this point. He was Bjorn, the 1,000-armed and 1,000-eyed Avalokiteshvara. Bjorn smashed another goblin into the ground. He figured that Erwin was probably getting used to all this fighting too. Bjorn was surrounded by goblins, smashing them left and right. He thought that Erwin knew exactly who to shoot when necessary, since she said there were 2 archers. Bjorn noticed he didn't see any arrows coming his way. The time it took to smash all the goblins was getting shorter too, which was definitely a plus. Bjorn looked in Erwin's direction and complimented her. He told her that she was doing a good job. Bjorn continued to bash the goblins with his mace. He asked Erwin to let him know once she'd killed all the archers, because he didn't want to keep worrying about them while he fought. Bjorn apologized quickly. Bjorn admitted he wasn't sure if the last archer was hit or not. Erwin asked if that was why he was talking to her. Erwin thought to herself that uncertain information could be more dangerous than anything else. She smiled slightly, knowing she was right. Bjorn thought about Erwin, feeling proud of her. He thought she'd grown a lot in the last few days. Suddenly, Erwin pointed, exclaiming that there was something cool over there. Bjorn looked down to see what she was pointing at. It was an essence, a goblin archer's essence to be exact. The drop rate was near 0, so this was a very rare find. Bjorn looked annoyed, thinking that this was too lucky, and he didn't have a good feeling about it. He was thinking, what the hell, here of all places. The system explained that the essence was part of the skill system of Dungeon and Stone. It gave a passive and active skill, each with varying stats depending on the type. You could only take 1 per level, but it was basically a cheat key, so it was considered more valuable than treasure to an explorer. Bjorn thought to himself that there was a limit to how many you could absorb. The ability of the essence varied widely depending on the goblin, so the character's fate depended on which essences were taken. Erwin was surprised, saying that the drop rate was near 0, and she never would have expected to see it here. She added that it was an essence. Bjorn looked suspicious, thinking that this was too lucky, and he didn't have a good feeling about it. Erwin asked if you became a goblin if you ate it. Bjorn said that there's no way he'd be this lucky, and that you just earned a part of the goblin's abilities. Bjorn explained that the guy that chased them on the first floor had taken a razor mane wolf's essence and tracked them down by scent. He crouched down, his face grim. Erwin asked Bjorn if he wanted the essence. She looked at him expectantly, but Bjorn didn't seem too interested. But Erwin quickly added that she would take it if Bjorn didn't want it. She seemed pretty eager to get her hands on it. Erwin smiled, saying that she felt like she was getting more thick-skinned. Bjorn thought to himself that she was definitely changing, but he didn't really care. Bjorn turned away, thinking that he already knew what essence he wanted. He was focused on his own goals for now. Bjorn figured he'd have to spend a ton of money later on if he just took essences without thinking about the future. He thought a goblin archer's essence wasn't that tempting for a barbarian like him. Bjorn then said it was all right, Erwin. Bjorn said that if Erwin just promised him one thing, she could have the essence. He added that he was actually gonna tell her once they were on the first floor. Bjorn's voice trailed off with a, "Hey!" Suddenly, a dead knight lay sprawled on the ground, his armor glinting dully. Erwin stood nearby, holding a glowing blue essence in her hands. The whole scene felt wrong. A voice boomed out, warning them not to move. A man shouted, demanding to know what the hell the barbarian and fairy were doing. He looked absolutely furious, pointing a finger directly at them. Erwin looked up, confused by the accusation. She started to say, asking what the man meant and that they were just hunting. Bjorn cut her off, realizing something was very wrong. He warned Erwin that they had been too lucky and that she shouldn't answer them. Erwin looked up at Bjorn, even more confused than before. She didn't understand why he was suddenly acting so strange. Suddenly, Erwin screamed as she was blasted backwards by some unseen force. She flew through the air, completely helpless. A blast of pure energy erupted from the attacker, sending Erwin flying. The air crackled with power, and the ground trembled from the force of the blow. The attacker looked absolutely furious. He yelled, asking what the hell Erwin had done and how she could eat it. The attacker continued to shout, claiming that the essence belonged to them. He looked like he was about to explode with rage. The rest of the group watched silently, their eyes fixed on Erwin. The air was thick with tension, and nobody dared to move. Erwin looked up at Bjorn, weakly thanking him. She said she had been expecting to run into people like this. The attacker glared at them, explaining that they probably rushed over when they sensed the essence. He looked like he was ready to fight. The attacker grinned, looking way too confident. He wondered what Bjorn and Erwin could even do to stop him. The attacker gestured to Erwin. He explained that Erwin already ate the essence and dared them to try and fight for it. Bjorn knew they were outnumbered. He figured that they needed to be even bolder because of it. Bjorn looked at Erwin, warning her that the enemy would underestimate them if they let their guard down for even a second. Bjorn was ready to fight. He told them to come at him or get lost if they were too scared. Dash took off running. He knew that he needed to move fast. Erwin ran as fast as she could. She shouted for Dash not to slow down until the portal was in sight. Dash asked Erwin if she really thought the 4 guys before would come after them. He wondered if they would be all right once they got to the first floor. One of the men looked absolutely furious. He yelled that they would pay for this. Erwin was confused and asked what he meant. The man explained that they were most likely headed in the same direction as them anyway. He said that they were in a party of 4 adventurers, which was a good number to go deeper on the second floor, but they were hanging around the entrance to the first. He figured that they were planning to leave the labyrinth when the first floor closes. Dash figured that the 4 guys were probably just chilling around the portal like they were. Erwin thought that made sense. She said that he was amazing. Suddenly, Erwin flinched. Her eyes went wide with worry. Erwin told Dash to hold on. She warned that there was a group of goblins about 150 feet away. She wanted to avoid them this time. Erwin told Dash that they couldn't avoid them. She said that the goblins were running towards them. Dash was shocked. He couldn't believe that goblins were able to spot them before they spotted the goblins. He thought that Erwin's ability to detect things from afar would have prevented this. Dash realized that it couldn't be just a coincidence. He yelled at Erwin to follow him in the other direction. Erwin agreed, but then she suddenly froze. Something was coming right at them. Yikes. Something flew right past them. Dash and Erwin barely managed to dodge it. Dash sweated. He realized that the shot wasn't fired by a goblin archer. Someone else was after them. Dash coughed. He could have dodged that, but he was still hurt. He realized it was them from before. What the hell? Dash realized that they must have lured the goblins this way. He figured they were probably lying in wait on the other side, ready to ambush them. This was not good. Dash was furious. He realized they wanted to wear them down with the goblins before facing them directly. He yelled that they had to fight right there, and Erwin should use her special ability. Erwin looked confused. She asked what special ability he was talking about. Dash told her to think about the essence she had just taken from the goblin. The system explained that each essence contained a special ability related to the monster that dropped it. It said that if Erwin used the essence correctly, she would not only get permanent boosts to her stats, but also learn a new active and passive skill. Agility, stealth, and accuracy all went up. Dash realized that Erwin probably didn't even know how to use the new skills. He just glanced at her, hoping she would figure it out. There you go. Suddenly, Erwin was surrounded by a blue glow. The system announced that she had just activated the Thief Step skill, which would allow her to move in stealth mode. Dash was surprised. He wondered if the skill was activated just by thinking about it. He thought it was pretty cool. Erwin looked just as surprised as he was. Dash handed Erwin something. It was hard to see what it was, but he seemed to be trusting her with it. Dash declared that he would take care of the goblins by himself. He told Erwin to find the crossbowman who had fired the bolt, since he could only use his right arm now. Erwin looked worried. She asked if he was sure, since it was going to be dangerous if he went alone. It was a dangerous plan. Dash spoke with urgency, telling Erwin to stay hidden and to shoot the crossbowman down on his signal. He emphasized that she had to kill him with that one shot, or they were screwed. Erwin, still cloaked in stealth, confirmed that she would stay hidden until then, but she was confused and asked Dash what kind of signal he was even talking about. Dash suddenly stopped, planting his feet firmly on the ground. He muttered that this spot should do just fine. He pointed towards the distance. There, he said, was the group of goblins they'd been trying to avoid. Dash cursed under his breath. Those jerks weren't showing themselves after firing that crossbow bolt, he said, clearly annoyed. Dash swung his hammer down with incredible force, crushing the goblins beneath him. He declared that he would take care of these goblins right here and now. Dash was completely surrounded, outnumbered by at least 15 goblins. The air was thick with the stench of their crude weapons and rotten teeth. Dash continued to fight, carefully observing the goblins' movements. He noticed that 2 of them were wielding swords, and he thought it was safe to assume that that there were no archers among them. Suddenly, an arrow struck Dash's shield, throwing him off balance. He realized he spoke too soon, way too soon. Another goblin lunged forward, stabbing Dash in the side with a rusty blade. He knew he had to pay attention to the arrows, or he was done for. Dash swung his hammer, pushing back the goblins that swarmed him. He was trying to fend off the melee attacks, while keeping them at bay. Dash knew he had to deal with more than just the goblins in front of him. He thought about the adventurer crossbowman, who could fire at any moment, and he had to do it all without Erwin's help. Dash panted, feeling the damage start to build up. He could feel the cuts and bruises stinging, and it was getting harder to breathe. Thump! The sound of the hammer hitting the ground echoed through the forest. Each swing took more and more effort. Dash panted heavily. This wasn't good at all. He could feel his stamina fading fast, and he knew he couldn't keep this up for much longer. Dash's eyes widened as he realized two projectiles were headed straight for him at the same time. He knew he had to react fast, or this was gonna be bad. The arrow and crossbow bolt flew through the air, closing the distance in a heartbeat. The wind whistled as they cut through the air, each one carrying deadly force. Dash realized that one of the shots had to be from the goblin archer, and the other one was definitely from the crossbowman. He had to make a choice, and fast. Dash knew he couldn't possibly stop or avoid both of them at once. He gritted his teeth, preparing to swing his weapon with everything he had left. Dash decided to block the crossbow bolt. It was the faster of the two, and probably the deadliest. He braced himself for the impact. Dash cursed as the projectile slammed into his elbow. He couldn't believe it hit him there of all places. The impact sent waves of pain shooting through his arm. Dash saw the blood seeping from the wound. He realized it was poisoned. His arm felt like it was going numb. He knew he was in trouble. Dash realized he could only use his right arm now. He had to choose between the hammer and the shield. He knew he couldn't carry both. Dash decided to go with the shield. He yelled that he was choosing the shield. His body twitched with the effort. Dash glared ahead, his teeth gritted. He thought that those scumbags were the real enemies here, not these dumb goblins. He was ready to make them pay. Dash thought to himself that he could probably make short work of the goblins with the warhammer, but he wouldn't be able to stop the crossbow bolts with it. Dash swung the warhammer, smashing into the group of goblins. The sound of the impact echoed through the trees as the goblins went flying. Dash panted, sweat dripping down his face. He glared ahead, wondering just how many more of them there were. Dash braced himself and rushed forward, surrounded by the horde of goblins. He knew he had to keep moving. Dash let out an of relief. He figured there was no point in chasing after the ones that ran away. He was just glad he managed to hang on. The rustling of the trees filled the air as the attacker spoke. He sneered, commenting that he didn't think Dash would be able to take care of all those goblins by himself. The attacker spoke again, admitting that Dash was better than he expected. He was standing with two other men, one of whom was holding a katana. Dash glared at the group. He demanded to know where the crossbowman was hiding. One of the men smirked, confirming that it was them. He then asked what had happened to the elven girl, using a nasty word. Dash's face twisted in rage. He told them to forget about it and come at him. The attacker was breathing heavily, sweat dripping down his face. He admitted that barbarians were not to be taken lightly, especially after fighting a whole bunch of goblins. The attacker chuckled darkly, his eyes gleaming with malice. He noticed that Dash was badly hurt and offered a deal. Tell him where Erwin was hiding, and he'd let him go. Dash smirked to himself, a dark amusement flickering in his eyes. He thought, they'd let me go free if I tell them? They must really think I'm a freaking dimwit. Dash's expression hardened, his grip tightening on his weapon. He told them that if they thought this was funny, they were wrong. He warned that he was going to make short work of them first and then ask questions. One of the men warned the others not to let their guard down. He told them to think of Dash as a big monster to be hunted down, steeling themselves for the fight. Dash let out a battle cry and charged right at them. He was ready to take them head on, no matter what. Dash noticed that he still couldn't move his left arm freely. He wondered if Erwin had found the crossbowman yet, and knew he needed to send a signal soon. Dash had an idea. He knew exactly what to do to signal Erwin. Dash grinned, a crazy glint in his eye. This was it. Dash raised his arm high into the air, knowing it was a risky move. One of the swordsmen shouted, wondering what the hell he was doing. He hoped that Erwin had seen the signal, but he couldn't hear anything from this distance. He had no idea if she even knew what to do. Dash knew he had no choice but to trust Erwin. He had to believe she would come through. The swordsman lunged, but Dash was ready, slamming his shield into the attacker's blade. The force of the impact shook the ground. The swordsman screamed Elias's name, his face contorted in shock. Something was terribly wrong. The sound of metal on metal rang through the air as Dash clashed with Elias. He thought to himself that Elias was strong, really strong. Dash knew he was in a tough spot, but he couldn't back off now. He had to keep pushing forward, no matter what. He steeled himself, realizing he needed to distract them in order to make an opening for Erwin. It was the only way. He kept fighting, but a seed of doubt started to grow in his mind. He was worried about Erwin, wondering if she was okay. He hoped she hadn't been defeated by the crossbow guy. Suddenly, a surge of pure energy blasted upwards from the ground. It was so intense that it shook the very air around them. An arrow suddenly slammed into Dash's shield, the force of the impact vibrating through his arm. The attacker looked surprised by the sudden attack. Dash grunted as he blocked another arrow, wondering who was attacking them. Was it Erwin or someone else entirely? Another arrow bounced harmlessly off his shield. Dash thought it had to be Erwin. No one else could be helping him right now. The attacker yelled at his guys to focus on Dash. He said he would block all the arrows himself. Another arrow bounced off the attacker's shield. He yelled, asking where they thought they were going with this. The attacker realized that the shield guy, Dash, had been planning to block Erwin's arrows all along. He was getting angry. Dash found himself surrounded, fighting off two attackers at once. He gritted his teeth, knowing this wasn't going to be easy. Dash blocked a sword strike with his shield, the impact jarring his arm. He realized he couldn't take them all on his own. One of the attackers raised his sword, ready to strike. It was about to get ugly. The attacker was getting desperate, blood splattering as he moved. He knew he had to give up something to survive this. The attacker's left arm was useless, hanging limp. He figured it was time to think about what he could afford to lose. The attacker considered the options, his gaze hardening. If he could trade his unusable arm for the life of the redhead, it might be worth it. The attacker smiled grimly. That wasn't a bad trade-off at all. He was ready to make the sacrifice. Dash looked up, shocked by the attacker's words. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. "You monster," he managed to choke out. The attacker went flying, crashing hard into the dirt. He landed with a thud, leaving a small crater where he hit. Dash was knocked off his feet, skidding backwards. He struggled to get back up, his body aching from the impact. The attacker looked up, his face twisted in disbelief. What the hell was going on? Dash raised his shield just in time to block the incoming attack. "Focus! I'll block your—" Dash braced himself against the force of the blow, his shield holding firm. "Nice! Erwin!" the attacker screamed, saying it served Dash right, asking if he thought he could block all of the attacks. He was getting angrier, realizing his archer was. The attacker finished his sentence, revealing that Erwin was a spirit archer. But then he suddenly coughed up blood. Dash didn't waste any time. He screamed as he stabbed the attacker, ending his sentence right there. The attacker's face was covered in blood, his eyes wide with fear. He realized this was looking bad. The attacker decided he'd go take care of the fairy bitch himself. He was pissed that he'd have to chase him too far. The attacker swung his sword, screaming that Dash should give up. He'd just have to trust Erwin to finish the job, he figured. The ground shook with each step, cracking under the force. He was really putting his weight into it. The attacker ran as fast as he could, sword in hand. He wasn't going to let Dash get away that easily. The attacker's eyes went wide. Something had clearly caught him off guard. Dash hit him hard, sending the attacker flinting. The punch was so strong that it echoed through the forest. The attacker was sent flinting, crashing into the ground. He shouted, clearly frustrated. The attacker swung his sword with all his might, screaming that he wouldn't give up. He was clearly getting desperate. Dash realized he was alone now. He thought that the attacker was very powerful, and he didn't get why he was in a party with those other guys. The attacker swung his sword, but Dash blocked it with ease. He thought that teaming up with Dash was the biggest mistake he could have made. The attacker shouted, asking if Dash was just going to keep dodging backwards. He assumed that Dash was trying to stall for time until the redhead came back, but he wasn't going to let that happen. Bjorn looked like he was about to bring his weapon down on the attacker's head. He warned that he was going to pretend to swing. Bjorn's weapon was still falling towards the attacker. He shouted that he was going to let it go. Bjorn's attack landed right on the attacker's face. The force of the hit sent him flying backwards. The attacker's face was covered in blood after that hit. He was clearly in a lot of pain. Bjorn looked down at the attacker, who was still trying to get up. Now was his chance to finish this. Bjorn's fist slammed into the attacker's face with incredible force. The impact echoed through the forest as the attacker's head snapped back. The attacker's eyes widened in shock as Bjorn's fist connected. His teeth rattled and a searing pain shot through his skull. The attacker screamed, denying everything. He asked if they really thought he'd die in a place like this. Bjorn kept punching the attacker, not giving him a chance to recover. Blood splattered everywhere as he continued his relentless assault. Bjorn stood tall over the attacker, who was now lying motionless on the ground. He had won this fight, but something felt wrong. Bjorn spat on the ground, trying to get the taste of blood out of his mouth. He was beat up pretty bad, but he had won. Suddenly, Erwin came running through the trees, shouting for Bjorn. She looked really worried. Erwin looked relieved to see that Bjorn was still alive. She asked if he was okay, mentioning that she thought Erwin had won his fight too. Erwin insisted that Bjorn's injuries were bad. She told him to hurry and drink a potion. Erwin said it was better to drink the potion than to pour it on the wound. She added that he was poisoned, telling him to hurry up. Bjorn reluctantly agreed. The empty vial lay discarded on the ground, a few drops of the potion mixing with the dirt. The stuff seemed pretty strong. Bjorn felt like his insides were on fire. He could feel the potion coursing through his veins. The pain spread to every vein in his body, and his skin felt hot and itchy. He was trying his best to ignore it. Erwin looked at Bjorn with worry. She asked him what time it was, clearly anxious about something. Bjorn told Erwin that it was 11:20, which meant they only had 40 minutes before the first floor closed. He added that they didn't even have time to rest. Bjorn suddenly told Erwin to strip. She was completely caught off guard by the order, and her face turned red with embarrassment. Erwin was confused. She wondered if he had a reason for saying that so suddenly. Then she realized he wasn't talking about her, but the dead explorers around them. Bjorn said that there wasn't any time to waste. They would just have to take the dead explorers' equipment, magic crystal bags, and backpacks. He told her to also grab the redheads and the crossbowman's things, and to be fast about it. Erwin called out to Bjorn, her voice filled with urgency. She was clearly worried about something. Suddenly, a massive portal opened up in front of them, shining with bright light. It was their only way out of this mess. Bjorn yelled that they were going in. He didn't even hesitate before jumping straight into the portal, pulling Erwin along with him. They were pulled through a swirling vortex of light and energy. The system showed that there were only 40 seconds left on the clock. The system announced that their entry to the first floor was a success. Bjorn landed hard on the ground, but Erwin somehow managed to land perfectly on her feet. Erwin was smiling brightly as she told Bjorn that he did a good job. She seemed genuinely happy to be out of that mess. Bjorn told Erwin that she did well too. He asked if there were about 30 seconds left. That was way too close for comfort. Bjorn suddenly remembered something important. He said that he remembered the essence and that Erwin had asked him to promise something earlier. Bjorn said that they didn't have much time to talk about it now, but they could discuss it once they were out of here. He seemed to be thinking hard about something. The system showed that there were only 10 seconds left. Bjorn was starting to panic. He asked what the name of the tavern was again, trying to remember where they were supposed to meet. Bjorn was gritting his teeth, pushing himself to remember. Erwin just looked at him, waiting anxiously for him to recall the name. With just 1 second left, Bjorn shouted that it was the Black Whale Tavern. He said that they should meet there, relieved that he remembered in time. The system announced that the labyrinth was closing. It was pulling everyone back to the city, whether they liked it or not. The system chimed in again, saying that the character was being transported to Rafdonia. The city walls grew closer as the light pulled him in. Bjorn let out in of relief. He was glad to be out of that crazy labyrinth. Bjorn took a deep breath and said that he was back. He could feel the familiar energy of the city. Bjorn looked around and realized he was in Rafdonia. He was back in the familiar city, but something felt different. It made sense that all the explorers were gathering in one place, given the circumstances. But damn, there were a lot of people. The city was packed. The thing is, time in the labyrinth flows differently than it does in the city. No matter how many days you spend in the labyrinth, once you come back to the city, it's always noon the next day. So you have to reset your clock so that it points to noon. Someone in the crowd shouted, calling out Jandel's son, Bjorn. He wondered who that was again. Some name starting with W. Two guys bumped fists, happy to see each other again. One of them said that it was Vanon's second son, Karak. Well, actually, Venon's third son. Venon's third son, Karak, was glad he was fine. Then another voice called out, saying it was Senec's fourth son, Sarum, and that he'd come back alive too. It was a regular reunion. It turned out Naren's son, Farman, was okay too. The barbarians cheered him on and one of them asked Karake how the labyrinth was. The guy was popular, that was for sure. He added that those razor-mane wolves were nothing, believing in Karake's courageous axing skills. Another barbarian wondered if they were having a whole reunion there. He asked where all these barbarian guys were popping up from. Then he challenged Karake to a duel of bravery at the checkpoint. The challenged barbarian accepted, saying he would prove his courage as a warrior. He said they should go, and that he probably earned the most magic crystals. Someone shouted, asking Bjorn if he wasn't coming. Bjorn said that he was coming. The system showed that Bjorn had 24,476 stones. The woman struggled to hold the bag, which contained 28,420 stones. No, wait, 41,498 stones. The weight of the crystals was almost too much for her. The other barbarians were going wild, celebrating the warrior's haul. They shouted that it was more than 40,000 stones, and that he was amazing. One of them declared that Venon's third son, Karake, was the warrior of warriors. The bags were overflowing with magic crystals. Someone asked if they all contained magic crystals, and the answer came back immediately. Yes. The woman started counting the crystals with incredible speed. The warrior watching her was amazed, saying that she was fast. The woman finished counting, announcing the total, 182,413 stones. Bjorn looked at the number, impressed by the amount he had earned. The barbarians were going completely nuts. They yelled that Jandel's son, Bjorn, had gotten 180,000 stones, which was the highest record of all time. The crowd was in disbelief. Turns out, it wasn't just the stones. The crowd realized that Bjorn had also come back with an axe, shoes, and a bag. The amount of loot was insane. Bjorn stood there, covered in loot, as the other barbarians started to get jealous. One of them shouted that it wasn't possible, and another called Bjorn the best warrior. They were all losing their minds. The barbarians started chanting Bjorn's name over and over. Erwin watched, understanding why they were so passionate. Bjorn was becoming a legend right before their eyes. Bjorn thought to himself that, of course, he'd be the first barbarian to ever enter the labyrinth without anything. He was different, and he knew it. Bjorn grinned, thinking he'd come back a civilized man. He was already planning how to act like a normal person when he returned. Suddenly, Bjorn swung his weapon around and yelled that he was the best warrior. He was so loud that everyone could hear him. The crowd went wild, chanting Bjorn's name over and over. Bjorn realized he couldn't be so loud, but it was too late. Someone told the crowd to quiet down, but it was hard to get them under control. The city checkpoint was always loud, but this was insane. The barbarians were sitting around, talking about their adventures in the labyrinth. The whole city was buzzing with excitement. Bjorn figured he should probably stick with the other barbarians. He thought there might be something he was missing, so he decided to wait for them all to come back before following. Bjorn paused, looking around. Wait a minute. It was Erwin. She looked happy to see him. Erwin told the group that she thought she knew how to work with spirits now. She explained that she had heard flame spirits were impatient. So, Bjorn watched them, a little annoyed. He figured that was the kind of people Erwin hung around with. He thought to himself that he only had savages around him, and that he was envious. Erwin looked this way, smiling. She seemed happy to see him, and waved. Erwin asked Bjorn to meet that night. Bjorn watched her, nodding slightly. Another woman asked Erwin if she knew Erwin. Erwin seemed shocked by the question and denied it. Another man, Jandel's son Bjorn, asked him what he was staring at and if he knew that fairy. Bjorn denied knowing her. Bjorn figured that was the case. He shouted that there was no way the best warrior like him would be on familiar terms with those cowardly earheads. Erwin looked absolutely annoyed. She didn't like what was happening. Bjorn was in a lot of pain. He cursed. One of the barbarians was losing his mind. He complained that they never gave a damn and asked if this was Romeo and Juliet. Two barbarians walked up to the building. One of them was happy that they were finally done. One of the barbarians shouted that they should get going. He added that everyone was here and told them to go. Bjorn looked down at his dirty boots, covered in blood and grime. He figured it would be impossible to talk to Erwin with so many people around, so he decided he'd have to catch her later that night. Suddenly, Jandel's voice boomed over the crowd, calling out for Bjorn. The barbarian was eager to see his son. Bjorn turned and saw his son running towards him. He picked him up and gave him a big hug, saying he missed him too, and asking how he had been. Nearby, two barbarians embraced, one exclaiming how glad he was his brother was alive. Bjorn watched the scene, thinking that the game had something like this too. He was reminded of the joy and happiness of families and friends. But the happy reunion didn't last for everyone. A woman started shouting, desperately asking where her husband, Barbarian, was. The joy quickly turned to despair. Agony filled the air as the two survivors knelt beside Robin's body. One of them cried out, saying it was all their fault, but the other insisted that there was nothing they could have done to change what happened. The grief was heavy. The others gathered around, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Someone screamed Robin's name, demanding to know why and how this could have happened. The air was thick with sorrow. Bjorn watched the scene unfold, a strange feeling washing over him. Seeing these faces, these tragedies in real life instead of on a screen was intensely unsettling. It was all so different from the game. Suddenly, a voice boomed through the tavern, calling out for drinks. The sound was a welcome distraction from the heavy atmosphere. Two people raised their mugs high, taking long, desperate gulps. They were trying to drown their sorrows and find some comfort in the shared moment. The tavern was filled with the sound of heavy drinking. Bjorn tilted his head back and poured the liquid down his throat. He didn't seem to care about the others or the recent tragedy. The barbarian slammed his mug on the table. He thought to himself, asking if the others had lost their minds. The person thought that the reason he was with these barbarians was because he didn't want to miss a necessary step in the process. The barbarian watched the others pour drinks. He thought to himself that it was a waste of time to stay here with these guys. The barbarian said that he had somewhere to be. Another barbarian looked up, shocked, and asked if he was really leaving now. The others couldn't believe it. One of the barbarians yelled, asking if Jandel's son was really leaving today and wondered why. He was worried that they wouldn't stop him from leaving. Bjorn just walked away, not looking back. The others cheered him on, wishing the warrior of warriors good luck. Bjorn walked through the city, the sounds of his footsteps echoing. Someone was chasing after him, yelling for him to wait. Bjorn kept walking, a rare moment of peace washing over him. He was glad to be away from the chaos for a moment. Back at the tavern, the others started talking about their lives. One woman said how peaceful it was here, with no monsters or humans to hurt them. She wondered what they should do this evening, and suggested they have a drink, mentioning her husband had gone to the labyrinth. Bjorn thought about how this place had laws and rules, and it felt relaxed. It was a nice change from the labyrinth. Bjorn walked through the streets, looking at the clothes hanging outside the shops. He took a deep breath, enjoying the simple things. Bjorn realized that even if he fell down here, he could get up like nothing happened. Someone might even lend him a hand before he could even ask. Bjorn walked towards a building, thinking that this place might be the other world. It was way more barbaric than 21st century Earth. That was for sure. Bjorn looked up at the sign. Despite everything, he felt a sense of anticipation. The hot water poured over Bjorn's skin, washing away the grime and sweat of the labyrinth. He could feel the tension slowly leaving his muscles. Bjorn relaxed under the water, letting it all sink in. He thought that it was peaceful here, and living in this city might not be too bad after all. Bjorn stepped out of the shower, drying his hair with a towel. It felt nice to finally be clean. Bjorn flopped onto the bed, completely exhausted. His body ached from the fight, but it was a good kind of ache. He closed his eyes, trying to stay awake, but sleep was already pulling him under. He knew he should probably get up and figure things out, but right now, rest was more important. Bjorn lay on the bed, staring up at the ceiling. He thought to himself that he really wanted to go home. To be honest, Bjorn really wanted to go home. He thought. Even if there wasn't anyone to greet him when he got there, he still wanted to go back. Bjorn sat up in bed, looking around the room. The system flashed the current time, 21:18. Bjorn thought that he had come out of the labyrinth at noon, so he must have slept around 4 to 5 hours. Bjorn figured he'd get going to the Black Whale Tavern to meet Erwin. He was hoping to find some answers there. The man with the bag said that the Black Whale Tavern disappeared 10 years ago. So much for meeting Erwin there, I guess. The man looked up, a bit surprised by the question. He was carrying a big bag of potatoes, but his face was serious. The man with the bag explained that the owner's son got into gambling, so the name and owner both changed. He added that it was a shame because the place had done well for generations. Bjorn thought that he expected it, but the world in the game must be years behind this one. He wondered what the new name of the tavern was. Suddenly he remembered the new name, Python Puth. He stared up at the building. Bjorn looked up at the building, thinking it didn't look like the Black Whale Tavern from the game. He was relieved that he could at least read the language, and he figured he'd have to find a library later. The tavern was a mess of people and drinks. A tavern worker welcomed him, shouting for more drinks and asking where Erwin was. Someone shouted, "Here!" Bjorn looked over and saw Erwin with another woman. It was the same woman from before. The woman with short white hair looked at Bjorn seriously. She said that he was that barbarian. Bjorn asked who she was. She said that she was Erwin's older sister. Teresia scoffed, asking if he thought her older sister was her name. She told him to call her Teresia. then revealed that Erwin's real name was Erwin Fornaci de Tercia, guessing that she didn't want to tell him her full name. Teresia leaned forward, her expression serious. She asked Bjorn why he was here, adding that she had a question to ask him. Teresia's eyes narrowed, her voice dropping to a low, dangerous tone. She asked why he had asked to see such a young girl. Teresia continued, her gaze intense. She wanted to know why he'd asked to see such a young girl so late at night in a tavern like this, implying something bad. Exploded, accusing Bjorn of calling Erwin to such a shady tavern the previous night. She then demanded to know what his purpose was, considering that he had stood her up and made her stay out all night. Erwin's face contorted with anger. She called Bjorn thick-skinned, her voice dripping with scorn. Bjorn looked completely lost. He asked what they meant by last night, his brow furrowed in confusion. Erwin glared at him suspiciously. She asked if he was trying to play dumb. Her eyes narrowed. Bjorn turned to Erwin, his voice laced with urgency. He asked how long it had been since they left the labyrinth. Erwin replied, seeming just as confused, that it had been about 30 hours. Bjorn's eyes widened as the words sank in. He repeated the number, completely shocked that it had been 30 hours. Bjorn's voice rose with incredulity. Not 4 hours, but 30? He couldn't believe how much time had passed. Bjorn suddenly understood why he felt so refreshed when he woke up. It was because he had slept for over a day. He was still standing at the table, and he was shocked. Erwin looked at Bjorn with a mix of concern and guilt. She blurted out an apology, her voice filled with sincerity. Bjorn lowered his head slightly, a rare sign of remorse on his face. He apologized, explaining that he had been asleep the entire time. Erwin was completely taken aback, her eyes wide with surprise. Teresia was just as shocked as she whispered, wondering if Erwin had ever seen a barbarian apologize before. Erwin's expression hardened, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. She spoke, her tone sharp, saying that she hadn't expected Bjorn to even be on time, given that he was a barbarian, and demanding to know why he had called her there. Bjorn smirked slightly, his eyes glinting with amusement. He admitted that he could give many reasons, but he had no obligation to tell her. He suggested that she could ask Erwin if she was so curious. Teresia's face twisted into a sneer, her eyes filled with disdain. She scoffed, saying that she knew these barbarians were so interesting, adding that Bjorn was just a beginner. Teresia's voice dripped with sarcasm as she questioned what that had to do with anything. She warned Bjorn that he should throw away that attitude unless he intended on taking care of Erwin all her life, calling him savage. She then turned back to Bjorn, calling him Mr. with a questioning tone. A hand shoved a heavy pouch forward, the grip tight around it. Here, take this. It's 350,000 stones. Bjorn held out the pouch, his expression serious. He explained that it was the amount Erwin had earned for the essences they collected. Erwin looked at the situation with a strange sense of familiarity. She thought to herself that she felt like she'd seen this kind of thing in K-dramas. Bjorn suddenly grabbed Erwin and shoved the pouch into her hands. Take this money and get away from Erwin, he yelled. Erwin stared back at Bjorn, completely baffled. She asked him why he wasn't taking the money. Teresia stared intently, her eyes narrowed. She asked if Bjorn had another purpose, just like she suspected. Bjorn looked at Erwin, pausing for a moment. He asked if Erwin agreed with Teresia's suspicions. Bjorn's face was tense as he leaned forward. He explained that the deal for giving him essences was that he would help until Erwin got the amount she wanted. Bjorn looked at Erwin, his expression softening slightly. He confirmed that was all, and that they would split the profits 5 to 5. Erwin's eyes widened, and her face lit up with a bright smile. She seemed genuinely surprised and pleased by the arrangement. Erwin's eyes widened slightly, her face showing a hint of surprise. She muttered softly, barely audible. Bjorn looked at Erwin, a hint of regret in his voice. He apologized, saying that they were a pretty compatible duo. Bjorn turned to Teresia, his expression firm. He declared that from now on, Erwin would accompany him into the labyrinth. Erwin looked down, her expression unreadable. Bjorn explained that they were just following tradition in letting her go alone, since it was her first time, but he never intended on letting her go alone otherwise. Teresia's face twisted in anger, her eyes narrowing. She realized that Erwin already had someone to carry her, and muttered that she didn't care about personal connections. Mr. held out a pouch, telling Erwin to take it if she understood the terms. Erwin paused, doing some quick math in her head. She asked if the 350,000 stones were half the essences, and if so, she was still short 280,000 stones from their deal. Erwin gave a wide, fake smile. She acted like she almost forgot. Mr. reluctantly handed over the 280,000 stones. He thought to himself, wondering if she was trying to con him somehow. Mr. was getting annoyed. He muttered about how he now understood why barbarians hated fairies. He then asked if she was done and could leave, as he had something to talk to Erwin about. Erwin looked at Mr., her expression impatient. She asked if he still had something to say, sounding sounding a bit annoyed. Erwin softened her tone, trying to be polite. She told the other woman that she appreciated her concern, but she could leave now. Erwin said she needed to thank Mr. and say goodbye. Erwin's expression hardened, a hint of defiance in her eyes. She stated firmly that she wasn't a kid anymore, as if trying to prove a point. Suddenly, the barbarian woman pointed down at Bjorn, her voice rising. She demanded that he swear on this, then paused, seemingly at a loss for what to ask. Einer's face turned red with anger. She shouted that Bjorn had to swear he wouldn't sleep with Erwin, and if he did, she would leave right away. The demand was completely out of left field. Einar's face was red with fury, her eyes blazing. She stammered, asking what Bjorn thought he was doing, and if he wasn't sleeping with Erwin, did that mean everything else was okay? The question hung in the air, thick with tension. Bjorn stared up at her, his expression unreadable. He didn't even hesitate before swearing. Bjorn ripped his shirt open, swearing on a warrior's honor. Then, he immediately admitted he didn't give a damn about warrior's honor. He looked around confused, calling out for Mr. Einar smirked, clearly satisfied with Bjorn's oath, however sincere it was. She announced she was leaving, calling Erwin sis as she turned to go. Erwin looked stunned. Einar paused, her eyes narrowing. She'd almost forgotten something. Erwin looked up at Bjorn with a smirk, thanking Jandel's son for saving her. Her eyes held a glint of something I couldn't quite place. Bjorn loomed over Erwin, his massive frame casting a shadow over her. He didn't say anything, just stared down at her. Erwin wrung her hands together, looking really nervous. She wondered aloud what she should do, admitting she'd never spoken up to her sister like that before. She asked if Bjorn thought Einar was mad. Bjorn shrugged, telling her she didn't look that mad, considering her smile. He told her not to worry. He started to say he was glad, but then stopped himself. Erwin looked down, regret in her eyes. She thanked Bjorn for his offer earlier, but said she'd made the decision to work with her sister a long time ago. She apologized. Bjorn looked at Erwin, telling her she didn't need to apologize. He said he wouldn't reject the offer, either, if some high-level fairy offered to carry him. Bjorn handed Erwin a pouch. He told her it was exactly 63,000 stones, magic crystals from the redhead and the crossbow. He added that he'd already taken his own share, so she didn't need to worry. Bjorn explained that he left the two people's backpacks at his place. He suggested that Erwin should take a look for herself tomorrow. He admitted that he gave up on having her as his teammate, but it was a bit of a shame. Erwin looked up at Bjorn, stammering, and asked how she should repay him. She seemed really worried about it. Bjorn realized that Erwin was worried about owing him something. He thought to himself, is this why her sister told me to swear not to sleep with her? He figured Einar was worried he'd make some weird request. Bjorn thought about how Erwin wanted to repay him. He had to figure out what to say next. Bjorn told her that he couldn't think of anything at the moment. He then asked her if she wanted to eat anything. Erwin said she wasn't hungry. Bjorn replied that he would just order something for himself then. Erwin just looked down and made a small noise. Erwin suddenly perked up and said she wanted alcohol. She explained that she hadn't had a single drop yesterday on purpose and asked again for alcohol. Erwin's eyes sparkled as she leaned forward, explaining that she wanted to drink the first return drink with him. She recalled that there was such a drinking culture in the game. Erwin continued, explaining that for fairies who lived only in their shrines until they were adults, the first return drink had a big meaning. She stammered, trying to say thanks. Erwin smiled brightly, saying, of course. They went through everything together in the labyrinth. It was a given that they should share their first return drink. Bjorn replied that, of course, this wouldn't be her first return drink, but he suddenly paused, then said that it was his first too. Erwin looked at him, shocked. She thought she had told him she was 22. She then asked if he wasn't joking. Bjorn smiled slightly, admitting that it was his first time in the labyrinth too. It was a rare, genuine moment from the big guy. The table was piled high with food, a welcome sight after the dangers they had faced. It was a feast fit for heroes. Erwin smiled brightly, raising her mug. Mister, you did great, she said, clearly impressed by his performance. Bjorn grinned back, raising his own mug. You too, he said, before they both shouted, cheers. The drinks splashed as their mugs clinked together. The table was a mess of plates and half-eaten food, signs of a celebration well underway. Erwin smiled, pointing out that Mr. was wearing a shirt today. Bjorn grinned back, joking that she was wearing a skirt. It was a rare moment of lightheartedness between them. Bjorn took a massive gulp from his mug, emptying it in one go. Erwin watched him, clearly impressed. He was so good at drinking. Bjorn's expression turned serious. He reminded Erwin that she had wanted to repay him earlier. He revealed that he had thought of a way for her to do so. Erwin's eyes widened with anticipation. She leaned forward, eager to know what he he had in mind. What is it? She asked. Bjorn glanced around, his voice dropping to a near whisper. He explained that they couldn't discuss it there because the security would be all over them. It was too risky. Erwin blushed, a light pink dusting her cheeks. She seemed to be waiting for something or someone to make a move. Then Erwin suggested they go to his room, a playful smile on her face. She added that it sounded good, clearly enjoying the moment. Outside a door marked 305, sounds of exertion could be heard. It was Bjorn, telling Erwin to spread wider as he struggled. Erwin winced, sweat beading on her forehead. Even if you say that, she groaned, clearly not enjoying whatever Bjorn was doing. A sharp cry of pain escaped Erwin's lips. My shoulder! You're dislocating it! Bjorn's face was a mask of concentration, his muscles straining. It's hard to control my strength, he grunted. It never went back that far. Tears welled in Erwin's eyes as she looked up at Bjorn, her voice trembling. Are you sure about this? She asked. Erwin screamed, yes, I swear on my family. Bjorn, satisfied, finally released her shoulder. All right, he said, his voice softening. Rest for a bit. Erwin gasped, relieved to find her arm still attached. I'm alive, she exclaimed, checking her limbs. She then muttered, I see flexibility +4. Isn't that noticeable in real life? Erwin looked at Bjorn suspiciously, a blush rising on her cheeks. Are you kidding me? She asked. Did you suggest I come here just to check my abilities? Bjorn looked away, a little embarrassed. Yeah, ability use isn't allowed within the city, he admitted. I just wanted to check the difference in the essence between the game and real life. I didn't know. The system displayed a screen showing the game stats for Dungeon and Stone. Anyone could tell just from looking that it was not an user-friendly game. The main stats were body, mind, and ability. The system then zoomed in on the stats, showing height, weight, muscle, fat, stamina, fitness, weakness, strength, bone strength, and grasping. But if you press the plus sign on the side, there were thousands of detailed stats. Bjorn explained that if stamina were to increase, one could carry heavier items. Not only that, but it would also improve performance in physical attacks. Bjorn continued, saying that different characters were capable of different things, despite having the same number of stats. He added that he learned about all this by putting thousands of hours into the game, mentioning that his body stat was 50. Bjorn admitted that there were stats whose effects he still didn't know about after 9 years of playing. He cursed the damn developers under his breath. Bjorn mentioned that one of the stats he didn't know much about was obsession. He explained that it was a stat that came with the essence Erwin ate. Bjorn explained that he didn't know anything about the obsession stat, except that it counted as a lower ranking stat in the mind stat. He then asked Erwin if something had changed for her after leaving the labyrinth. Erwin wondered if the obsession stat had something to do with overthinking or maybe even patience issues. She admitted that she wasn't sure what it did though. The thing is, Erwin had been craving cookies ever since she came back from the labyrinth. She never used to eat them much before, but now she couldn't get enough. Bjorn watched Erwin and thought maybe the obsession stat increased desire. That would explain why it didn't do much in the game, he figured. Erwin realized that there could be other new stats she didn't know about. She knew she should take those into consideration when, suddenly, she was interrupted by someone. Erwin yawned, admitting that she was sleepy now. She still wanted to check a few things, but she figured it could wait. The candle flickered, casting long shadows across the room. All right, let's sleep, Bjorn said, already thinking about the next day's hunt. He closed his eyes, ready to drift off. But then Bjorn suddenly opened them again. Wait, he muttered to himself. Bjorn glanced over at Erwin, who was already asleep. He remembered Einar's warning, don't sleep with her. Bjorn stared at the ceiling, thinking. Well, he figured it didn't really matter. He assumed Einar meant the other kind of sleeping together. The next morning, Bjorn was already awake. He looked over at the pile of gear they'd brought back from the labyrinth. So, this is the loot, he said to himself, assessing the value of their haul. Bjorn looked at the pile of loot, impressed. Whoa, that's a lot. It was worth going early to my lodgings. Are you gonna sell all this? Erwin nodded, already eyeing the pile. Everything except for a few. Erwin's eyes lit up. Then can I have this leather outfit and the belt? Bjorn didn't even hesitate. Sure, if you subtract it from your share. Erwin grinned. Okay, a merchant with a calculating look approached them. I'll give you 350,000 stones for this. He paused, adjusting his glasses. It all totals up to about 150,000 stones. Bjorn watched as the merchant counted the stones. 250,000 stones total. Bjorn stared at the bags of stones, impressed. He thought to himself, I earned a total of 1,450,000 stones. Bjorn stared at the bags of stones in disbelief. disbelief. Mister, this isn't a dream, right? He wondered how much it was all worth. After subtracting Erwin's share, Bjorn realized he'd earned 1,400,000 stones, which was way more than he'd ever earned when he first played the game. Bjorn smirked, feeling satisfied with his progress. He thought to himself, nice start. Bjorn turned to Erwin. All right, then let's part here. He noticed Erwin's surprised expression. What's wrong? There's nothing more for us to do. Erwin looked down, trying to hide her disappointment. We're taking the same path, so we can walk to the central square together. She agreed to walk together, but secretly wished she could spend more time with him. The crowd was buzzing with anticipation. The air was thick with tension, as everyone waited to see what would happen next. Bjorn was walking with Erwin when he noticed a crowd. Huh? Why is there a crowd here? He started to say, but then his face went pale. That's a guard in shining armor stood tall, a spear in his hand. That's an execution. Everyone, back off! The crowd gasped as the massive guillotine came into view. The heavy blade glinted ominously in the dim light. The guard stood before the crowd, his voice echoing through the square. These people haven't committed serious crimes like murder, rape, or arson. The executioner raised his hand, the signal clear. Their crime is failure to pay taxes. I will begin the execution. Rafdonia was the last city standing after a witch's curse destroyed the other world. The only way to get resources in this limited space was the labyrinth below. The weapons of those who dared to venture into the labyrinth lay piled together. They were a grim reminder of the constant struggle for survival. The executioner's logic was simple. Those who couldn't pay taxes would be executed. It was a brutal way to decrease the number of mouths to feed. A man screamed, "I'm first! Move!" People were rushing towards the guillotine, desperate to claim their fate. Someone cried out, "Ah, dear God." People were eating bread, their last meal before facing the executioner's blade. Bjorn looked around in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Why are they dipping bread into the blood? He remembered a legend about people drinking the blood of the executed to gain financial luck. Bjorn turned to Erwin and asked how much the taxes were for the first year. Bjorn listened intently. The answer was 700,000 stones for non-humans. It's a bit off from the game, but it's similar enough. Bjorn asked what the taxes were for the second year. Erwin replied that the taxes were 800,000 stones. There are fees when exchanging too, same as in the game. Bjorn realized that taxes increased each year he worked, so he needed to become much stronger within the year. The pressure was already building. Bjorn thought to himself that if he couldn't return to his old life and he hadn't been training, he would be in serious trouble. He had to prepare for the worst. Bjorn's face was grim as he imagined the worst possible outcome. My blood might end up being the blood that those people are dipping their bread into, he thought, picturing the gruesome scene. Bjorn knew he had to avoid that fate at all costs. In order to avoid that, I need to save money, he thought, his mind already racing with plans. The 6th floor of the dungeon was his goal. He clenched his fists, his resolve hardening. He had to reach that level, become strong enough. He had to survive in this crazy world and avoid execution. The next morning, Bjorn found himself standing inside the city library. The library, he mused, looking around at the towering shelves. The library was even bigger than he remembered from the game. He suddenly realized people were staring at him. Why are people staring so hard? Well, I guess it's rare to see a barbarian in the library. Bjorn was looking around the library when he noticed Einar lying on a table. She was out cold, muttering something about being someone's second or third daughter. It was hard to make out the words. Bjorn leaned over, looking at her with concern. What's she doing here? Bjorn wondered, trying to figure out what had happened to her. Einar's eyes fluttered open, and she looked around, confused. She seemed disoriented, unsure of where she was or how she had gotten there. Bjorn towered over her, a hint of relief in his voice. Jandel's son, Bjorn. Glad to see you're doing fine, he said, trying to sound casual. Einar grinned, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Same goes for you too, Jandel's son Bjorn, she exclaimed, her voice filled with genuine happiness. Einar's booming voice echoed through the library, causing Bjorn to wince slightly. Lower your voice, she said, quickly apologizing. She admitted that she never expected to run into another barbarian here. Bjorn, curious, asked what she was doing there. Einar looked down at the book, her brow furrowed in concentration. You said I should think before acting, she explained, so I thought I needed more knowledge in order to think. Bjorn was impressed, even though he didn't show it. He thought to himself that was commendable. She's definitely a bit different from the other barbarians, he mused. Einar continued, her voice taking on a serious tone. She explained that she also realized while going around the labyrinth that the monsters aren't the only enemies. Something must have happened in the labyrinth, she said, adding that other barbarians would have just bragged about their experience. Einar looked down at the book in her hands, a frustrated expression on her face. Yeah, that's why I've decided to study, she said, pausing. Reading is so hard. Is that the problem? Einar looked up at Bjorn, a serious expression on her face. She explained that she was thinking of going to the shrine to learn to read and write from the elders. Einar's voice echoed, impatient and urgent. She needed to act now, before her resolve faded. Einar sighed, a hint of sadness in her voice. Barbarians are a sad species. The more I learn about them, she said. She remembered her promise to repay Bjorn for his advice if they made it back alive. Einar looked at Bjorn with genuine gratitude. If you ever need help, come to the Angry Bull Inn, she offered. I'll do my best to help you. Bjorn nodded, his expression unreadable. He simply said, all right. Bjorn made sure Einar wouldn't forget. Don't forget this promise in a couple days, Einar, he said, his voice firm. Einar turned to leave, her broad shoulders and blonde hair catching the light. I think I'm gonna, she muttered, ready to head to the shrine. Bjorn watched her go, adding, need your help soon. He had a feeling he'd be calling on her sooner rather than later. Bjorn stepped into the library, his eyes widening at the sheer size of the place. Anyway, how do I find the book I need in a place this large? He wondered. It's humongous. A librarian sat at the front desk, quietly reading a book as the light streamed in through the windows. The air was still and quiet, the only sound the turning of pages. Bjorn stared at the woman behind the desk. She must be a librarian, right? He thought, noticing she was asleep on the job. He loudly cleared his throat, hoping to wake her. The librarian slowly started to wake, her eyes fluttering open. She looked around, still half asleep and a little confused. The librarian blinked a few times, finally focusing on Bjorn, standing in front of her desk. What is it? She asked, her voice still thick with sleep. Bjorn towered over the librarian and asked, what is it? I'm looking for a book. Where can I find books related to Hister? Suddenly, the librarian's eyes glowed with power. She muttered, Fartitiev. Bjorn stared at the librarian, completely dumbfounded. Did she just use magic on me? He wondered, his brow furrowed in confusion. The librarian looked at Bjorn, her expression unreadable. But what changed? You'll be able to find the books you want if you go around now. You cannot borrow any. Please return them to where you found them once you're done. Bjorn tilted his head, still trying to understand what just happened. I just have to walkaroo, he thought, completely lost. Bjorn stared at the librarian, who was already asleep again. She's sleeping again. What is this woman? He wondered, shaking his head. Bjorn started wandering around the library, and it clicked. He understood how the librarian's magic worked. Bjorn looked at the book in his hand. He guessed the magic highlighted the books related to the keyword he was thinking of, history. Bjorn figured it made sense why there would only be one librarian in a library this big. He decided to start with the book in his hand. The first book was called Fallen World. According to the text, thousands of years ago, no living being could live on this land. The book described how the last remaining fortress, Rafdonia, was the only one to avoid a witch's curse. The fortress stood defiant against the darkness. The royal family opened up a path to another dimension for the people who were starving to death because of the limited resources. The book said that's what became today's labyrinth. The early history of this world was pretty similar to the game prologue. The second book was about alchemy's basics. It talked about how magic crystals from monsters could be made into bread, water, steel, and such. The possibilities seemed endless. Erwin couldn't understand the theory, no matter how many times he read it, but he decided he would just memorize it for now. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. The next book was about the Sacred War. It talked about how the barbarians and the fairies came to hate each other. Erwin thought, all right, but this fourth book, this is what I need to read. Erwin read the fourth book, titled Evil Spirits of the Abyss. The book described how evil spirits in this world were those who came from other dimensions to possess another's body. Erwin thought to himself that it was technically correct, considering his own situation. The book didn't describe why it happened, but it made it clear how much the royal family and the temple had tried to get rid of this phenomenon. They fought against anyone suspected of being an evil spirit. Erwin thought to himself that as long as he didn't say the banned words, he'd be fine. He realized it was a nice tip, since he was the evil spirit in question. The fifth book was titled On the Death of the King. It talked about the first ever king, also called the Immortal King, Levigen. His death was 150 years ago, according to the book. The system informed him that the game started the day after Levigen's death, so this was 150 years after the game's timeline. Erwin guessed that was why the knowledge he had from the game kept contradicting the reality in this world. Bjorn flipped open the next book, the title reading Dimensions Instability Observation Records. He wondered if this was the same book that the blonde warrior who saved him had read. Bjorn remembered Einar's words about his situation being rare. He knew what he went through wasn't normal. The book mentioned a theory that entering a portal as it closed could cause dimensional instability. Bjorn realized this might explain his situation. Bjorn realized ending up in this world was basically his own fault. He thought, That's insane. This is getting depressing. I'm gonna stop thinking about this. It was already dark outside. Bjorn decided he'd read the rest of the book later. Bjorn lay in bed, staring up at the ceiling. It had been 3 days since he'd managed to escape the labyrinth. Bjorn did some quick math in his head. A month here was 30 days, right? The labyrinth opened every first at midnight, so he figured he had 27 days until he had to go back. Bjorn's eyes narrowed slightly as he made a decision. He'd start looking for a new teammate tomorrow. Bjorn's eyes snapped open, his body tensing up. Bjorn was shaken awake. Mister, wake up! It was Erwin. Bjorn was about to ask, what brings you here so early in the morning? Suddenly, Bjorn was blasted in the face by a gust of wind. He was caught completely off guard. Erwin was beaming with pride. I succeeded with the contract. Look, I tried like 10 times with the spirit stone my sister bought for me, and it worked, Erwin continued. Plus, it's wind. It works great with fire. She looked extremely happy. Bjorn stared back at her. That's lucky. The system displayed the description of the spirit stone, an item that could be used to sign a contract with a spirit with a 10% chance of success. Erwin thought about what she had just done. She realized that the spirit stone was pretty expensive, and the fact that she had tried 10 times meant that her sister must come from a rich family. Erwin looked at Bjorn, determined to prove her worth. I get it. You can get rid of him now, but I haven't shown you all that I can do. Bjorn looked absolutely pissed. He yelled at Erwin, how much more of a mess do you want to make in my house? Erwin looked absolutely terrified. I'm sorry. I'll clean it up right away. A small green spirit floated around, seemingly content. It was a strange little thing, but it had a certain charm. Erwin sat back on the couch, looking pleased with herself. All done, she said, explaining that she was talented at cleaning and really fast. Erwin smiled, looking genuinely happy. She expressed her gratitude for the congratulations on contracting with a spirit. Bjorn looked at Erwin, a hint of concern in his eyes. He told her that she didn't have to take time out of her day to come to him, suggesting that she spend her time more wisely before going back into the labyrinth. Erwin looked away, a bit unsure. That's true, but she stammered, not really having a good answer. Erwin was practically bouncing with excitement. She told Bjorn that she had come running to him because she wanted him to be the first to know. Bjorn asked if he was her first colleague. Erwin seemed to think that she had some kind of tie to him. She showed off her new wind spirit, asking how much stronger he had become. But Bjorn thought that this kind of relationship was better kept at a business level. Bjorn added that he planned on staying there permanently, so if Erwin had any problems, she could come find him there. He then said that he planned on staying friends with Erwin. Erwin looked at Bjorn and said that they were fellow comrades. Erwin looked pleased with herself. She said that it was good to have connections. Only 26 days remained until he had to go back into the labyrinth. He wondered how he would use that time. It could feel like a long time or a short time, depending on how you looked at it. Bjorn knew how to use this time most effectively. He wondered if this was the Angry Bull Inn, where all the barbarians stayed. Bjorn turned his head slightly, sensing someone was watching him. He narrowed his eyes, trying to get a better look. The guy shouted, asking who Bjorn was. He realized that it was the strongest warrior, Jandel's son, Bjorn. He said that he had heard stories about him, and they were as loud as ever. The guy asked what brought Bjorn here, wondering if he wanted to stay there too. He thought it was a good idea, since the place was only 300 stones a night. He then asked why it was so cheap. The innkeeper gestured around the room, explaining that normally 10 warriors crammed themselves into 5 beds, but for Bjorn, they could make an exception. That's why it was so cheap. Bjorn corrected him, saying he was there to see Fenelon's third daughter, Einar. The innkeeper quickly corrected Bjorn, explaining that Einar was Fenelon's second daughter. Einar looked at Bjorn and said that she was Jandel's son, Bjorn, and that she was Fenelon's second daughter, Einar. She added that it was good timing that Jandel's son, Bjorn, had come to see her. Einar looked at Bjorn, clearly curious. She asked him what he wanted. Bjorn looked at Einar and said he had a favor to ask. He wanted to fight her for training. He explained that he needed to train. Einar looked worried as she realized that she wouldn't be able to win duels based on combat skills alone. She thought to herself that it wasn't really a favor to ask. Looking out at the training field, Bjorn realized he didn't need Einar's permission to train. He could just go out there himself. Einar looked at Bjorn, agreeing to fight him whenever he wanted, as long as it wasn't in the mornings. She seemed pretty confident. Bjorn grinned, his eyes full of excitement. He told Einar they'd start right away, wasting no time. A crowd started to gather, buzzing with excitement. Everyone was talking about how Einar and Bjorn were about to fight, and they didn't want to miss it. Bjorn stared down Einar, His eyes narrowed. He declared that he came to learn, but he had no intention of losing. Einar didn't wait a second longer. She swung her sword down at Bjorn with all her might. Einar's eyes burned with determination as she swung the blade. The air crackled with the force of her strike. Bjorn lay on the ground, completely battered. A voice from the crowd yelled that Einar was now the best warrior. Someone shouted that Einar was the best warrior ever. Bjorn, still on the ground, said he was okay and agreed that she was really good, adding that it was a good way to spend his time. Bjorn's face was covered in sweat and bruises, but he didn't care. He was determined to keep going, demanding one more round. Einar didn't hesitate for a second. She swung her sword with incredible speed, the force of the blow creating a gust of wind. Einar kept attacking, not giving Bjorn a chance to breathe. She screamed for him to keep going, demanding one more hit. Bjorn was on his knees, breathing hard. He was completely exhausted, but he tried to hide it. Einar, also panting, looked down at Bjorn. She asked if he wanted to keep going because she wanted to rest, admitting that he was strong. Bjorn figured that was enough training for the day. He thought to himself that she was smarter than the average barbarian. Plus, since she's a barbarian, she probably wouldn't betray him. Einar looked at Bjorn, asking if he was going to the labyrinth alone next time too. She admitted that she probably would, since she didn't have enough money to form a party. Bjorn realized that the best choice for him was clear. He reached out his hand, asking Einar if she wanted to be his teammate. Einar looked at his hand, considering the offer. She agreed to be his teammate, but she'd take 80% of the profits. She added that she would pay for the party fees, but that was enough. Einar stared back at him, her expression unreadable. She said there was no need to explain further. Bjorn started to panic, wondering if Einar didn't like the deal he was offering. He quickly added that he would pay for the equipment and other expenses too. Bjorn reached out to shake Einar's hand to solidify their agreement. He could feel the strength in her grip as they clasped hands. Einar smiled, telling him that she wouldn't understand even if he tried to explain it to her. She said that she'd trust him, Bjorn Jandel. Bjorn grinned, saying he was looking forward to working with her. He was excited, realizing that he finally had a friend now. The next day, they arrived at the Barbarian shrine. The air was still and quiet, a stark contrast to the bustling city. Einar and Bjorn walked toward the Barbarian shrine. The building was massive, but the air felt heavy, like they were being watched. A man with a long white beard greeted them, saying, "Welcome, Feneline's second daughter, Einar, and Jandel's son, Bjorn. I didn't want to come here because of him, but I had no choice." The man continued, "It's rare for a warrior who's left the shrine to come back. Have you come to learn to read and write like Einar?" He paused, then answered his own question. "No." Bjorn stared at the man and cut to the chase. "Then what are you here for?" "I want the spirit seal." Bjorn continued, "To be more precise, I want the undead's seal. This is an OP skill I need to take if I want to clear the labyrinth. Turns out, every species in this world has a special trait that makes them unique. Fairies, for example, borrow powers from spirits through contracts. Dwarves get the blessing of armor, which makes their items stronger, and therianthropes can make deals with ancient spirit beasts. Finally, there are the barbarians. They have something called the spirit seal. The man with the long white beard seemed taken aback. "Ooh, how did you find out about that?" The man continued, "That's not something a young warrior would know about, is it?" Bjorn was getting nervous, thinking, not again with the suspicions. Bjorn looked determined. He didn't care what they thought. He was going to get stronger. That's why he went to the library to find out about the spirit seal. Bjorn looked them dead in the eye. "I read about it in a book," he said, not backing down. The man with the long white beard was shocked. "I heard that spirit seals were greatly helpful in the war against the fairies. Is that how you knew? You read a book? How interesting," he exclaimed. The man with the long white beard smiled. "I'm so proud of both you and Einar. For certain, we have no reason to deny a warrior a spirit seal when they ask for it." The man with the long white beard turned serious. "Then right now, but young warrior, you need about 800,000 stones for a spirit seal." The man with the long white beard smirked. His eyes narrowed. He asked Bjorn if he really thought he could afford the spirit seal. Bjorn didn't hesitate. "I'll pay for it," he said, his voice firm. Einar looked at him, surprised. "Are you serious?" she asked, remembering how hard it was to get money at the start. The system chimed in, reminding them that as they ranked up, they'd need more than just money. They would also need rare ingredients. Bjorn held up the money. "This is one bag of 500,000 stones and 3 of 100,000 stones," he announced. "I have money." The man with the long white beard looked at Bjorn suspiciously. "Jandel's son, Bjorn," he said slowly. "Where did you get so much money?" Bjorn thought to himself that he already had an excuse ready for that question. Bjorn grinned, a disturbing smile spreading across his face. He said that he would have been disappointed if the man hadn't asked about the money. Bjorn continued, explaining that he'd been lucky enough to find a hurt fairy on the first floor of the labyrinth. The fairy looked up at the giant barbarian with fear in her eyes. Bjorn's grin widened as he described using the fairy like a slave to get magic crystals. He mentioned feeding her an essence, his eyes gleaming with a disturbing light. Bjorn waved his hand dismissively, adding that he got money from the fairy's sister as payment. The two fairies looked at him with a mix of fear and anger. The man with the long white beard threw his head back and laughed, a cruel sound that echoed in the shrine. They were so helpless, those fairies, he exclaimed, wiping a tear from his eye. The man with the long white beard roared with laughter, shouting that Bjorn had ripped off those cowardly earheads. He seemed genuinely impressed. The man with the long white beard continued, saying that Bjorn was probably the first to ever do that. Other barbarians crowded around, their faces showing a mix of resentment and satisfaction at the mention of fairies. The man with the long white beard placed a heavy pouch into Bjorn's hand. He announced that it was a gift for showing such great potential. Bjorn stared at the coins in his palm, his eyes wide with disbelief. He thought to himself, "Are you kidding me? I just earned 200,000 stones just from telling a story. This guy is amazing." Bjorn clenched his fist, a determined look on his face. He vowed that he would continue to screw over those earheads to become an even greater warrior. Bjorn grinned widely, a strange feeling washing over him. These people are starting to grow on me, he thought. They're more charming than I thought. Suddenly, a diagram appeared, showing a body tarred in swirling tattoos. A voice explained that a spirit seal is a kind of strengthening technique, making the body absorb the essence of magical ingredients to give it a special power. The voice continued, explaining that barbarians tattoo babies when they are newborns, while their souls are clean. That way, the soul pathways are still visible even as adults, which is why all barbarians are tatted. He added that there was one more choice to consider, and if Bjorn chose this path, he couldn't receive another kind of spirit seal. The man with the long white beard reassured Bjorn, saying it was okay. He explained that an advanced spirit seal of the immortal is the essence of a tanker barbarian, and that the undead seal would be changed to immortal seal moving forward. The man with the long white beard declared that he would then begin. He added that other abilities are also high performance, so choosing the immortal path is an obvious choice for any gamers who have been playing this game for long. The air crackled with raw energy, circles glowing with power. Beams of red light shot out, piercing the air with incredible force. Bjorn's face was contorted in pain, sweat dripping down his forehead. But, he thought, bracing himself for what was coming. Bjorn's thoughts exploded in his head. I have to endure this every time, he wondered, his mind reeling from the prospect of repeated agony. Bjorn screamed in agony, his face a mask of pure suffering. "It hurts like hell!" he yelled, his body convulsing with each pulse of energy. Suddenly, the system chimed in. It declared that he had activated the first level of the immortal seal. His natural regenerative skill had greatly increased, and his physical stats had jumped by 13. Bjorn thanked the witch doctor. The witch doctor just chuckled in response, a strange sound that echoed in the room. Bjorn looked absolutely confused. He wondered why the witch doctor was laughing. The witch doctor's smile widened. He thought it was pretty strange for a warrior to thank a witch doctor. Bjorn started to sweat. Did I do something wrong? He wondered. He knew he had to get out of there before the witch doctor started getting suspicious. Away from the barbarian shrine, the wind rustled through the trees. It was a quiet night in the forest. The next morning, Bjorn headed to the commercial district. He needed to buy some gear. Bjorn walked through the town, thinking about his training with Einar. He realized he wasn't cut out to be a swordsman. Bjorn planned to focus on shield techniques once he got the essence. He figured building proficiency in swordsmanship would just be a waste of time. The shopkeeper greeted him warmly, asking what he was looking for. Bjorn told him he wanted an one-handed blunt weapon. The shopkeeper gestured to a section of the wall. He said that those were the blunt weapons that barbarians usually preferred. He added that they were definitely to a barbarian's taste. Bjorn replied that he wanted something more normal. He explained that a weapon like that would have great destructive power, but it wasn't necessary for the first floor monsters that were easy to kill. Bjorn grinned, holding up a mace. Then how about this? Nice, he said, clearly pleased with his purchase. The system flashed a notification, showing the details of the mace. It wasn't too big, and it cost 220,000 stones. The system also noted that Bjorn's total item level had increased by 85. Bjorn showed off the helmet he had custom made, since the ones they had didn't fit his head. It cost him 170,000 stones. He also got a half armor that fit perfectly, which cost 360,000 stones. The system notified that his item level had increased by 47 for the helmet and 57 for the half armor. Bjorn realized he had purchased everything he needed. After all that spending, he was left with 50,000 stones. Erwin waved to Bjorn. A lot of time has already passed since I left the labyrinth, mister. And naturally, my daily routine said itself. Bjorn started his day by having breakfast with Erwin. Erwin asked him if it was a long trip for him to come all the way to this place. She quickly added that it was cheap and yummy, though. Bjorn then headed to the library, planning to read until 4 in the afternoon. He noticed Erwin was already asleep at one of the desks, as usual. After his reading, Bjorn went to a new restaurant for dinner, hoping to gather some information he couldn't find in the library. The people around him were talking about a monster, and it sounded real dangerous. Bjorn thought to himself that the food was expensive, but didn't even taste good. What a waste of money. Around 5, Bjorn made his way to where the other barbarians lived, so he could train. He needed to get stronger before going back into the labyrinth. The 7th day of training was just like the others. Brutal. Bjorn fought with everything he had, each strike echoing through the training grounds. Bjorn took a deep breath, wiping the sweat from his brow. On the 7th day of training, I was dueling with other barbarians too, he thought. He knew there weren't any fancy fighting moves, but fighting on instinct was good practice. The system chimed in, confirming his progress. Reflexes, flexibility, and eyesight had all improved, and his physical stats had increased by 1. Bjorn pushed himself harder each day, and it was starting to pay off. With regular training, I was able to win against Einar, sometimes in duels, he thought, a small smile creeping across his face. Jandel's son cheered. Bjorn won, he added. Thanks for today too. Best ever warrior, Bjorn. Bjorn nodded, accepting the praise, already thinking about how he could push himself even further tomorrow. Einar looked at Bjorn, a slight smile playing on her lips. You've gotten stronger, Bjorn, she admitted, a hint of respect in her voice. Someone was analyzing a fighter's habits, noting a predictable pattern. They figured it was so deeply ingrained, it would be difficult to change. The routine was always the same. Around 9, someone would return home and clean up, only for Erwin to show up again, ready for dinner. Erwin didn't seem to mind the long trip. Mister, let's go eat dinner, she exclaimed, her enthusiasm infectious. By the time dinner was finished, it was nearly 11. Erwin would then head back to her own place for the night. Erwin waved goodbye to Bjorn, a bright smile on her face. I'll get going now then, mister. Good night. Good luck with the labyrinth tomorrow, she called out cheerfully. Bjorn watched her leave, a thoughtful expression on his face. Is it already tomorrow? Time sure goes by fast, he muttered. Yeah, you too. After repeating the same routine every day, a month went by quickly. Now there was only 24 hours left before the labyrinth opened. Bjorn checked his stats and saw his physical score had increased to 66, and his overall combat index was now 158.5. The next morning, Bjorn headed towards the Explorer Guild. He needed to prepare for the upcoming labyrinth. The Explorer Guild was full of people coming and going, all preparing for their own adventures. The air was thick with anticipation and the scent of steel and sweat. Bjorn stood tall, his armor gleaming in the dim light of the shrine. I've come to receive Unity magic, he announced to the figure behind the counter, his voice echoing slightly in the large room. The clerk, peering over his spectacles, asked, just the two of you? Bjorn confirmed with a nod. The clerk gestured towards a glowing crystal on the counter. Yes, please place your hands on the crystal. As Bjorn and Einar placed their hands on the crystal, it began to glow with a soft, ethereal light. The clerk cleared his throat. 2 rank 9 explorers. It'll be 15,000 stones. Bjorn frowned, doing a quick calculation in his head. It's expensive for being just an one-time use thing, but it's necessary, he muttered. He wondered just how many stakes that was worth. He then explained to Einar, start points are random when entering the labyrinth, but with Unity magic, it lets you start at the same location with your teammates. Bjorn, curious, turned back to the clerk. What decides the rank of explorers? The clerk adjusted his glasses and replied, we judge it by the amount of essence in the soul. Bjorn pressed further. Does the price increase if my rank is higher? The clerk behind the counter nodded. Of course. Then, it's done, he said, adjusting his glasses. He added, it's only valid for 24 hours from now, so keep that in mind. Bjorn's eyes narrowed slightly, and he turned to Einar. Let's go eat, he said, already heading for the door. Einar followed Bjorn, her expression a mix of confusion and shock. Bjorn, what is all this? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The table was overflowing with food, the aroma of roasted meats and spices filling the air. Bjorn grinned, gesturing to the feast. I ordered the most expensive meal at the tavern for 800 stones as the last feast before entering the labyrinth, he announced proudly. Einar stared at the spread, her eyes wide with disbelief. This cost 800 stones. This isn't a dream, she stammered, reaching out to touch a massive roasted ham. Bjorn watched Einar expectantly. He gestured towards the food. Try it, he said. Einar took a bite, and her eyes widened in disbelief. It's good, she shouted, tears welling up in her eyes. What is this? I feel like I'm dreaming. Einar wiped her tears, a newfound determination blazing in her eyes. I'm gonna work harder from now on. I'm gonna earn a lot of money and eat this again, she declared. Bjorn watched her, a thoughtful expression on his face. Sure, good luck. What has she been eating usually? He wondered. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the area. The system announced, 10 minutes before the labyrinth's opening. You cannot enter yet. Bjorn stared at the swirling portal, its energy crackling in the air. I didn't notice last time because of how hectic it was, but the portal's really big, he mumbled to himself, his eyes scanning the massive structure. The man with pink hair stopped, raising his fist in the air. That's stop! I can see the portal. We're here, as expected of Parthen. We're here on time. Parthen is a great warrior, he yelled, his voice filled with excitement. The man with the spiky hair watched the crowd with a smirk. They must have just finished their coming-of-age ceremony. How do they get here every time? He wondered. He smiled, remembering the past. I told you to trust me, one of the warriors chuckled, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Reminds me of the good old days. His companion nodded in agreement. It's only been a month for us, she added. Suddenly, the system's voice boomed through the area. You can now enter! Einar grabbed Bjorn's arm, her eyes shining with anticipation. Bjorn, let's go! She shouted, but then paused, her expression changing. Wait, Einar. Einar grinned, her eyes sparkling with excitement. There's something I want to test, she said, before adding, It's fine, Bjorn. I don't think I'm going to understand what you say anyway. I'll just follow you. Einar's face suddenly turned worried as she pointed towards the gate. 1 minute remaining until the gate closes. But shouldn't we go in now? She asked, her voice filled with concern. The gate was shrinking rapidly, the purple energy swirling faster. It was definitely a lot smaller than when it opened, and about the same size as when he went in last time. The warrior watched the shrinking portal intently. We'll go in once he says that, he said, his voice firm. The gate will close soon. Bjorn didn't hesitate any longer. Now! Let's go! Einar! He shouted, leaping forward. Einar followed right behind him, yelling, Okay! A warrior shouted. Wait! It's dangerous! As a monster attacked him. The monster's weapon crackled with purple energy, striking down at the warrior. Bjorn's eye narrowed, a cold glint in his gaze. He thought to himself, I knew it. He had expected this all along. Einar stumbled, her voice laced with panic. I can't see, Bjorn, she cried out. Bjorn steadied her, saying, Calm down, Einar. It's the dark region. Bjorn held up a torch, the flames casting flickering shadows on the walls. I brought torches this time, he said, his voice echoing in the darkness. He seemed to be implying he didn't have them before. Einar squinted, pointing into the gloom. What's that, Bjorn? She asked, her voice filled with curiosity. Bjorn nodded, his expression grim. This is still here, as I expected, Bjorn pointed out. It's a monument. We can open a portal to the second floor with that. We'll go to the second floor right away. Bjorn grinned, his eyes gleaming with mischief. He thought to himself, an expert gamer should know how to utilize bugs. A hand reached out, fingers outstretched towards the swirling blue energy. It felt like stepping into another world, a place of pure energy and unknown possibilities. The swirling energy intensified, forming a massive portal before them. Bjorn and Einar stood ready, their weapons drawn, prepared for whatever waited on the other side. Bjorn stared into the swirling blue light, a determined look on his face. Let's go, he said, steeling himself for what was to come. Suddenly, the system chimed in, a notification flashing before his eyes. It announced that they were the first to open the portal and rewarded them with EXP +2. The system then announced that a character had leveled up. The maximum capacity of essences had also increased by 1, a welcome boost to their abilities. The dark earth squelched with each step, and broken stones littered the ground. How did you do it? He wondered. Einar's eyes widened. The chief said it'll take at least 3 days to get to the second floor. I read it in a book. Oh, you're amazing. She paused, then added, Anyway, this place isn't much. Einar looked around at the eerie landscape, and even the faint crying sounds. This place is definitely land of the dead. Einar turned to Bjorn, a concerned look on her face. Einar, can you feel it too? Bjorn placed a hand on his chest, looking disturbed. It feels like something is filling my entire body from the insides, from my veins. Einar gave Bjorn a thumbs up, grinning. Your spirit status must have gone up. Congrats. Bjorn looked surprised. So this was leveling up, huh? Bjorn saw a screen appear. It showed his stats. There were also levels in Dungeon and Stone, it said. Bjorn realized his MP, which he needed to use skills, increased with his level. The amount of essences he could eat also went up with each level. Since he was now level 2, he could take 2 essences. Einar looked confused. But that's weird. Your spirit status increased without killing any monsters. She paused. I think opening that portal counted as an accomplishment. I did it knowing it would. Bjorn thought about EXP. It was called accomplishments in this world, but you could only gain it once per type of monster. After a certain point, it would get really hard to obtain. The system suddenly revealed a secret. One way to get past the wall, it said, was to open the first portal with a speed run. Turns out, the EXP earned from opening the portal didn't stop after the first time. If used right, it was an easy way to gain EXP. Bjorn's eyes narrowed. He had to keep this trick a secret. He couldn't let anyone else find out. He needed to benefit from it before anyone else found out. This was his chance to get ahead. Bjorn turned to Einar, his voice low. Einar, what we just talked about is a secret. If anyone asks, tell them it took about 2 days to get to the second floor. He paused, a glint in his eye. All right, now Einar won't talk. Bjorn glanced around, his grip tightening on the torch. He figured that it wouldn't be long before more experienced explorers started showing up. He muttered that they'd ask questions if they saw beginners like them already there, so it was best to stay out of sight. Bjorn's voice echoed slightly as he urged Einar to get out of there. He was more scared of the damn explorers than the monsters, he admitted. Bjorn got to work, tying the torch to his helmet and securing it with rope. He proudly declared it the Barbarian candle mode. Bjorn admitted that other explorers were already using this practical method. Still, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed about it. Einar stared at the torch on Bjorn's helmet, clearly impressed. She exclaimed that it was awesome and not even hot. She explained that torches were magic tools and stayed on for 3 days once activated. The land of the dead was living up to its name, crawling with monsters. Turns out, these undead were stronger on average than the ones back in the Goblin Forest. But the good news was that there weren't any traps to worry about, which made it way easier to move around than in the Goblin Forest. Basically, this place was perfect for a couple of barbarians like them. Einar and Bjorn looked ready for anything. They were finally starting to feel confident in this dungeon. Then, Einar's eyes went wide. She had spotted something. Suddenly, Einar shouted a warning. Bjorn, ghouls. The voice echoed, explaining that there were only 3 monsters around now, probably because it was the first day. But he warned that there would be about 3 times that amount on the 3rd day. Einar grinned, looking like she was ready to tear something apart. I was starting to itch from the lack of action, she said. This is good. I'll get rid of them on my own. The ground exploded in a cloud of dust and debris. Whatever just happened was fast and powerful. With a furious yell, Einar swung her weapon. She was clearly enjoying herself. Einar's eyes narrowed with deadly focus. She was not messing around. Einar spoke with false bravado, saying the second floor should be easy. But then she stammered, calling out to Bjorn in a panic. Bjorn reassured her, explaining that the blood-curdling scream was from a banshee. He added that they usually don't attack first, so they should just ignore it. He did think she was showing a lot of fear for someone her size, though. Einar asked if they were sure they didn't have to kill it, worried that it would be dangerous. Bjorn explained that their attacks wouldn't work on banshees anyway. Plus, he said, if they attacked first, they'd be cursed. The voice seemed to echo from everywhere, explaining that the banshees would be after them until they were out of the labyrinth. Einar stammered, clearly shaken by the mention of a curse, and said that could have been bad. She then called Bjorn a wise warrior, saying she made a good choice coming with him. Einar grabbed Bjorn, shaking with fear. But Bjorn, she stammered. What was that? She was clearly terrified, trying to get away. Suddenly, skeletons appeared all around them. Look, she yelled. Skeletons! Bjorn and Einar stared at each other, unsure of what to do next. It was a tense moment. Bjorn cleared his throat, trying to sound confident. I'll take care of them, he said, then coughed. Einar, go for the core, in between their rib. Einar looked ready to fight, blade raised high. She seemed confused by Bjorn's instructions, but ready to follow them anyway. Huh? Einar looked at Bjorn, a little confused. Did you say something? She asked. Bjorn just shook his head. Nothing. I was just worried for no reason. Suddenly, the system chimed in, announcing their victory. You have defeated a skeleton. EXP +1. After that, they traveled north for almost 8 hours. The landscape blurred around them as they trudged onward. Naturally, they ran into some new monsters along the way. There were elder ghouls, which were twice the size of the normal ones. And there were other skeletons too, like skeleton warriors and even skeleton archers. The deeper they went, the weirder the monsters got. Bjorn and Einar were still exploring the dungeon, but things were different this time. There was very little difficulty, Bjorn said, cutting down a monster. There were only a few of them since we were still on day 1, and my battle ability had grown quite a bit. Bjorn stared down at his armor, appreciating the new fit. First of all, the armor was now the perfect size and weight for me, Bjorn continued, so I was able to crush skulls with much more efficiency than the double hammer. Bjorn didn't hesitate. He swung his shield down on the monster's head, crushing it instantly. The force of the blow echoed through the dark tunnel. Bjorn blocked another attack with his shield, barely flinching. Next, the armor was in the shape of a vest, Bjorn said, deflecting the blow, but it reduced the surface area I had to protect using the shield, letting me fight much more aggressively. Bjorn turned his attention to a skeleton archer in the distance. The steel helmet might not protect me too well from a crossbow, but, he muttered, preparing for the incoming attack. Bjorn stared forward, his face partially obscured by his helmet. The helmet easily stopped arrows from half-broken bows, which was a relief. Bjorn swung his weapon, smashing a skeleton into pieces. The skeleton, now nothing more than bone fragments, taunted him to get stronger and come back. Bjorn's gaze narrowed. He knew he was great at destroying the enemies, but there was one more barbarian who was just as good. Meanwhile, Einar was tearing through the dungeon. She moved with brutal efficiency, crushing the skeletons with ease. The force of Einar's blows sent bone fragments flying in every direction. Each strike was a display of raw power. Bjorn wondered if Yahello was really the barbarian's ancestral goddess. He thought to himself that she seemed pretty good. Einar thought about why Yahello would shout every time they fought. She didn't understand it at first. Einar thought that the shouting just rolled right off the tongue. Einar thought about how refreshing this was, compared to the fights she participated in with Erwin. So this is what it's like to be in a barbarian party. The system chimed in, letting them know they had defeated an elder ghoul and a skeleton warrior. Each kill granted them additional EXP. Another notification popped up, confirming the defeat of a skeleton archer. More experience points were added to their tally. Einar noticed the gash on Bjorn's arm. Bjorn, your arm's injured, she said, concerned. Bjorn glanced at the wound, but wasn't worried. It'll heal soon, he said. It's already closing up. Einar's eyes widened as she saw the wound closing rapidly. Oh, it's already being covered up. Is this the spirit seal thing? Bjorn simply nodded in response. Bjorn turned around, showing off the spirit seal on his back. He explained that the undead seal's level 1 effect was better natural regeneration, allowing injuries of half a centimeter deep to heal in about a minute. Plus, his stamina recovered quickly too, increasing his endurance. Bjorn remembered the process of getting the seal done. He admitted it hurt like hell when he got it, but it sure was effective. Bjorn pointed out that the ground was no longer wet. The terrain was different from before. Bjorn told Einar that the banshee's howling had gotten much louder. He told her to get ready. Bjorn warned that 8th rank monsters would come out soon. The air grew heavy with anticipation. Einar asked what the sound was, clearly nervous. Bjorn reacted immediately, telling her to get in position. He knew what was coming. Suddenly, a massive creature appeared. Bjorn recognized it instantly. It's a death fiend, he shouted. Einar was stunned. She had heard the legends, but seeing it in person was different. She mentioned that she'd heard it eats the light of the labyrinth, but she couldn't see it until it was right on top of him. The death fiend looked even scarier than Einar had expected. Its eyes glowed with a menacing light, and its teeth were bared in a terrifying grin. Bjorn told Einar to aim for the head, explaining there was no point in attacking anywhere else. He told her he trusted her, hoping she wouldn't let him down. The death fiend roared, the sound echoing through the dark labyrinth. It was ready to attack, and the air crackled with dark energy. Einar was sent flying through the air, completely helpless against the death fiend's strength. She braced herself for a rough landing. Bjorn braced himself and raised his shield just in time to block the death fiend's attack. The impact shook him to his core, but he held his ground. Bjorn cursed. He was starting to feel the pain from the death fiend's relentless attacks. Bjorn gritted his teeth. This is hard, he thought. It feels like I struck stone. The death fiend roared, its 3 eyes glowing with dark power. The sound was like thunder, shaking the very ground they stood on. Bjorn raised his shield just in time to block the death fiend's crushing blow. He grunted as the force of the impact reverberated through his body. Einar was sent flying away by the force of the attack, barely able to keep her balance. It's also super strong, she yelled. But I've managed to turn its attention onto me. Bjorn's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe what was happening. Bjorn swung his blade with all his might, but it just bounced harmlessly off the Death Fiend's hide. The blade isn't going in, he thought, stunned. The Death Fiend's massive eye pulsed with dark energy as Einar went flying backwards. She was sent tumbling through the air, completely helpless. Einar's greatsword clattered against the ground, sticking into the stone with a dull thud. The force of the blow was enough to knock the wind out of her. Einar struggled to her feet, looking back at Bjorn with wide eyes. Bjorn, this one is really sturdy, she said, clearly surprised. Bjorn stared at the Death Fiend with a grim expression. The monster was infamous in the game for having really good defense, but he never expected it to be this hard to damage. Einar's greatsword only managed to nick the Death Fiend's hide, leaving a shallow scratch. Even worse, the injury was already healing after only 3 seconds. The Death Fiend's eye glowed with dark power, and the system warned that it was using its passive skill, body preservation. That's why they couldn't hurt it. Einar looked up at the Death Fiend with wide eyes, realizing how tough this fight was going to be. Damn it, what is that, Bjorn? She shouted, pointing at the monster. Suddenly, the system flashed a warning. The Death Fiend was about to use its active skill. The air crackled with dark energy. The Death Fiend raised its hand, and the ground began to tremble. To summon ghouls, call of the dead, the system announced, as shadowy figures began to rise from the earth. Bjorn gripped his shield tighter, staring at the approaching ghouls. He knew this was going to be a tough fight. This is going to be really difficult, he muttered. The Death Fiend's eye glowed with an unholy light as it activated its skill. The air crackled with dark energy as the monster prepared to summon even more ghouls. The Death Fiend screamed, "To summon ghouls, I call of the dead." His voice echoed through the labyrinth as the ground began to tremble. Bjorn shouted, "Einar, take care of the ghouls first." He looked absolutely furious. Bjorn declared that he would face the Death Fiend in the meantime. He was ready to take on the monster by himself. Bjorn charged forward, swinging his weapon at the Death Fiend. The impact of the blow echoed through the labyrinth. The Death Fiend didn't waste any time. It lunged forward, its massive arm a blur of motion. The force behind the blow was enough to make the air itself seem to crackle. Bjorn was ready for it, though. He raised his shield just in time to meet the attack. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground. The force of the blow was incredible. Bjorn grunted as he stood his ground, barely holding back the monster's strength. Bjorn's eyes narrowed with intense focus. He wasn't going to give an inch, no matter how much the Death Fiend pushed. With a roar, Bjorn swung his weapon in a wide arc. He put all of his weight behind the blow, hoping to break through the Death Fiend's defenses. Einar spun around, her blonde hair flying as she swung her weapon. "Bjorn!" she yelled. "I've killed all the ghouls!" The ghouls, now nothing more than lifeless husks, began to dissolve into the purple mist. Their bodies disintegrated rapidly, leaving no trace of their existence. Bjorn didn't waste a second. He charged forward, his massive frame pounding against the ground. "I'll help you," he shouted. Bjorn swung his greatsword with all his might, aiming for the Death Fiend's head. The blade cut through the air with a whistling sound, a testament to the force behind it. The sword slammed into the Death Fiend, sending a shockwave through its body. The monster staggered back, but didn't fall. Bjorn's attack clearly hurt, but it wasn't enough to bring it down. Bjorn gripped his weapon tightly, his eyes locked on the Death Fiend. "Don't get distracted," he muttered to himself, trying to block out the chaos around him. Bjorn swung his weapon with all his might, slamming it into the Death Fiend. "You piece of trash," he roared, putting all his anger into the blow. The Death Fiend reeled from Bjorn's attack, blood trickling from a fresh wound. Einar moved in quickly, her weapon a blur as she pressed the attack. A dark, viscous blood oozed from the wound on the Death Fiend's head, dripping down its face. The monster's red eyes glowed with fury, and it looked like it was about to explode with rage. Bjorn grinned, feeling a surge of satisfaction as he saw the Death Fiend bleed. "That one felt good," he said, his voice filled with excitement. "It must have taken a pretty good amount of damage since it's bleeding, so me." Bjorn was sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The Death Fiend was just too strong. Bjorn crashed to the ground, stunned by the sudden attack. "What the hell? It's fine," he shouted, trying to shake off the pain. Bjorn's eyes widened as he realized the danger. "It's an attack that kills goblins in one hit," he thought, fear creeping into his voice. The Death Fiend stood tall, its wounds closing almost instantly. It was healing right away, making it nearly impossible to defeat. Bjorn's mind raced as he tried to figure out a way to overcome the Death Fiend's healing. "I can't attack fast enough to catch up to its regenerative speed," he realized. "What should I do? Do I have to give up killing this thing and go for 9th rank monsters instead?" Bjorn watched as Einar suddenly tackled the Death Fiend, throwing her entire body body against the monster. Einar, he shouted, surprised by her sudden action. Einar's face was tight with effort as she held on to the death fiend. Her muscles strained, but she refused to let go. The death fiend's eyes narrowed with a smirk. It was about to lose its balance. She's trying to mess with its balance, the death fiend thought. Bjorn grinned, seeing Einar's plan come together. Good idea, Einar, he yelled, getting ready to strike. Bjorn swung his weapon with all his might, hitting the death fiend squarely in the chest. The monster crashed to the ground. Take down, Bjorn roared. The death fiend was down, but not out. Its body lay sprawled on the ground, a clear sign of the beating it had just taken. The death fiend struggled to get back on its feet, groaning as it pushed itself up. Kuwoos, oh ho! It moaned. Bjorn stood over the fallen monster, looking down at it with amusement. Seems like you can't get up on your own? He asked mockingly. Bjorn lifted his massive foot, ready to bring it down on the death fiend. He was about to end this fight for good. Einar watched Bjorn with a strange smile on her face. This is exactly how I used to pound at the rice cake back when I was a kid on a field trip, she said. For some reason, Bjorn was having the time of his life, making up for the trauma of when his partner cried and wanted to go home. This is fun, Einar, he shouted. I think so too, Bjorn, Einar replied, matching his enthusiasm. The two barbarians continued their assault, smashing the monster with every blow. Someone watching wondered if this was the true method of hunting for barbarians. Suddenly, the system notified them that they had defeated the death fiend. They had gained experience from the battle. Einar's eyes lit up as she spotted something. Bjorn, look at this, she exclaimed. It was a huge magic crystal. Einar was shocked by the actual worth of the crystal. It's only worth 100 stones, she said, sounding disappointed. Bjorn was just as surprised. What? One death fiend is worth only 100? Bjorn frowned, realizing the crystal wasn't worth as much as he thought. But with ghouls, it's 300, he muttered. It's undeniable that it's a low price though, even though we had to risk our lives to kill that thing. Einar tilted her head, thinking about something else entirely. Bjorn, how much was the bread we had at the inn? The cream pie? I think it was about 300 stones. The speaker's voice echoed with a sense of satisfaction. The speaker thought, then I can enjoy one of those each time I kill a death fiend. Einar's expression shifted to one of amusement. Is that your way of counting money? She asked, a slight smile playing on her lips. Einar pumped her fist in the air, her eyes gleaming with excitement. This is not the time to relax. Hunt. Let's go hunt. If we're splitting 0.2, so you're getting 0.2 of a death fiend. Bjorn grinned, thinking to himself, all right, let's go. He admitted that traveling with a barbarian wasn't so bad after all. He suddenly felt upset that Erwin was a bit passive. After that, Bjorn and Einar went around the area hunting death fiends. They moved with a purpose, their eyes scanning the horizon for their next target. As soon as they came across one, they attacked its two legs to bring it crashing down. Then, they kept pounding on its head like they were pounding rice cake until it died. They hunted about 70 death fiends like that all day. Bjorn knew that at the beginning of Dungeon and Stone, where the essence drop rate is very low, most people base their build on the essence they pick up. That's enough for today, I think, he muttered. That's why Bjorn aimed for a death fiend essence, which would synergize with his immortal seal and has a nice passive skill, but they hadn't gotten any. He thought, I need an essence soon. The next day, they continued their hunt in the labyrinth. The death fiends started showing up in pairs, which was a pain, but Bjorn and Einar had already figured out how to deal with them, so it wasn't as bad as they thought it would be. They worked together, knocking one down after the other. The impacts echoed through the dungeon. Bjorn knew that if they didn't kill the death fiends fast enough, they'd be swarmed by ghouls. Einar, let's get out of here, he yelled. Death fiends don't chase people out of their territory, so they just needed to run like hell. By afternoon, the death fiends stopped appearing in pairs. 3 of them were way too many for just the 2 of them. A wise warrior knows when to run, Bjorn said. Let's go somewhere else. As the second day of hunting death fiends came to an end, Einar stopped and looked around. How about here, Bjorn? She asked. I think it's cozy. I think it's good. Suddenly, something slammed into them, sending them flying. They hadn't even seen it coming. The force of the blow knocked the wind out of them. 3 explorers stared back at them, surprised by their sudden arrival. They looked like they'd been setting up camp when Bjorn and Einar interrupted them. One of the explorers stepped forward, his face twisted in anger. Other explorers, hey, what are you looking at? He demanded. Einar glared at the explorers, her hand already on her weapon. If you have no business here, then get lost right now, she shouted, her voice full of menace. The explorers looked like they were about to pee their pants. The explorers scrambled to their feet and ran away as fast as they could. Einar watched them go, clearly embarrassed. Sorry, she called out, trying to sound sincere. Einar turned to Bjorn, her expression serious. Bjorn, we need to move. she said. They know our location now. We need to find a different place to camp. Humans can't be trusted. As they walked, Bjorn couldn't help but wonder what had made Einar so distrustful. It seemed like Einar didn't like humans last time too, he thought. Did something happen in the last labyrinth exploration? Bjorn watched Einar walk ahead, her back to him. He decided to wait for the right moment to ask. I'll have to ask her later, he thought. Bjorn sighed, knowing their options were limited. I don't think we'll find a place as nice as the last one, he said, catching up to Einar. We'll just find an okay A muffled cry for help echoed through the forest, barely audible. The voice was weak, filled with fear. The plea intensified, a desperate shout cutting through the night. Someone was begging for their life. Einar froze, her eyes wide with alarm. Bjorn, that's not the sound of someone fighting a monster, she said, her voice shaking. That's someone killing someone else. Einar started to suggest they run, but stopped abruptly. Who's there? She demanded, her hand instinctively reaching for her weapon. 4 bodies lay lifeless on the ground, their eyes still open in terror. There were no signs of monsters, but the faint smell of poison hung in the air, along with the cold remains of a campfire. Bjorn and Einar surveyed the scene from above, a grim understanding binding between them. Below, a woman stood amidst the carnage, a thoughtful expression on her face. She was clearly the one responsible for this. The woman's face was cold, her eyes sharp and calculating. She held a dagger, its blade dripping with fresh blood. The woman was clearly a killer. The woman looked down at the bodies with disdain. Beginners? She thought. A plunderer. Turns out, plunderers are people who hunt explorers as a profession. They're basically predators who prey on other adventurers. Instead of collecting magic crystals from monsters, they loot the explorer's equipment for profit. Of course, plundering is outlawed in Rafdonia, and the punishment is death. It's just like how I wasn't investigated for killing 6 explorers, even though it was in self-defense. As long as no one mentions it, there is no way for people outside the labyrinth to know. The woman looked down at Einar and Bjorn. Is this your first time seeing a plunderer? She asked, her voice dripping with sarcasm. The plunderer stared at Bjorn, her eyes narrowed. Barbarian, she said, as if confirming a suspicion. Bjorn's face tightened with concern. This isn't good, he thought. He had never seen a plunderer who looked as professional as this one. The plunderer was tall and thin, easily over 170 centimeters. Her red hair reached her shoulders, and her right ear looked injured. A tattoo marked the skin underneath her eye. These kinds of traits made her very recognizable, but considering he had never heard of her, she must be very good at her job. Einar's expression was grim. In other words, she leaves no witnesses, she said, her voice laced with worry. I think she's strong, Bjorn. There were a total of 4 corpses scattered around the area. Their equipment seemed pretty high rank, and there was even a mage among them. They must have been explorers who were active on at least the 5th floor. Looking at the bodies, Bjorn realized that 3 of them didn't have any visible injuries and had only thrown up. He figured those 3 must have been poisoned, and the last one must have had a tolerance to it. The plunderer looked at them suspiciously. Were you teammates with them? She asked. The plunderer didn't answer. She just kept looting the corpses. Who knows? She muttered. She casually showed her back to them as she continued looting the body. I guess they would have thought so, she said, not even bothering to look at Bjorn and Einar. She's showing her back and looting him. I guess 2 beginner barbarians are easy opponents to her. The plunderer shoved the giant sword into her bag, and seeing as that giant sword is fitting in the bag, it must be one of those expensive pocket plane bags, she thought. Einar looked at the bodies and realized just how outmatched they were. I can't even imagine how much stronger she is than us, she thought, fear creeping into her voice. Bjorn looked grim, his mind racing. The only way we can get out of this situation alive is... Einar looked at Bjorn, her eyes wide with worry. Are we gonna fight? Bjorn shook his head. No, run as fast as you can, he yelled, and with that, they turned and ran. To run. Meanwhile, the plunderer continued her silent pursuit. She was focused, her eyes narrowed in anticipation. Bjorn and Einar ran as fast as their legs could carry them, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the trees. We earned a bit of time, but we don't know when she might start chasing us, Einar said, panting. Bjorn's face was a mask of determination, sweat pouring down his brow. He knew that if they were caught, it would be over. They continued their flight, pushing through the dense undergrowth. Then, Einar spotted something. I'm starting to spot the signs I had carved into the trees for convenience, she said, with a hint of relief. Bjorn and Einar picked up their pace, hope flickering in their hearts. "We'll follow the signs and get to the first floor portal," Einar said, her voice filled with determination. The intensity grew, the danger becoming more real with each passing moment. Bjorn and Einar were in the middle of a fight for their lives, and the odds were not in their favor. Suddenly, they came across 4 humans. They were explorers, judging by their gear and cautious stance. The explorers looked like they were on edge. It was hard to tell if they were barbarians or something else entirely. Einar decided to take a chance, despite her reservations. "Humans are hard to trust, but we have no choice. We're being chased by a plunderer. We need help." One of the explorers eyed them suspiciously. "Is there any guarantee that you're not plunderers?" Einar responded immediately, swearing on her honor as a warrior that she spoke the truth. The explorer considered Bjorn's words for a moment, looking him up and down. He finally spoke, sounding unconvinced but willing to go along with it. He figured a warrior's pledge was hard to break. The explorer's expression hardened, a greedy glint in his eyes. He figured that if they took down the plunderer, they'd get all the loot. "All right," he said, his voice now filled with determination. Einar stepped forward, ready to put her plan into action. She gestured for everyone to follow. "Great, come this way first. I'll use the gnome ability I have." Einar focused her energy, preparing to activate her ability. She was sure that no one would notice them once she used it. "Gnome's ability," she whispered. The system explained that the gnome's ability assimilated the user and others within 3 meters with the environment. It was a very powerful range stealth ability, but the downside was that they couldn't move. With this, they could entirely avoid fighting. One of the figures spoke, a hint of surprise in his voice. "We got lucky." "How lucky?" he said, looking at Bjorn. From somewhere nearby, a voice echoed, filled with malicious glee. "2 barbarians just walked into our trap on their own." Suddenly, a system notification flashed before their eyes. "Character has been inflicted with suppression." Bjorn and Einar realized they were in trouble. 2 figures grabbed Einar and Bjorn, holding them tightly. "Are you surprised that you can't move, barbarian?" one of them sneered. "Ah, right. You can't even answer us now, huh?" Another voice cut in, laced with anger. "Damn it, we were lied to. These bastards were also plunderers." The figure's eyes narrowed, revealing the truth behind their trap. An essence that an explorer at our level would be the stone golem's active skill. Suppression. Einar knew she had to take damage, even a little bit, to break free from whatever was holding her. She thought about the money they had made in the last 2 days, but knew it was all over now. The plunderer clicked his tongue, clearly annoyed. He said it was a shame that they managed to get a woman, but she was just a barbarian. Another one of the plunderers grinned, saying it was even better. He asked if the others knew how much barbarian hearts went for. The plunderer smirked, saying he could feel their disgusting desire with all his body. He taunted them, saying there was no point in glaring at him like that, because they wouldn't be freed from the ability. The plunderer held up his dagger with a sinister grin. He ordered the others to kill them in 1 hit, or it would be annoying. He added that they shouldn't worry, because when had he ever failed? Bjorn stared down at the plunderer, his eyes filled with a desperate question. He wondered if this was really how it was going to end for him. Are we really gonna die like this? The plunderer's face twisted into a sinister grin as he prepared to strike. He was enjoying this way too much. Goodbye, barbarian. The plunderer lunged forward, his dagger aimed straight at Bjorn. He was ready to end this quickly. No, if I just... Bjorn braced himself, knowing what was coming. He just needed to take a hit, even a small one, to break free. Take even 1 point damage. The dagger pierced Bjorn's neck, and blood splattered everywhere. The attack was brutal and fast, leaving no room for error. Bjorn felt the dagger pierce his neck, a searing pain shooting through him, but he knew this was necessary. He thought to himself that he would be able to move again. Bjorn pulled his head back as fast as he could, trying to lessen the damage from the plunderer's attack. He was determined to avoid a fatal blow. Bjorn's plan worked. He managed to avoid the worst of the attack, the dagger only grazing his neck. He had survived for now. The plunderer stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. What the hell kind of monster was this barbarian? He thought he had landed a killing blow. The plunderer, now furious, screamed at his companions to get that bastard. He wouldn't let this barbarian get away so easily. The dagger had sliced deep, and blood poured from the wound in Bjorn's neck. It was a nasty cut, and he knew he was in trouble. Einar screamed his name, her voice filled with panic. She was clearly terrified by the sight of his injury. Einar's face was a mask of worry as she stared at his neck. Blood dripped down his armor, and she knew they were in a bad spot. Despite the wound, Bjorn gripped his mace tightly and raised his shield. He was ready to fight, even if it was the last thing he did. Bjorn looked at Einar, his voice weak. He told her he was leaving the rest to her, placing his trust in her hands. The plunderer brought her blade down with brutal force, aiming to finish Bjorn off. But before she could, Einar charged in, her eyes blazing with fury. Einar was desperate. She had to land a hit, even a small one, to break free from whatever was happening. She yelled as she ran towards the plunderer. Einar's sword slashed across the plunderer's body, drawing a line of blood. The impact sent a jolt through her arm, but she didn't stop. The plunderer screamed, a mix of pain and surprise twisting her features. She clearly hadn't expected Einar to be so aggressive. Meanwhile, one of the men who had been watching the fight unfold decided he'd had enough. He turned and ran, his face a mask of pure terror. Einar stared down, her face contorted in disbelief. "Bjorn?" she shouted, her voice cracking with worry. Einar cradled Bjorn in her arms, her eyes wide with panic. "You're bleeding so much," she cried, her voice trembling. "Don't die, Bjorn." Bjorn's face was pale and slick with blood. Einar's eyes widened in horror as the awful truth hit her. Bjorn was dying. Tears streamed down Einar's face, but her eyes burned with a fierce determination. "Einar, the killers of Bjorn," she spat, her voice thick with hatred. "All right, I'll avenge you." At that moment, the system informed her that an achievement had been unlocked. Nearby, a potion bottle lay discarded on the ground. Bjorn touched his neck, feeling the wound. "This will definitely leave a scar," he said, wincing slightly. "Good thing I had the Immortal's seal when I got the money. I would have been done for just now if it weren't for that." Einar giggled, clearly relieved that Bjorn was all right. "Great, Bjorn," she said, a wide grin on her face. "You're probably the only barbarian with a throat scar. I wonder if she sees it as some kind of medal." Bjorn touched his neck again, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Well, I guess there wouldn't be too many barbarians out there who got their throats pierced and survived it, even if they're built like the Hulk." Bjorn's eyes narrowed with determination. "If you got all your equipment, let's go chase the guy," he said, his voice firm. He couldn't have gone far. Bjorn held his hand out in front of him, a sphere of light forming in his palm. He was ready to hunt down whoever had attacked him. Bjorn looked down at his arm in disbelief. "A poison dart?" he shouted, realizing they weren't just dealing with a simple thief. Suddenly, a woman's voice cut through the air. "Hey, barbarians," she said, a smirk on her face. The fight earlier was pretty impressive. Einar's eyes widened in alarm. She thought to herself, was she watching all this time? Bjorn yelled, his voice full of urgency. "Einar, if we can't run anymore." Bjorn and Einar turned and ran as fast as they could, their hearts pounding in their chests. The woman just stood there, watching them go, a cruel smile on her face. Einar steeled herself, her eyes narrowed with determination. "If we can't run anymore, we'll have to fight her," she thought to herself, knowing they were in serious trouble. Bjorn didn't hesitate. He swung his massive weapon at the woman, trying to crush her in one blow. Einar fought alongside him, her smaller weapon flashing as she tried to find an opening in the woman's defense. Steeled herself, knowing they had no choice. "We'll have to fight her," she shouted, bracing for the inevitable clash. The woman didn't waste any time. She moved with blinding speed, striking Einar with such force that she went flying through the air. The woman stared down, her expression unreadable. She was clearly enjoying this, whatever this was. Then, with another burst of speed, the woman hit Bjorn. The sound of the impact echoed through the area. Einar's eyes widened as she watched. "She's strong," she thought, fear creeping into her voice. "How many essences does she have?" Einar knew she had to act fast. "If I can't topple her down," she thought, gritting her teeth, "I'll just have to push." Bjorn saw an opening and yelled to Einar, "Einar, now!" Bjorn hit the ground hard, a wave of confusion washing over him. What was happening? Bjorn struggled to move, but his body wouldn't respond. "My entire body feels void of strength," he thought, panic rising. "Did she pierce through my armor and stab my spine with just a dagger? How?" Bjorn's eyes widened in horror. "Is she an aura user?" he thought, his voice trembling. "Then we have no chance of winning." The sword came down with incredible force, tearing through the air. Einar was struck with a brutal blow, the impact sending a shockwave through her body. Blood sprayed everywhere as Einar fell backwards, completely helpless. The world spun around her as she crashed to the ground, the pain almost unbearable. Einar coughed, blood splattering from her mouth. Each breath was a struggle, a sharp pain searing through her chest. Bjorn looked absolutely furious, his face contorted with rage and worry. "Damn it, Einar!" he shouted, his voice filled with desperation. The woman stood over Bjorn, a cruel smile on her face. "Give up," she said, her voice dripping with malice. A basilisk's paralytic poison is already spreading throughout your system. Einar was breathing hard, sweat dripping down her face. She thought to herself that the woman was superior in every way. Are we really gonna die in a place like this? She wondered. Bjorn's eyes widened, and he was about to say something, but he paused. The woman held her blade, a strange look in her eyes. If you swear to not tell anyone about what you saw today, I'll let you live, she said. Bjorn looked at the woman, completely confused. What? He thought. The woman continued, her expression softening slightly. That was my idea from the start. I don't really want to kill barbarians, she said. Bjorn's eyes narrowed as he spoke, piecing together the woman's strategy. That's why she was just watching when we were attacked earlier, he said, his voice laced with suspicion. She wouldn't have had to kill us herself if that group had finished the job. Einar lay on the ground, injured and weak. Bjorn, she whispered, her voice strained. Don't trust her. Bjorn glared at the woman, his face hardening. She's messing with us, he growled, his eyes narrowed. Bjorn stared at the woman, his jaw clenched. What if I refuse? He asked, his voice challenging. The woman's eyes flashed dangerously as she looked down at Bjorn. Then I'll kill you, of course, she said coldly. That's the promise. A promise? With whom? That's none of your business. All right. Einar, kneeling on the ground, swore on her honor as a warrior. The words were heavy with the weight of the situation. The woman stared down at Einar, a strange look in her eyes. You sure are a bit unique, she said, her tone suggesting she wasn't entirely impressed. The woman turned her attention to the barbarian woman. Barbarian woman, what about you? She asked, her voice sharp. Einar, still on the ground, spat out her answer. I refuse, she shouted, her face contorted with anger. The woman's expression hardened. Then I have no choice, she said coldly. Goodbye. The barbarian woman's eyes widened in fear. She knew that Einar was close to death at this rate, and she couldn't let that happen. Bjorn's face was contorted in desperation. He needed Einar to swear on her honor, to make sure she followed through with what he was about to ask. Einar looked up at Bjorn, her face a mixture of confusion and pain. She didn't understand what he was asking of her, or why he was so insistent. Einar tried to protest, but the words caught in her throat. A warrior's pledge was sacred, and she couldn't break it lightly. Bjorn's voice boomed with authority. He reminded Einar of her promise to follow his lead, and pleaded with her to trust him now more than ever. A voice echoed, fed up with the situation. What was the point of clinging to pride when death was staring them in the face? Einar paused, her face stained with blood. She was clearly thinking hard about what she was about to do. Einar looked up, her expression resolute. All right, she said. I swear. The woman stood tall in the field, her eyes narrowed. Hey, she called out. Let me ask you just one thing. Bjorn leaned forward, his gaze intense. What floor? He asked, needing to know their exact position. The woman paused, her gaze distant. She seemed to be thinking about something, her face unreadable. Her voice echoed through the field. The 8th, she announced, the word hanging in the air. Bjorn turned to Einar, his eyes wide. The 8th, he exclaimed. If she was an explorer from the 8th floor, they had only survived because of the promise she mentioned. Bjorn paused, his mind racing. But what would happen next time? Bjorn clenched his fists, fury burning in his eyes. Next time, it would be different, plunderer. He'd make sure of it. The system chimed in, announcing their arrival. You have entered the first floor crystal cave. The battle erupted again, blue energy crackling around them. The two figures clashed, weapons meeting in a shower of sparks. Einar crashed to the ground, the impact sending a shockwave through her body. She lay there motionless, defeated. Bjorn stood over Einar, looking down at her with concern. Einar groaned in pain. Are you okay? It hurts. Einar winced, shame washing over her. As a non-warrior, I don't even deserve to talk about my pain. This is worse than I thought. Was begging for her life by swearing on her honor really that shameful? Einar looked at Bjorn and told him that the warrior who survives is the strongest. She continued, saying they now have a chance of winning next time. She warned him that she wouldn't understand if he said too much. Einar stared into the distance, thinking for a moment. Then, she spoke, saying that she thought she understood what Bjorn meant. Bjorn clenched his fist, saying that enduring this shame and desire to kill oneself meant that he was a strong warrior like Einar. Einar's eyes darted around nervously as she admitted that she didn't feel any of those things. She confessed that she wasn't a real barbarian. Bjorn looked off into the distance, a determined look on his face. He told her that he was sure one day they'd be able to get revenge. Bjorn sat there, completely drained. He figured that after being awake for 20 hours and going through all that crap, he was mentally exhausted. The thing is, he couldn't sleep. Bjorn grimaced. He wasn't feeling as bad as Einar, but it was true that he felt pretty shitty. He was beat up and his head was pounding. Bjorn drifted into a memory. It felt a lot like when he was saved by the blondie. He remembered the events clearly. Bjorn recalled how the priestess refused to heal him, but the swordsman threw a potion at him, like he was sad to see it go. It was a strange thing to do. Bjorn remembered taking the potion like a dog back then. He was so desperate that he didn't even care how he looked. Bjorn stared at his hands, remembering the feeling of helplessness. He swore to himself that he would never feel that way again. What was the problem, though? Bjorn thought about the choices he had made. He figured he'd done the best he could in the situations he was put in. Bjorn stood there, thinking. In other words, he realized he was only focused on the present. Bjorn frowned. But what else could he do, really? Bjorn remembered the moment he opened his eyes. He saw someone get beheaded right in front of him. Things kept happening that were so far from normal, it was insane. Bjorn realized he had no choice but to act in his own best interest to survive this mess. Bjorn clenched his fists, but he knew he couldn't keep going on like this. He just wasn't strong enough. Bjorn's expression hardened. All right, he said to himself. Change of plans. He looked down at Einar, who was still recovering. He knew he had to talk to her. Bjorn stared at Einar. What if I told you there's a way to become strong? He asked. But it comes with great danger. Einar didn't even hesitate. I'll do it, of course, she said. We'll all die if we don't get strong anyway. It's a life full of inevitable chaos, no matter which path you take. Bjorn leaned in close to Einar, his voice low but intense. So to attack first is better. All right, Einar. Then we're going to. Bjorn's face contorted with determination as he yelled, Enter the rupture. We'll search for the chaos first. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. The system chimed in, announcing that they had defeated a gnome and a razor-mane wolf. 4 types of monsters at once, Bjorn thought. I didn't know there was a place like this on the first floor. That's why this region is unpopular. Bjorn held the torch high, trying to pierce the darkness. It's difficult because 4 types of monsters come out all at once. And you also have to use a torch because of how dark it is, he said. There's no reason to come here unless you're cutting through to save time. Einar stopped in front of a large stone tablet, its surface covered in glowing runes. But that just means it's a great place to hide things, she exclaimed. Bjorn, what is this? Bjorn and Einar came across a memorial dedicated to the first person who discovered the labyrinth. The inscription was faded, but still readable. The memorial honored a man named Dyflin Grondel Gabrilius, calling him the last wise man. The inscription celebrated his first steps into the unknown. Bjorn realized that the quote was exactly the same as in the game he used to play. That meant the hidden condition to unlock something was probably the same too. Bjorn turned to Einar, his expression serious. Einar, I'm going to open a rupture, he said. But everything that happens from this point on is a secret. I swear on my honor as a warrior to keep it that way. Einar tilted her head, clearly confused. But what's a rupture? She asked. Bjorn explained that it was a labyrinth inside another labyrinth, a place hidden within a place. Bjorn explained that in the game, it was called an instance dungeon. It was a special dungeon, he said, cleared only by chosen members. To open the first floor's rupture, Bjorn continued, they needed to place the magic crystals from 5 different types of monsters on the memorial stone. He listed them off, a goblin, a gnome, a ghoul, a razor-mane wolf, and finally, a death fiend. And with a magic crystal from an 8th rank monster on the 2nd floor, the rupture would open, he said, the air crackling with red energy. A massive gate started to open behind him, swirling with dark power. Bjorn turned to Einar, a wild grin on his face. Let's go in, Einar. Bjorn explained that the death fiend's magic crystal opened an instance dungeon with a capacity of 5 people. The difficulty, he added, would depend on who joined them. He paused, looking around. Now, who will come? The system chimed in, announcing that a character had entered the first floor rupture. They called it a rupture. Turns out, a labyrinth inside a labyrinth is what they called a mini-range dungeon. These things were new realms that opened randomly on each floor, and there was always a cooldown time. To wait for the first floor's rupture to naturally open back up, it would take at least 3 months in city time. But nobody wanted to wait that long, so people started finding ways to force them open. There were 4 ruptures on the first floor, and the one they entered was. The sky above was red, like the world was about to end. Crows flew overhead towards a dark castle, the blood-tinted castle. The castle loomed before them, impossibly large and intimidating. Einar stared, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and excitement. She stammered, realizing the crystal had brought them exactly where she expected, the blood-tinted castle. Bjorn kept his gaze fixed on the castle, his expression unreadable. He admitted that seeing it in person was still overwhelming, but he quickly reminded himself that the ruptures on the first floor were manageable, no matter how they looked. Bjorn explained that the system would automatically choose the members to raid the place with them. Einar tensed, sensing someone approaching. She warned Bjorn that someone else was coming. Einar's voice rose with urgency as she stared upwards. She demanded to know who was joining them. Erwin suddenly appeared, looking slightly disoriented. He explained that he had used his spirit ability again. He looked around, recognizing the crystal cave on the labyrinth's first floor. Erwin looked annoyed, holding up her dagger. She told someone that it was too hard with just a dagger, and that they needed to be able to defend themselves without the bow or spirit. Erwin looked down, a little ashamed. She explained that someone had told her that specializing in what she could do best was what she should do. She added that an explorer's duty was to trust the team and fulfill their own role the best they could. Erwin's expression hardened, her eyes narrowing. She admitted that the person was right, but the world just wasn't that nice. Erwin looked down at the other elf, her voice cold. She told him that a teammate was just a teammate, and he shouldn't put such a high value on them. Erwin looked up, a pensive expression on her face. She said all right, and admitted that the person wasn't a bad person. Erwin looked excited, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. She wondered if they could go to the second floor now, adding that she bet Mr. was earning a whole lot of money up there. Erwin's expression turned serious as she shook her head. She explained that they couldn't quickly climb the floors by just hunting a bit on the second floor, so they were going to enter a rupture. Erwin tilted her head to the side, looking confused. She remarked that she thought you had to be lucky to get in one. She added that there were quite a few experienced explorers who were unlucky enough to have never been inside one. Erwin's eyes widened slightly, a spark of understanding in them. She explained that the first floor's rupture should open soon, adding that Mr. hadn't told her anything about that. Erwin smirked slightly, a hint of superiority in her expression. She said that was to be expected, that the Barbarian's a beginner after all. She added that he was probably going up the floors in the most inefficient way possible. Erwin told the other person to trust her, saying that in just a year, they'd be unbelievably stronger than that Barbarian. But suddenly, she stopped talking, looking shocked by a sound. The rupture was happening. A massive tear in reality was opening up. The rupture began to open, revealing a dark, ominous space beyond. It looked like a tear in the very fabric of the world. Erwin screamed at the other person to run. The other person agreed, sounding terrified. They both ran as fast as they could, trying to get away from the growing rupture. The air crackled with dangerous energy as they fled. Erwin was already fighting, throwing her arm forward to cast a spell. The air crackled with magical energy as she attacked. The other elf joined in, casting a spell of her own. Together, they were trying to fight whatever was coming through the rupture. The other elf looked around at the dark space and wondered if they were too late. The rupture loomed behind them, a gateway to who knows what. Suddenly, a new figure appeared in the fiery space. It was their first new party member. It turned out to be 2 Barbarian clan members and a dwarf. Not a bad start to their party. The group moved forward, deeper into the rupture. The air was thick, with a strange, magical energy. Suddenly, a woman with blonde hair wearing a hat and staff appeared. I was wondering where it would be. It's the blood-tinted castle, Alua Raven announced. Bjorn reacted in shock. A mage? He thought. Bjorn was surprised. There are still mages on the first floor? He wondered. The dwarf looked at the group. The party composition isn't bad, he said. To think I'd see a mage here. Einar's eyes widened. No way. This is amazing, she said. She turned to Bjorn. Is a mage that great? Wasn't the librarian also a mage? The woman with white hair tilted her head slightly. The librarian's a 9th rank mage, she explained. Mages are an important resource to the city, so only those whose skills have been verified can enter. Alua Raven smiled, but it felt a little mean. In other words, her being here means that she's skilled enough to have proved herself worthy, Alua Raven said. She looked at Bjorn. You're quite knowledgeable for a barbarian. Alua Raven pointed a finger in the air. To introduce myself, I'm a 6th rank mage. Alua Raven. Bjorn frowned slightly. She seems a bit condescending, but all the mages in the game were absolute jerks, so she's basically a saint compared to them. Another man stepped forward, bowing slightly. This right here is a professional carrier that I hired, he said. I'm Tarjan. The dwarf stepped forward with a wide grin. Nice to meet you. I'm Hikarod Murad. Been an explorer for 3 years, he said. He looked at Bjorn and Einar's gear. So that's why his equipment is so nice. Bjorn grinned, pointing at himself. I'm Jandel's son, Bjorn. Einar laughed, gesturing to herself. Feneline's second daughter, Einar. The mage narrowed her eyes, suspicion creeping into her voice. Anyway, you guys don't seem to have any reason to be working on the first floor. How did you get here? Hikarod Murad chuckled, a knowing glint in his eye. I can't tell you the details, but I did hear that a rupture was going to open up this time around. Same here. He paused, his expression turning serious. So they're not talking about the method. I guess this is ladder kicking. The mage raised her staff, her voice leaving no room for argument. Then, the loot will be divided among us, excluding Tarjan. She looked around at the others. But will you all do as I say? The dwarf nodded eagerly. Sure, it's common sense to go with the mage's orders in the labyrinth. The mage smiled, pleased with the agreement. Great, I appreciate it. The armored character knew that since there was a mage in their group, they had to listen to her. After all, the very person who convinced the royal family that evil spirits needed to be killed was a mage. But then, Einar interrupted, disagreeing with the mage. Einar seemed unsure of herself. Einar suddenly declared that she wanted Bjorn to lead them, calling him a warrior, wiser than anyone. But the armored character told her to shut her mouth. Einar continued, revealing that Bjorn even read 6 hours a day. The other person was shocked and thought he sure was unique. Einar insisted that he wasn't just unique. He was great. Einar's voice rang out, declaring Bjorn a great warrior. Her words echoed in the large cavern. Einar didn't stop there. She kept going on about how great Bjorn was, but Erwin looked like he was about to explode with annoyance. Bjorn looked incredibly uncomfortable and begged them to stop. He didn't like all the attention. Erwin tried to laugh it off, saying it was great to be respected by one's wife and that he was envious. But Einar immediately yelled that she wasn't his wife. Einar told Erwin not to be embarrassed, that she said she wasn't Bjorn's wife. She insisted that they all stop and get going. Alua Ravin seemed relieved that the conversation had moved on. She thought to herself how much investigating needed to be done and hoped that she wouldn't be the focus of attention until the very end. The dwarf looked concerned and asked why they were leaving already. He pointed out that they barely knew each other, only knowing each other's names. He wondered if it was necessary to know each other's skills. Alua Ravin explained that the monsters in the blood-tinted castle were all 7th rank and under. She said that meant just Tarjan, and she would be enough to handle them. The group stood together at the edge of the woods, ready to move forward. Einar looked determined, while Bjorn seemed eager to get going. Alua Raven added that she would be taking the loot from the Guardian. She said she needed it for her research. Bjorn looked down at the mage, his brow furrowed. He asked if she really wanted to take all the loot from the Guardian. He pointed out that conflicts like this happened all the time in Dungeon and Stone, so she should have expected this. Bjorn's face twisted in anger as he glared at Alua Raven. He demanded to know if he looked like an idiot to her. He growled that the cause of almost every conflict was money. The concept of money seemed to hit Alua Raven like a hammer. She staggered back, clearly not expecting this level of resistance. Bjorn explained that the Guardian's loot was the Rupture's flower, the most valuable thing they could find. He said that for a mage who's financially stable, research was their priority. But for an explorer like him, the most important thing was money. Bjorn offered to give Alua Raven all the magic crystals that came from the Rupture. He said that she had just triggered the money problem, and this was his way of solving it. Bjorn was getting heated, his face inches from Alua Raven's. He yelled that they were telling him to eat the leftovers, and he couldn't let her have that. He demanded to know if a fair division wasn't possible, especially since loot drops weren't even guaranteed. Alua Raven looked really taken aback by Bjorn's outburst. She must not have expected such a response from him. She wondered if she was being naive. Bjorn sighed, trying to find a solution. He said he'd let Alua Raven have the numbers item, but he'd take the Guardian's essence. He then suggested they roll a dice for the Rupture Stone. Meanwhile, the others were excluded from the conversation about loot. Bjorn stood his ground, his massive frame blocking the path. He declared that he couldn't go back without taking anything for himself. Einar chimed in, saying she didn't care about the essence or the numbers item, but they'd take the Rupture Stone. She added that this much should be good enough, but then called Bjorn greedy. She wondered if they really needed 2 barbarians in this party. Bjorn was getting annoyed. He told Alua Raven that a Rupture Stone was too much. He cursed, realizing that she was acting nice just until now. Bjorn sighed, saying he was just trying to negotiate. He offered to give up the Rupture Stone, but in exchange, he wanted 2 essences that weren't the Guardians. Alua Raven looked at Bjorn and said that much was good. She agreed to his terms, a small smile creeping onto her face. Alua Raven said that was all they could get, especially considering their level. She asked if they had an agreement, and told them to keep their promise. Bjorn thought they were back to acting like nice people, as if nothing had happened. Alua Raven asked if they should get going now. Einar chimed in, saying her body was itching to fight. Bjorn watched them, thinking they were scary explorers. Bjorn stared up at Alua Raven, realizing something important. He thought to himself that he needed to get stronger, and it wasn't just a passing thought. Bjorn looked up, a burning determination in his eyes. He thought that regardless of the ladder-kicking scumbags, he would climb up the ladder no matter what. Suddenly, the system announced that a character had entered the blood-tinted castle. It was time to see what awaited them inside. This place we were heading into, the brutal citadel, is apparently made up of 4 main areas. The first part is this huge, menacing drawbridge that leads right to the entrance of the castle keep. Once you get past the bridge, you end up in a massive courtyard, completely surrounded by these tall outer walls. There's no way out except forward, but the worst part is in the Lord's Chamber, a sanctuary where they worship demons. As our group started walking, someone pointed up ahead, telling us to look at the gargoyle statues. Then someone explained that these weren't just decorations. They were tier 8 monsters. They said that gargoyles usually just sit perfectly still, pretending to be stone statues, waiting for someone to get close. And just as we were warned, the moment we got close, the stone statues started to move. The stone skin began to shake and crack, and then these huge, leathery wings flapped out. Their eyes started glowing with this dangerous red light. They weren't statues anymore. They were monsters, and they were ready to attack. One of the gargoyles lunged forward, and its touch was awful. One of our guys grunted in pain as his body started to turn to stone right before our eyes. You could hear it crackling as the gray spread over his skin. He was being turned into a statue. It turns out the only way people usually fight these things is for one person to act as bait. Someone has to stand there and let themselves get turned to stone so the others can attack the gargoyle. And right on cue, Einar turned and screamed Bjorn's name, expecting him to be the sacrifice. But just then, the woman in the red hat just grinned. She looked completely calm, like this was no big deal. She knew that the whole sacrifice plan was pointless. Not when there was a mage in the party. Someone shouted her name, Artena. She raised her hands, and this incredible pink energy started swirling all around her. You could feel the power building up. She was about to completely change the fight. Artana cast a spell to reverse petrification. The gargoyle let out this horrible shriek of pure rage. It knew its most dangerous power was gone. Without that petrifying touch, it was just another beast, and it was furious about it. Einar charged forward, slashing the monster with her sword, while another warrior shot it with a heavy mace. Without the ability to petrify their foes, gargoyles are absolute shit. One down, one more to go. Hurrah! The last gargoyle couldn't take any more. Its stone body started to crack and crumble under the attack. It fell to its knees, letting out one last, weak growl before collapsing into a pile of rubble. The fight was over. The dwarf let out a massive roar, putting every last bit of his strength into one final attack. He swung his heavy weapon down with a powerful swoosh, aiming to completely crush the last gargoyle. The gargoyle's glowing red eye shattered into pieces as the final blow landed. A moment later, a message from the system appeared. It confirmed they had defeated the gargoyles, but they only got one single experience point for all that work. With the fight over, the whole party took a second to catch their breath. Einar helped one of the other warriors get back on his feet. The dwarf knelt on the ground as the energy from his weapon faded away with a soft hiss. The dwarf got up, wiping his face with his glove. He looked pretty pleased with how things went. He gave a nod to the others, telling them they weren't too shabby at all. Bjorn watched him, thinking to himself. He was impressed. The dwarf was a solid fighter, just like he'd thought. He'd used a smart tactic, first crippling the monster by taking out its leg, then finishing it with a direct hit to the head. It was a clean and effective strategy. Suddenly, the red mana stone from the fallen gargoyle began to glow. It lifted off the ground, floating in the air with a swirl of energy. One of the party members looked up, his eyes wide with shock. He yelled out a warning to Bjorn, pointing out that the stone was moving all by itself. The party's mage, a woman named Artena, just smiled. She explained that she was the one moving the stones, using a telekinesis spell to collect them all. She offered to keep them in her backpack for now, so they could divide everything up later, which would save them a lot of trouble. The dwarf thought that was a great idea, and suggested they get moving again. With that settled, the whole group moved forward. They walked through a massive, dark archway, their footsteps echoing on the stone floor. The path ahead was swallowed by shadows, leading them deeper into the fortress. It was completely dark inside. The dwarf grumbled, saying they were going to need some light to see where they were going. But Artena just gave him a cheerful smile and told him not to worry. She had it covered. She held out her hand and spoke a single word of magic. Instantly, a brilliant ball of light appeared in her palm, shining brightly. It pushed back the heavy darkness, lighting up the entire passageway around them. As the light filled the hall, we saw them. A whole group of lumpy, fleshy creatures stood in our way, blocking the path. A low, guttural growl echoed from them, and everyone in the party froze, suddenly on high alert. Bjorn recognized them immediately. They were stout undeads. He knew from experience that these things were a total waste of time. They didn't give any experience points or mana stones, and they almost never dropped anything valuable. They were just obstacles. Artena, the mage, lowered her hand. She said their attacks were basically like bug bites, and she didn't want to waste her mana on them. The dwarf agreed, saying it would be pointless to use powerful spells on such weak creatures. So they just kept walking forward, ready to handle it the old-fashioned way. Even though they were weak, the stout undeads didn't care. They let out a horrible growl, their eyes glowing red in the dark. With their mouths wide open, the whole horde started shuffling and running towards the party, ready to attack. But the fighters were already moving. Einar, the barbarian woman, yelled out that this wouldn't take long at all. With a powerful battle cry, she charged forward, her huge sword ready to cut through the undead. The dwarf was right behind her, rushing into the fight without any hesitation. Einar was like a storm. Her massive blade glowed with red energy as she tore through the undead creatures. The air was filled with the sound of her weapon slicing through them, one after another, without even slowing down. She was a whirlwind of pure destruction. Then came another huge blow. Someone brought their weapon down with incredible force, slamming one of the undead into the ground so hard it just exploded. The whole floor shook from the impact. These creatures didn't stand a chance. The dwarf saw an opening. With a determined yell, he shouted that this was it. He swung his heavy weapon with all his might, the air whistling as it cut through the darkness, aimed right for the last creature. The weapon connected with a heavy, crushing sound. It smashed right into the undead's head, and the force of the blow sent the creature flying backwards, completely shattered. It was a perfect, brutal hit. As the last piece of the creature fell apart, something else clattered to the stone floor. The dwarf's eyes widened in surprise. He stared down at the ground, having noticed an item that wasn't supposed to be there, and there it was, lying on the ground where the commander had been smashed. It was a huge horn, glowing with a strange energy. Turns out, it was the stout undead commander's war horn, a super rare find. Einar couldn't believe the size of it. She asked the dwarf if it was really a war horn and what it was even for. The dwarf just let out a big laugh, telling her she'd find out soon enough. He was clearly excited about it. After that, we reached this gigantic steel door that blocked the path forward. The dwarf looked it over and admitted that even his hammer wouldn't be able to crush it. Just then, the mage in the group stepped forward, confidently saying that this was her job. She started chanting some magic words, and a bright light began to gather in her hands. Then with a huge boom, she unleashed a massive blast of fire and energy right at the steel door. The whole hallway lit up. The force of the explosion was incredible. It was so bright and powerful that everyone had to shield their faces. The heat just washed over them, and the sheer power of the spell was enough to make everyone stumble back in shock. One of the knights in the group was just completely stunned. His eyes were wide open in disbelief, and you could see a drop of sweat rolling down his face. He couldn't even say anything, just staring at the raw power he had just seen. When the smoke cleared, the massive steel door was just gone. It had completely crumbled away, leaving a glowing, red-hot archway. And right in the middle of it all stood Artena, the mage, looking totally calm as if she'd just opened a regular door. She just chuckled, a confident smile on her face, and told everyone it was time to move. Watching her, it was hard not to think that mages were just on a completely different level. Their power was just insane. After passing through the destroyed gate, we found ourselves in a huge courtyard. In front of us stood the main castle, a massive, imposing fortress. The only way forward was a single drawbridge leading to the entrance. One of them took a step forward, ready to cross, but it was obvious right away that we had a problem. Of course, the drawbridge was raised high in the air, completely blocking us from getting inside the castle. So, with the drawbridge up, the mage turned to Einar. She asked her to use that war horn she'd picked up earlier. Einar looked a little surprised by the request. She just nodded and agreed to do it. Einar lifted the huge horn to her lips, took a massive breath, and then just let it rip. A deep, booming sound blasted out, echoing all across the huge stone courtyard. The whole party just stood there, watching. And then, this weird message just appeared in the air for all of us to see. It said that the horn had activated some kind of old protective magic that was cast over the entire fortress. Even Einar looked completely stunned. Her eyes went wide, and she yelled out in confusion. It was obvious she had no idea that was going to happen. Before anyone could say anything else, We heard it. A deep, grinding rumble started to fill the air. We all looked up and saw the massive wooden drawbridge was actually starting to come down. It was working. As the drawbridge connected with the other side, the party stepped onto the fortress wall. But then, one of them looked down and gasped. Below them wasn't water, but a huge, churning moat of red. It looked exactly like a giant pool of blood, splashing against the stone walls. One of them looked down and gasped. Below them wasn't water, but a huge, churning moat of red. It looked exactly like a giant pool of blood, splashing against the stone walls. Einar started sweating, her eyes wide with panic. She stammered for everyone to wait, pointing down into the red liquid. That's when we saw them. Pale, rotting hands were slowly breaking the surface, reaching up towards us. It all made sense now. The moat full of blood and the red sky. This is why they called it the brutal citadel. But the mage just smiled, completely unfazed. She told Einar not to worry, explaining that they were just weak monsters called stout undeads. Einar immediately got defensive, yelling back that she wasn't scared at all, even though she clearly was. Just then, a message appeared in the air, explaining that the goal for this part of the fortress was actually pretty simple. But right as we read it, we heard a disgusting squelching sound. A pale, wet hand slapped right onto the wood of the drawbridge, just inches away from us. The system then gave us our official orders. A message box appeared with a clear command. We had to stand our ground and fight off whatever was coming until the drawbridge was completely lowered and locked in place. The undead just kept coming, crawling up the sides of the drawbridge with groans and snarls. There were so many of them. Holding off a horde like this would be a nightmare for any normal group of fighters. It looked almost impossible. The mage just grinned. She explained that one mage was enough to fly past this part. Lifting her staff high, she began to chant. A brilliant light started to gather at the top, glowing brighter and brighter. Then she yelled out the name of the spell, calling forth a storm of blades. With a final shout, she slammed the staff down. A massive wave of energy exploded outwards, a powerful whoosh of magic that lit up the entire bridge. She put everything she had into that attack, her face set with determination. The wave of magical energy was like a hurricane, a blur of green light and raw power that just tore through everything. You could hear a deafening whoosh as it rushed forward, completely unstoppable. The undead soldiers didn't even stand a chance. The moment the energy hit them, they were just gone. One of them had a look of pure shock on its face as it was completely vaporized by the blast. And then, just as quickly as it started, it was over. The magic faded with a final whoosh, leaving behind a dead silence. The entire bridge was covered with the bodies of the fallen undead, a testament to the spell's incredible power. The mage turned back to her companions with a little chuckle, looking completely unfazed. She thought it was amazing, casually saying that those stout undeads were never really a threat to begin with. The red-bearded warrior just swallowed hard, a bead of sweat running down his face. He was completely stunned. He knew she was going to be strong, but he had no idea she was on this level. Compared to her, he felt like a little kid who was just learning how to walk. A character said that all they had to do now was wait for the drawbridge to be lowered. And right on cue, a deep rumbling sound started to shake the ground. With a final heavy thump, the massive stone drawbridge began to lower, creating a path forward into the dark fortress. The first chapter of Brutal Citadel ended, just like that. But while the others seemed to be moving on, Bjorn's expression was completely serious under his helmet. He wasn't celebrating. His eyes were locked on what was ahead, already preparing for the next fight, without breaking a sweat. With the drawbridge down, the party crossed into the outer courtyard. They met no resistance, which was strange. Normally, a place like this would be swarming with a whole horde of monsters, ready to attack. Turns out, there was a horde waiting for them. But before anyone else could even react, the young mage, Ms. Raven, stepped forward. Gathering a massive amount of green energy into her staff, she yelled out the name of her spell, Storm of Blades. A massive whirlwind of magical blades erupted from her staff, tearing through the entire courtyard. The wave of green energy was so powerful, it just shredded through the undead soldiers, leaving nothing but dust in its wake. Bjorn watched the chaos from under his helmet, his expression unreadable. He noted that the spell hadn't managed to kill every single monster. Even so, he had to admit, it was a terrifyingly powerful attack that could clear a huge area instantly. Just as he thought, a few creatures had survived the blast, but it was only a handful. With that single spell, she had wiped out a good 90% of the entire horde. The few that remained were barely a threat. But one creature was still standing, completely unfazed by the magic. It was a death fiend, a massive, muscular monster that just roared in defiance. Turns out, its resilience was so high that the spell barely scratched it. Having cleared out all the small fry, the young mage, Ms. Raven, announced that she was leaving the rest to them. She sounded completely confident that they could handle it, and that was all the signal they needed. Bjorn and the blonde barbarian, Einar, didn't even hesitate. With a shared battle cry, they both broke into a full sprint, charging straight at the remaining monsters. In a flash, they closed the distance. Instead of swinging their weapons, they both grabbed onto the massive death fiend, digging in their heels to perform a powerful combined move, the double barbarian tackle. With a massive heave, they slammed the creature into the ground. The impact was deafening, followed by the sound of them just relentlessly beating the monster down. The red-bearded warrior could only watch, completely stunned. He had to wonder if this was how they normally fought, admitting they were quite a pair. While the two barbarians held the monster down, Ms. Raven began to chant. A brilliant purple energy crackled from her staff, wrapping around the struggling death fiend and zapping it relentlessly. The creature let out a confused grunt. Its skin started to bubble and fizz, clearly in pain, but not from a normal attack. This was a curse spell, designed to make any injury it received far, far worse. The thing is, the death fiend's greatest strength was its ability to heal itself. It had a passive skill that let it regenerate from almost any wound, which is why it was so hard to kill. But once that healing was shut down, the monster was completely defenseless. Einar didn't hesitate for a moment. She moved in and started swinging her weapon with incredible force, slicing into the creature again and again. Without its regeneration, it was nothing more than a tough piece of meat for a butcher. With a final whoosh of energy, the monster was gone. In its place, a small glowing item dropped neatly into a pouch, a reward for their perfect teamwork. A couple of items dropped from the defeated monster. Einar turned to Bjorn, who was looking thoughtfully at the mage in the distance. He admitted that he finally understood why everyone respected mages so much. Their power was on a completely different level. The red-bearded warrior let out a hearty laugh. He agreed completely, explaining that adding even one mage to a team just drastically expands what they're capable of. Hearing this, Ms. Raven cleared her throat, trying to look humble. She explained that their power comes from countless hours of research, but then she couldn't help but add that she was just naturally talented to begin with. She was practically sparkling with pride. Watching her, Bjorn immediately understood her perfectly. She was a young, brilliant mage who was passionate about her work and loved to brag, even while pretending not to. With the fight over, Ms. Raven asked if they could help her gather some research materials from the courtyard. The red-bearded warrior and Bjorn immediately agreed, telling her it was the least they could do since she'd saved them so much time and effort. Internally, Bjorn knew exactly what he was doing. He understood that the best way to handle someone like her was to butter them up with compliments, and it worked perfectly. With their help, she quickly gathered a pouch of materials, some bones, and a strange liquid. She thanked them for their assistance and suggested they proceed to the next location. With the research done, Ms. Raven was full of energy, eager to move on to the next part of the castle. Einar was excited too, but for a different reason. She was already thinking about how much food their reward money could buy. But in the back, Bjorn was silent, his mind on something else entirely. As the others walked ahead, Bjorn stopped. A strange thought hit him. He found it really weird that they had cleared out every monster and gathered all the obvious materials, but left one key thing behind. His eyes scanned the courtyard, and then he saw it. His heart skipped a beat. He couldn't believe they didn't know. The hidden item was sitting right there, right under the statue by the fountain. It was so obvious to him. This was just like his old life. He remembered how, as a gamer, he had a habit of interacting with anything that stood out, no matter how small. It was that same curiosity that helped him discover all the hidden secrets in the game over the 9 years he played it. But that was the problem. It would be extremely unnatural for a simple, uncivilized barbarian to know something that an intellectual, like a mage, didn't. He knew he had to be careful. Revealing this secret would only make them suspicious of him, and that was a risk he couldn't afford to take. So, after Bjorn's quiet moment of discovery, the party finally moved on. They stepped into the inner part of the castle, the whole place glowing with a dangerous red light. The place was a total ruin. Ms. Raven commented that she'd heard it was in bad shape, but seeing it in person was something else entirely. It was far worse than any many rumors had described. She looked around, her expression serious. The most unsettling part wasn't the destruction, but the silence. She pointed out that there wasn't a single monster anywhere, which was just weird. With nothing left to do here, the group decided it was time to push forward into the next section of the dungeon. As the ground rumbled, signaling a new path opening, one of the smaller members of the party started rubbing their hands together, clearly buzzing with excitement. They couldn't wait to see what was next. With a loud creak, a heavy door swung open, and the party stepped through. The entire passage ahead was soaked in a deep, menacing red light. Everyone was on high alert, their expressions grim as they prepared for whatever was waiting for them in the darkness. As they moved deeper, the red glow gave way to a cold, purple light. A message appeared in the air before them, confirming their location. They had officially entered the first floor of the underground dungeon. The red-bearded warrior turned to Ms. Raven, asking what kind of monsters they should expect to find here. She didn't hesitate, listing off a whole series of threats: skull rats, banshees, death fiends, chimera wolves, ghoul lords, and finally, the undead golem. The warrior's expression grew serious. He explained that he'd fought all the other monsters on that list before, but the undead golem was different. Turns out, it only ever appeared in the brutal citadel, making it a complete unknown for him. Instead of being scared, the warrior looked thrilled. He hadn't had the chance to slay a new type of monster in a while, but Ms. Raven quickly gave him a warning. She told him to watch out for its flesh bursting. The explosion itself wasn't the problem for experienced fighters like them, but its blood was highly acidic and could be fatal if it hit you up close. She ended by confidently saying she'd probably be able to stop that from happening anyway. The others started laughing and patting each other on the back. The mage praised the fighter's reliability, and the fighter praised her talent. It was all very friendly, but Bjorn saw right through it. He knew it was all nonsense. Just a few moments ago, these two were at each other's throats, arguing about how to split the loot. As they walked, Einar picked something up off a ledge. It was the skeleton of a rat, still moving. She turned to Bjorn and asked if these were monsters too. Before he could answer, she recognized it herself, saying it must be the skull rat that the mage had warned them about. Ms. Raven overheard them and chimed in with a cheerful smile. She explained that the rats were non-tiered monsters, just like the undead soldiers from before. She told Einar they were no threat, and to just step on them as they walked. But Einar's face twisted with anger. She snapped back, yelling that she didn't ask the mage for her opinion. The smile vanished from Ms. Raven's face, replaced by a sulky pout. She clutched her staff, clearly irritated. But before the argument could go any further, a terrifying shriek echoed from the darkness ahead, cutting through the silence. Einar's eyes shot wide open with pure terror. She knew that sound. Her voice trembled as she screamed Bjorn's name, warning him that a banshee was coming. And then it appeared, a horrifying, ghostly figure with a gaping mouth, letting out another soul-tearing shriek. While Einar was frozen in fear, Ms. Raven didn't seem bothered at all. She just had this big grin on her face as she gave a calm warning, telling everyone they should be very careful not to come into contact with the banshee. She continued trying to sound spooky, explaining that touching the beast a few times wasn't a big deal, but if it built up, something truly terrifying would happen. Her little ghost story worked perfectly on Einar, who started shaking with fear. But Bjorn was having none of it. He just cut in, asking them how old they were, like they were a couple of 7-year-olds. Einar, now angry and confused, yelled at Bjorn, demanding he explain what he meant. He just played dumb, saying he wasn't really sure. Then, with a look of satisfaction, he turned his attention to the mage. He mentioned that he'd heard mages knew a particularly good way to handle banshees, putting all the pressure right on her. Ms. Raven's smug expression vanished, replaced by genuine surprise. She clearly wasn't expecting him to know that. Bjorn kept pushing her buttons, sarcastically asking if that was another little fact she'd picked up from reading a book. That was the last straw. Ms. Raven announced she was done playing around and stepped forward, ready to take care of the monsters herself. At that exact moment, another mage in the group named Tyron cast a spell called Shell. A huge blast of red energy erupted from the ground, forming a protective barrier around the party. The protective barrier had barely formed when one of the monsters, a chimera wolf, let out a furious roar. Its eyes glowed a dangerous red, and it was clear it was done waiting. In an instant, all the monsters moved at once. The banshees let out a piercing shriek as they dove down from all sides, their ghostly forms rushing towards Ms. Raven. The chimera wolf joined the attack, lunging right for her, but she was ready for them. Without a hint of fear, Ms. Raven shouted the name of her spell. A massive pillar of fire erupted around her, instantly turning the area into a blazing inferno that vaporized everything in its path. When the flames died down, Miss Raven stood there, completely untouched, a smug little smile on her face. With fire still crackling around her, she just casually asked if they were ready to get moving. The warriors could only stare, completely stunned. It was moments like this that made them realize just how overpowered mages really were. With the monsters gone, the party moved forward. Einar looked completely drained from the stress, leaning on one of her companions for support. Just as they stepped through the next doorway, a notification appeared. They had officially entered floor 2 of the underground dungeon. The monsters on this floor were on another level of creepy. There were chimera wolves, twisted combinations of beasts, and even a ghoul lord leading its minions. But it wasn't just the creatures that were unsettling. The whole place felt wrong, like they had walked into some kind of deranged scientist's laboratory. One of the warriors, a red-bearded dwarf, looked over at Ms. Raven, clearly impressed. He told her she seemed to be handling it all perfectly fine, calling her a tough cookie. But he also gave a grim warning, saying that the worst part was still ahead of them. Ms. Raven just shrugged it off. She explained that after years of studying anatomy, she was pretty hardened against disturbing sights like this. Then she stopped, placing her hand on a solid brick wall. She announced that they had arrived. The others looked at the wall, confused. Ms. Raven explained that according to a map she had memorized before they even entered, there was a secret door right here. She also warned them to be ready, because an undead golem was supposedly waiting for them the moment they went through. Bjorn was quietly impressed. In his own game experience, he would have had to find that map in the jailer's room. He realized she must have studied and prepared everything thoroughly before they came. Thinking practically, he told the others they should leave their heavy backpacks there and head inside without them. Miss Raven called out to Bjorn, telling him to light the torch on his helmet. With a quiet blaze, a magical flame flickered to life. She warned everyone to be ready, announcing that she was opening the door. A heavy, creaking sound echoed as the stone wall began to move. As the door slid open, the entire party stood frozen at the entrance. The room beyond was a nightmare. It was filled with a massive, grotesque pile of decaying bodies, all tangled together in a mountain of death. The sight was absolutely horrifying, with faces twisted in silent agony. They cautiously stepped inside, and the smell hit them immediately. It was an overpowering stench of decay, thick and suffocating. Bjorn knew that in his old body, a smell this awful would have made him pass out on the spot. But this body was different. A bead of sweat ran down his face, but he remained standing. He realized it was the incredible resilience of his barbarian physique that was keeping him wide awake, forcing him to endure the horror. Not everyone was so fortunate. The carrier, a man named Tarzan, was the first one to break. The repulsive atmosphere was too much for him, and he doubled over, getting sick right there on the floor. Bjorn could only watch, his expression grim. It wasn't just the carrier who was struggling. The powerful mage, Arua Raven, was next. She covered her face, a wave of sickness hitting her as the foul air filled her lungs. She stumbled back, coughing hard. Turns out, all her experience with anatomical research had made her immune to the sight of death, but it did nothing to prepare her for the sickening, overwhelming smell of the corpses. The red-bearded warrior looked over at Bjorn and Einar, who were standing firm. He seemed relieved that they were handling it okay, and told everyone it was time to keep moving. Bjorn just gave a simple nod in agreement. With that, they pushed forward, their boots splashing through the murky water on the floor. They moved deeper into the darkness, getting closer and closer to that massive pile of bodies at the center of the room. Suddenly, the entire pile began to wobble. The whole group froze in their tracks, their eyes wide. This wasn't just a pile of dead bodies. At that moment, a muffled, gurgling voice echoed from the tangled mass of limbs, trying to form a word, a greeting, and then it started talking. A jumble of voices rose from the twitching pile of bodies. They were confused, asking where they were, saying they were hungry. The entire group stared in disbelief. This wasn't just a pile of corpses. It was alive. The confusion in the voices quickly turned into pure terror. They started screaming for help, crying out for their fathers. The carrier completely lost it, shouting in panic. The red-bearded warrior could only stare, his face pale with shock. But while the others were panicking, Bjorn was perfectly still. As the shrieks echoed through the chamber, his eyes narrowed. There was no fear in his gaze, only intense focus. A system message appeared, confirming what they were facing. The mid-boss, an undead golem. The pile of bodies began to rise, twisting into a monstrous form as the voices trapped within screamed in agony, begging to be killed. Bjorn thought to himself that in the game, they were never this loud. This was a whole different level of horror. He knew there was no time to complain. Bjorn immediately roared for everyone to stay vigilant, but the red-bearded warrior, trembling with fear, just snapped back with a panicked insult. He was completely overwhelmed by the situation. The red-bearded warrior was completely frozen in place, shaking from head to toe. Meanwhile, the horrifying screams from the pile of bodies just got worse. Some voices were crying out for their fathers. Others were laughing like crazy. And through it all, Bjorn just seethed. He couldn't believe these were supposed to be experienced hunters. To him, they were just a bunch of useless cowards. He gritted his teeth, realizing he couldn't rely on anyone else. He was going to have to carry this entire team on his back. As he steeled himself, the fight had already started below. Two figures were desperately hacking away at the monster, their voices joining the chorus of screams with shouts of their own. It was absolute chaos. Bjorn and Einar were right in the thick of it, swinging their weapons against a living wall of bodies. The creature was massive, a nightmare of twisted limbs, with a single, glowing red eye watching their every move. As he fought, Bjorn knew brute force wasn't enough. He had to come up with a real plan, and he had to do it fast.